Starbucks cause of anti-union policies. Don't eat McDonald's cause they give free food to the IDF. Don't buy Soda Stream cause they maintain occupation. But most of all, don't buy Sabra hummus cause it tastes like fucking shit. Sabra hummus tastes like shit. Boycott HP, their printers are shitty. Boycott Siemens, I don't even know what the fuck they do. Boycott Chevron, they steal Palestinian oil. AXA is an insurance company, just leave that shit to the regime. Boycott Israel. Boycott Israel. Boycott Israel. Boycott Israel.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker in this house, and our broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a very spectacular, special, excellent day, folks. We're live. We're alive. I got a new jersey on. Is that the reason why it's a very special day? Is what might be in some people's minds. They might actually think, oh, Hasan, is you got a new kid on? Is that what it is? Is that the reason? Well, no. That's one of the reasons why it's a good day. Is it because it's 74 degrees and sunny in California, and you got a decent amount of sun this morning? If you can't tone it, you tan it. Is that the reason? Is that why you're in such a good mood? That's not the reason. It's one of the reasons. But the real reason is because it is Friday, ladies and gentlemen.
You know we finally here, right?
That's right.
It's Friday, then it's Saturday,
It's
Sunday,
freaking Friday, ladies and gentlemen. It's Mufasa Friday, as you guys know. It is the one day of the week where everybody gets to feel a sense of autonomy, a sense of purpose in their lives, a sense of celebration that our forefathers fought long and hard for. That's right, folks. That is precisely what it is today. A sense of autonomy, a sense of freedom for all that want to enjoy. It's freaking Friday, and the vibes are slated to be immaculate. If you haven't seen this no cap video on Israel, you'd be incredible reacting to it. No cap on Israel on God. I have no idea what this is, but this guy's like, I can't get a good read on him. He like weirds me out. His vibes are weird. Anyway, this is part of the podcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasanabi, Piker, in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button, press the start streaming button, so help me God. That's what I'm a do. Okay, the intro that I just played was, of course, Boycott Israel was from Vikas Music, Vikas Music. The same person that made More Women Drone Pilots was another absolute banger. Burgles, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. God damn, early on in the morning. What the hell? All right, personal news-wise. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of Hasanabi Piker, and that's what I'm going to do. I ended the broadcast last night, as you guys know. Actual half day, 7 hours, totally crazy. What's going on? Is this guy quitting? Is this guy quiet quitting? Is he loudly quitting? This is a question that's on everyone's minds. Well, the real reason, of course, is because we shot another immaculate, spectacular episode of the Fear End podcast last night. That's right. That's the reason why I had to end it early. Not because nobody wants to work anymore. It's not the reason. But I do still want to work. It's just that I had to end early so I could shoot the Fear End podcast, which is what I did. Now, the cream puffs, they were decent. They were good. I downed like 3 or 4 of them. Okay. No special guest for the pod. Did you get blacklisted? Your stream wasn't showing up on my feed. I had to manually search. No. But what was I gonna say? Oh. Cutie airing y'all out. Oh yeah. This is most of her content at this point. It's just like shitting on us. This is her entire TikTok feed, I think. It's just like hanging out with Zoomers and phasing up on God. And then whenever she hangs out with age appropriate friends of hers, she's just like, I hate these motherfuckers. I hate them so much. Let women thrive in their niche. Respect. True. Hasan, that Charlie Kirk meme of you going ew has been blowing up again on TikTok. Lamau. Wait, what? Me going ew? What is that? Link it to me. If you subscribe, you can link it to me. If you don't subscribe, you can't. But in any case, folks, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, MBs, we are live. We're alive, personal news-wise. What do I got going on in my world? What do I got going on? Not really much. Not really much. Hung out with the family, finished My Hero Academia Vigilantes, started watching, didn't really have too much time after the pod to do anything because I was just hanging out with my dad. He's doing all right. He's going to the doctor today. He's going to the doctor to get a checkup. I've been watching this new like firefighting show. They call themselves like fire soldiers or something. Fire Force. It's really good. I like it a lot. I've been enjoying it. But yeah, that's what's happening. So is Gooner bait? I mean, it's fine. I'm a weeb. What up from Tehran? Just want to say appreciate you. Wish you and your family health. You too, brother. You too. So, what was I going to say? Oh. Other than that, went to sleep, woke up, did a push day today. Not as big as a day because I'm 33, about to be 34. You already know what it is when you got when you're an old man. When you're an old man and things happen. Things happen. As you guys know, my right ankle is busted. My right knee is not great as a consequence of my ankle being busted and as a consequence of me being a big old fatty and putting a lot of weight on them. Okay. But also outside of that, my right shoulder, my rotator cuff that used to be very wonky and had a lot of issues is experiencing issues again. Bro's ancient, Unk is ancient status for Unk. I'm doing all of the precursory like corrective workouts, corrective exercises, but in spite of all of the corrective exercise that I'm doing, I'm still experiencing some issues. It is what it is. It's like, this is like a Ferrari, okay, an old Ferrari, and the Ferrari that gets old, obviously, the brightest candles, those who burn the brightest burn fastest. I don't know what that. I don't know what I'm saying. Anyway, but Jeff Nipper's older than you, but he doesn't cry. Yeah, he also spends his entire life in the gym. Okay, calm down. Are you telling us you're dying? Pretty much. He what? Hasan got me Death Stranding 2. Can't wait to play in the same time as you, bro. Wait, I was lying. Don't ping him. What? The biggest asses fart the loudest. True. But yeah, that's all I got. What is this? Adam Friedland is working that photo of you into every episode this season. A fucking asshole, dude. Really? That's crazy. All right. But let's do it. Freaky Friday. That's all I got. The brightest candle burns twice as fast. Fake intellectual. Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is. The brightest candle burns twice as fast. So does the Constitution mean nothing now? I mean, it didn't mean anything for a while, but it's totally, totally meaningless now. Okay. Ain't no way Dr. Abdul El Sayed did a workout with Dr. Mike. That's awesome. And that's smart. I like that. The fattest blunts burn twice as fast. Okay, Freaky Friday. The U.S. has used up 15 to 20% of its global THAAD missile stockpile in just 11 days, defending Israel from Iranian missiles. Each THAAD interceptor launch costs an estimated 12 to 15 million. Air defense operations using the system deployed in Israel have cost between 810 million to 1.215 billion. Nice. Reduce weight or do physio, bro? Dog, my weight, I'm 235 pounds right now. I'm 10 pounds above where I was when I was peeled. And that is a pretty fucking reasonable weight to be at. I'm, I'm in great shape. In any case, Freaky Friday, IOF admits shooting, starving Palestinians seeking aid as the U.S. gives 30 mil to GHF. Freaky Friday. Zoran Mentum. Zoran Mania continues as Republicans lose their minds. Scotus decisions. Scotus gives Trump even more power to ruin the country. Get in now. I know I said the vibes are going to be good because it's Friday and the vibes are going to be immaculate, but it's going to be quite difficult considering how shitty everything is, as always. And we will be endlessly getting shittier and shittier, it seems. Even though the Zoran thing was like was a moment of brightness, right? Was a moment of happiness in an otherwise incredibly dark time. Play Peak? What's Peak? The world is dark, but Zoran Hope Corps is alive. Oh, I saw this yesterday. It's great. Is there a reason why they keep ruling on Fridays? The reason why they rule on Fridays is the last day that the Supreme Court is in session. This Friday is the last day. That's why they wait till like the end of the. I don't think it's a media manipulation move. They just always do it before they go on vacation. They just dump it. They dump it and then they go on vacay. Yeah, there's a lot of jobs like that when you think about it. A lot of jobs in DC actually work very European. Fantastic healthcare, permanent job security, and you get to take summers off. Congress does that shit too. It's kind of crazy. They all live a positively European lifestyle, rarely ever at the workplace, get to take long naps if they choose to. And then they get to dictate what we do with our lives. And they tell us we can't have those amenities. Isn't that nice? Isn't that something? And if you ever dare, yeah, I'm blasting off, by the way. If you ever dare to, if you ever dare to dream of a better future for yourself, and you find yourself potentially voting for a guy who is actually making that happen, or is going to earnestly work to make that a reality, then those very same assholes do everything in their power to gut those dreams. They will directly tank those candidacies, and they'll be like, the working poor need to suffer more. How dare you? How dare you even say that they can get a little break, a moment of respite, some semblance of financial security? We will kill you. We will kill your political ambitions. We will kill your movement, with the hopes that the lesson is loud and clear, with the hopes that Americans learn that lesson once again, which is better things are not possible. Stop demanding them from us. We will not give that to you, no matter how hard you try. That's where we're at. That's where you're at as history moves on. Okay. Everyone deserves their amenities. Everyone deserves their treats. Well, not everyone. If you're poor, have you thought about how much of a moral failing this is? Also, we get to gamble in the stock market? Not really. Does your injury look better now? Hopefully. Are you going to talk about my fallen Canadian brother who died in ICE custody in FLA? What? I don't know what happened. Trump got bored. Trade wars are back on. Hell yeah, baby. Let's go. Let's get started. Let's get it twisted. Fantastic stuff. Love to see it. Love to hear it. ICE killed a Canadian. That's Jesus Christ. Okay. Donnie crashing out on Ayatollah Khamenei on True Social. Yeah, he said he's going to dump more. He's going to fucking dump more payloads on Iran. Canadian citizen dies while in U.S. custody in Florida. In ICE custody. God, this country, man. What are we doing, bro? What are we doing, bro? We have just been informed that Canada, a very difficult country to trade with, including the fact that they have charged our farmers as much as 400% tariffs for years on dairy products, has just announced that they're putting a digital services tax on our American tech companies, which is a direct and blatant attack on our country. They are obviously copying the European Union, which has done the same thing and is currently under discussion with us also. Based on this egregious tax, we are hereby terminating all discussions on trade with Canada effective immediately. We will let Canada know the tariff that they will be paying to do business with the United States of America within the next 7-day period. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Does he think he's like hot shit when he tweets like this? When he posts like this? You think he's like, man, I really fucking did that thing. Like, I am him. I feel like he thinks he is him. He kind of is. He's not, though. He just, I guess it's a matter of perspective, but like, I see this kind of stuff. I see this kind of stuff as like a petulant tyrant, a petty tyrant, like a king of the old ages, you know, like fat. And he's got, he's like all sweaty and disheveled. And he's just like, meh. Nah, don't touch me. I will do everything I can to make sure that my enemies suffer. Like that is like when I see this shit, he's got gout for sure, straight up. Like, and then he's got like a fucking wormy little, possibly bald advisor in tow. You know, standing on the side being like, yes, master, your lordship, your eminence, they want more from you. Do the bidding, master. do the bidding. And that guy's obviously fucking Stephen Miller, like scheming in the background, like, yes, very good. Let's make them all suffer. And then Donald, yeah, he's the scheming eunuch vizier. Okay. And Donald Trump is just like that fucking fat, childish, fail son monarch who's like, how dare they? How dare they defy me? That's how I see it. That's like in my headcanon. That is what it feels like. I know he thinks this is badass. And I know his like dumbass fan base thinks like, hell yeah, fuck Canada. How dare they? How dare they do this? Why would they hurt Facebook's bottom line like this? Like, because that's what this is, right? Like they're adding a digital like a digital services tax, okay, on American tech companies. Like, you work for a car dealership. Why do you care about this? At what point is this impacting your life? You know, it doesn't. Just Trump said it does. So now you feel slighted. Okay? That's it. It's just so strange. So then the American MAGA cultists are basically the serfs who are like, yes, my lordship and his divine eminence will make the best decision for me because I am all but a simple man. Yes, my lord. Like, the monarch is making decisions for lords that the serfs will never reach the status of. And the serfs are still like totally on board with it. I don't know, but I suspect there were probably plenty of serf mindset people back in the day as well, that they were just like truly on the, truly on this tip where they thought that the God had ordained the king. So like the grand design for the way theocratic monarchies had to work was the glue that held it together was God. Canada tried to pass a law that would make Meta pay Canadian journalists for their media, and Meta got so pissed they decided to ban Canadian news outlets from posting on their outlets. It's been horrible for us. This is the court gesture. This is Stephen Chung, Trump's director of communications. He's Trump's official presidential troll and helps him develop and said insults and rants on his social media accounts. Wait, this guy's awesome. Oh my God. Wait, for real? Wait, this dude is fantastic. Bro, he's so cool. What? Dude. He looks so perfectly rotund. I didn't know we had guys like this. I thought only China had guys like this. You know what I'm talking about? The guys that will just like open up 8 bottles of fucking beer in a row and then just like start whirlwind dumping it. Like I've never seen such a perfectly shaped man. Oh my God. Oh, I love this guy. I changed everything. This is exactly the type of dude that you want in your team. You gotta have like a fucking weird looking dude like this, like a disheveled, rotund, weird looking dude. This is awesome. Okay, he's your opposite. He probably says to his friends that he is Chinese white. Yeah, I'm white Chinese. He's Chinese white. Dude. Listen. Maybe I'm wrong on this. Maybe I'm off base with this, but like, I think you need guys like this. You need to have dudes like this in your corner. Okay. This guy is awesome. I need to see more of him. I love him. This is President Trump in his element, just hanging out with people at a Waffle House on a Saturday afternoon. Wait, he was on CNN? No, he's not. for the guy who handles communications, he seemingly never really communicates. Wait, except look at his head. It's so sick. Oh, that's bro, he looks like he has the dimensions of a One Piece character, okay? Like he has the perfect dimensions of something that you can only draw. I didn't realize that you could have a human in the real world look this way without any sort of like AI or without any sort of Photoshop. Like this is peak character design. I love him. Oh my God. This is one of my new favorite characters now. I will be periodically checking in with Stephen Chung, seeing what he's up to. Okay? This is incredible. Is this him on video? What is this?
See that we were able to bring you those moments right here.
Bro, he's perfect. He's perfect.
You're on live now from Fox. The president, as you see that we were able to bring you those moments.
Dude, come on. Wow. Wow. That's amazing. That is amazing, dude. That respect to this guy for being that way. Okay. Respect to this guy for looking that way. Respect to this guy for being that way. So much respect. That is a build that you just can't come out of the wound looking like. Okay. That is years of dedication. I often wonder with dudes like this, like if they know what they look like, and then do they actually lean into being like, you know, lean into like hench maxing or goon maxing? You know what I mean? Because like at that point, you're like, all right, well, you know, what if I do Ozempic and then I look like fucking Pompeo? That's awful, right? I don't want to look like the life force got sucked out of me. So I'm just going to go in the opposite direction, and I'm just going to fucking... like, I'm going to lean into being a goon. Okay? I'm going to lean into goon maxing. I'm going to be a henchman. I'm going to look like a comic book villain. I love that. I wonder if that's like a deliberate decision for him, you know? I've never seen a man's head be wider at the bottom like this. He got that farmer's market egg head. What is this? Same guy. Führer ugly. It is kind of wild that this could be multiple figures in the Trump administration. Now that I think about it, like, you have Baron Harkonnen, Tom Homan. Like, this could be multiple individuals that are high-ranking figureheads of the Trump admin. Kind of crazy. The drill. Anyway. I love this. Thank you. This actually improved my day instantly.
Mayor.
This actually improved my day instantly. Thank you for showing me this. Let's get started with the fucking Supreme Court. So, for those of you who don't know, the Trump administration had a sequence of insane executive orders. Most of them are unconstitutional. And one of those executive orders was to revoke birthright citizenship. Okay. Now, obviously, this is completely unconstitutional. And they knew that it was completely unconstitutional, but they did it anyway. And what they ended up doing after getting an injunction from a lower court, from a court in, I forget which state, they had to put a pause on it, right? The case escalated all the way up to the Supreme Court, but there was one unique predicament in this. The Supreme Court decision was not around whether or not it was constitutional to, by executive mandate, revoke birthright citizenship. And it wasn't even, the Supreme Court decision was not even around whether or not birthright citizenship is constitutional or not, right? That wasn't what it was about. The Supreme Court decision revolved around another thing. How much power do state courts have in terms of stopping federal level decisions being made by the executive? And the Supreme Court decided they shouldn't have that much power at all. Here it is.
Court has just released a potential landmark decision impacting the future of birthright citizenship in the U.S. The justices were asked to roll back nationwide injunctions against the president's attempt to redefine the 14th Amendment, which states that anyone born in the U.S. is automatically a U.S. citizen, regardless of their parents' citizenship status. It's been in place for more than 150 years. But now, in a 6-3 split, the conservative majority ruled that President Trump can move forward with implementing his birthright citizenship change, except for those who brought the case, the 22 states and a group of pregnant immigrant women who brought that case. So it's not directly getting at the 14th Amendment here, but this will have a nationwide impact. Let's go ahead and bring in our Devin Dwyer, ABC's senior Washington reporter, who's been following the Supreme Court on this. Devin, it's not as straightforward as I think a lot of people were perhaps expecting or hoping to hear. So break down what this actually means.
Well, this was a big surprise, Whit, and this is coming from the youngest conservative justice on the Supreme Court, Justice Amy Coney Barrett, 6-3.
What's interesting about this decision is that you don't make these kind of moves because the Supreme Court is obviously ideologically captured, right? And they work in a partisan manner. They sometimes decide against the Trump administration, but I think all of those decisions come down to upholding the legitimacy of the court to a certain degree, while simultaneously making important decisions like this one that will be truly impactful, truly beneficial to the Trump project overall. This is, maybe I'm misunderstanding this. Like, I'm not exactly a constitutional law scholar. I actually have a unique theory. I think it's all bullshit. But the way I see this is like, this is the kind of initiative you take only when you suspect that your movement is never going to lose power, which I think is ominous. I think this is the kind of moves that you make when you don't think that the opposition party will ever come into power, or at least you're operating on the knowledge that the opposition party is simply a controlled opposition party, and therefore they will never take advantage of this. What do I mean by this? Because going forward, let's say in the future where we still do have democracy, okay? In a hypothetical tomorrow where we still have democracy, right? Elections take place, Democrats win, and the Democratic Party that wins is actually resembling, I don't know, like a Zoran, AOC, Bernie, like a fighting Democrat Party that wants to take decisions at the federal level, behave like Donald Trump, right? But this time, instead of doing it at the behest of the corporate oligarchy, they do it at the behest of the citizenry, at the behest of the working poor, for example. The lower courts would not be able to issue injunctions against those federal decisions at that point, which, again, dangerous prospect for a party that might lose their grip on power. Not so dangerous if that party does not feel like they will ever lose their grip on power, or recognize that even if they were to lose their grip on power, they simply don't believe. They simply don't believe that the Democrats would ever take advantage of this, because as David Dayen points out, sounds like the nationwide injunctions on non-compete agreements, student debt relief, the COVID vaccine mandate, and much more are all lifted now. Or wait, is this only that nationwide injunctions aren't allowable for Republican policies? Also notable, Kavanaugh's view that today's decision apparently does not apply to agency challenges, and in cases under the Administrative Procedure Act, plaintiffs may ask a court to preliminarily set aside a new agency rule. It is like you don't fuck up one of the powers that the lower courts have if you're not operating. Wait, is this real? Is this right now? Or is CNBC TV 18? This is not real. This is not live. This is not real. It's old. It's from earlier today. It's on the docket. Don't worry. You don't take away one of these powers unless you think the Democrats are never going to use it, or the Democrats are never going to be in power to begin with. Which also, of course, reminds me of this fantastic moment where Trump told Christians at a meeting that they won't have to vote again after this one election. He was just like, just vote for me one last time, and then y'all are good. Y'all are good forever. You know, just this one time, boys. I promise. Just this one time. And then you're good.
As you said, in a big win for Donald Trump, saying he can move forward with that executive order that he issued on day one, changing the definition of citizenship in this country. Practically speaking, it means the president can, in the next 30 days, begin to develop guidelines for how he would implement that. It does not mean, however, Whit, that this executive order is free from future legal challenge. Legal cases in 3 different districts will continue on the merits. The Supreme Court, in oral argument in this matter, did signal that it was skeptical that it could stand up to legal muster. But at this point, the court is really weighing in on the ability of individual judges in districts around the country to block a president's action nationwide. And what Justice Barrett said today is that an individual federal court judge does not have that authority to broadly block a president. The judge, he or she, can block an individual while a case is being litigated, and in this case, that was upheld. So, you know, this order, as it's implemented, cannot apply to those 22 states. It's going to be messy. It cannot apply to those particular pregnant women that are challenging this. But elsewhere in the country, and at the very least in the planning stages, the president can move forward, and that is a significant and surprising win for him.
What the fuck is the point of the union if every federal law is up to the states? I mean, in a weird way, this simultaneously takes away power from lower courts, so it takes away state power, but it also in the future could take away federal power depending on who or depending on what the decision is. Because, like, now you can't have lower courts make injunctions that pertain to nationwide issues. Like, you can't have you can't have a lower court stop the executive order or the things that may come from an executive order, unless it's like up to an individual, I guess, unless it's directly impacting an individual. But it's also simultaneously, in the inverse, it simultaneously gives more power to the federal office, more power to the executive office if there is ever a Democrat in charge, and then they are basically now this unstoppable force. Do you see what I mean? Which is why I said it seems strange to do this unless you personally think you will either A, never worry about the Democrats taking advantage of this, or B, never have to worry about Democrats winning an election ever again. Ryan Grimm says this Supreme Court birthright ruling is more chaos for Social Security to handle. Now, when a baby is born, depending on where it's born, the process for getting Social Security number won't be simple and automatic. Nightmare of chaos for new parents will follow. Does this also mean that anything doesn't receive a hearing by the Supreme Court cannot bind the federal government? I mean, lower courts still matter. It just doesn't matter to the same degree. Hold on. One second. I have to keep... okay. Don't worry, the Supreme Court will change their minds next time blue Republicans get in power.
It sure is. Devin Dwyer, thank you.
It purports to remove forum shopping in trying to get nationwide injunctions, but allows each district to interpret the Constitution in their own way, which in turn will create undue chaos and burden on the system, breaking it whole. I don't know what happens to the federal government here. I don't know what happens to the lower court system here. Do they just preside over their individual districts? So America is a nation divided of just whatever the jurisdiction, the judicial jurisdiction is, where you just have this weird balkanization of courts, where in some places you're under a totally different banner. You're under a totally different banner and a totally different set of rules. Whereas in other federal court districts, you have a totally different set of rules. Like it goes even beyond like states. I don't know. What is this? Why does this video have no audio?
Decision. An amazing decision, one that we're very happy about. This morning, the Supreme Court has delivered a monumental victory for the Constitution, the separation of powers, and the rule of law in striking down the excessive use of nationwide injunctions to interfere with the normal functioning of the executive branch. The Supreme Court has stopped the presidency itself. That's what they've done. And really, it's been an amazing period of time this last hour. There are people elated all over the country. I've seen such happiness and spirit. Sometimes you don't see that, but this case is very important. I was elected on a historic mandate, but in recent months we've seen a handful of radical left judges effectively try to overrule the rightful powers of the president to stop the American people.
Nationwide injunctions have been a seminal tool for the Federalist Society to legislate the conservative agenda for decades because they know the Republican cannot maintain popularity indefinitely. The fact that they are willing to do away with this power signals they are moving into a new phase of the master plan in which they are beyond worrying about insurances against electoral uncertainty. That is why I'm saying this is a terrifying decision. You only make a decision like this if you don't foresee yourself losing the grip of power at the federal level ever. Or even if you, in the off chance, lose that grip of power at the federal level, you know you have 100% confidence that your opposition is not actually going to use this to their advantage in the same way that you have to advance your desires, to advance your legislative agenda by executive mandate. That's why I think it's like a strange decision, because injunctions have been utilized by the Republicans in perpetuity as well. When Democrats are in charge. You see what I'm saying?
People from getting the policies that they voted for in record numbers.
That's a clown take. This is great. It prevents the courts who have no business in national decisions from interfering. Seems like something like that. Yeah, this makes no sense to me. Lower courts were out of hand with this. I mean, they're not. This ain't family court, brother. Like, this is, you're talking about federal courts. Like, what purpose do they serve? Also, the executive order is fucking completely out of hand. What are you talking about? The executive order revoking birthright citizenship is transparently unconstitutional. It is blatantly unconstitutional. They know it's unconstitutional, which is precisely why they didn't even try to fight it on the grounds of constitutionality, whether or not like this executive order is even remotely constitutional or not, because even the most ideologically captive Supreme Court would strike this down, which is why the angle of attack was on lower courts and their capacity to issue injunctions on executive orders that impact the entire nation. That's it. Zoomers really having their futures absolutely fried and further cooked in front of their eyes daily. That's a sidecar issue. I was talking about the courts themselves and their power range. To me, the power regular Fed courts had to stop things from passing was too high. I mean, I'm going to repeat this once again. You are talking like a man. You are talking like a man who personally believes that there will come a day when there will be a progressive party in charge that will take advantage of the additional power that they have at the executive office. Okay? You're talking like a guy who thinks there are, one, going to be elections in the future, which there might be, and there might not be, I don't know. And also that once the party wins those elections, they will also earnestly utilize this new unlimited power to their advantage to improve people's lives. And I don't think that's happening.
It was a grave threat to democracy, frankly, and instead of merely ruling on the immediate cases before them, these judges have attempted to dictate the law for the entire nation. In practice, this meant that if any one of the nearly 700 federal judges disagreed with the policy of a duly elected president of the United States, he or she could block that policy from going into effect or at least delay it for many years, tie it up in the court system.
I guess in a way, doesn't this also kind of give more power and importance to the Supreme Court as well, turning it into the only court that can make impactful decisions at the federal level? And it's also obviously notoriously much slower than a number of different lower courts that you could go to issue injunctions. And it's also completely ideologically captured by this president. And considering the demographic makeup of the court, it seemingly will maintain that power and maintain that slant for quite a while. I feel like it's very cooked overall.
This was a colossal abuse of power which never
Not
occurred
good.
in American
Not good,
history
folks.
prior to
Believe me,
recent
not
decades.
good. Don't like
And
it.
we've been hit with more nationwide injunctions than were issued in the entire 20th century together. Think of it, more than the entire 20th century. Me. I'm grateful to the Supreme Court for stepping in and solving this very, very big and complex problem, and they've made it very simple. I want to thank Justice Barrett, who wrote the opinion brilliantly, as well as Chief Justice Roberts, and Justices Alito, Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, and Thomas. Great people. Thanks for this decision.
No, it gives way more power to the executive. He's basically saying you need to front the money and lawyers to challenge illegal orders. Wait long enough for it to reach the Supreme Court. No, that's what I'm saying. No, I know. It gives tremendous power to the executive. It makes it infinitely harder to fight back against. And also, it adds a timeline on this that otherwise would be much faster, while simultaneously removing the power of injunction from lower courts and giving the only power to the Supreme Court, which once again is, at least in our lifetimes, most likely going to continue being slanted in a right-wing supermajority. So a lot of things would have to go. A lot of things would have to go super well for the Democrats. The Democrats would have to dramatically change their. The Democrats would have to dramatically change their outlook. They would have to fight fairly hard to change the system. and maybe even like add new Supreme Court justices to the bench, like take the number up from 9 in an effort to somehow change the ideological makeup of the Supreme Court. Like, none of those things are going to happen, especially with this party that we have in our hands.
And thanks to this decision, we can now promptly file to proceed with numerous policies that have been wrongly enjoined on a nationwide basis. And some of the cases we're talking about would be ending birthright citizenship, which now comes to the fore. That was meant for the babies of slaves. It wasn't meant for people trying to scam the system and come into the country on a vacation.
That's literally wrong. That is what it is. Like, that's what it is. That's why it's birthright. You're wrong. Like, that's one attitude that people have because they want to dismantle birthright citizenship, but that hasn't held up in the courts. You know, that's not. This isn't the first time people have tried to change birthright citizenship, and the courts have upheld birthright exactly as the opposite of what he's presenting. Now, that might change in the future, depending on, again, how right-wing, how white nativist we've become. But ultimately, Donald Trump's assessment here is just incorrect.
This was, in fact, it was the same date, the exact same date, the end of the Civil War. It was meant for the babies of slaves, and it's so clean and so obvious. But this lets us go there and finally win that case because hundreds of thousands of people are.
It's very possible that nothing has changed regarding nationwide injunctions on birthright citizenship. While the court broadly limited nationwide injunctions, it said states may be entitled to them if it's necessary for complete relief. 2 of the birthright cases were brought by states who argued they needed nationwide relief because patchwork citizenship rules would be devastating when people move from state to state. If district courts agree, then the nationwide injunctions will remain in place. But even then, don't you have to file it everywhere? Like, what happens to a fucking birthright American citizen born in, let's say, California, where birthright is protected, when they go from the state of California to, let's say, the state of Texas, where in this world there isn't an injunction, and therefore your birthright citizenship is rendered useless? What happens to Social Security, which is a federal process? Like, what do you do in that situation? Do you get deported back to California? None of this makes sense. This doesn't just give tremendous power to the executive office. This also kind of bricks the entire federal system. It depends. In this hypothetical, are they white? Let's say they're not white. Also, what happens to interstate commerce? What happens to travel from one state to the next? Like, if you're not surrounded by blue states, are you simply not allowed to travel by car to a different state because you're fearful that they might just ship you to CECOT? What happens to a fucking truck driver who was born in one of these birthright states but is not protected now because there are some states where you are now considered an illegal citizen? Do you understand? Do you understand how stupid this is? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Just off of the birthright citizenship thing that we're talking about, okay? Just off of birthright citizenship, constitutionally protected.
Pouring into our country under birthright citizenship, and it wasn't meant for that reason. It was meant for the babies of slaves. So thanks to this decision, we can now promptly file to proceed with these numerous policies and those that have been wrongly enjoined on a nationwide basis, including birthright citizenship, ending sanctuary city funding, suspending refugee resettlement, freezing unnecessary funding, stopping federal taxpayers from paying for transgender surgeries, and numerous other priorities of the American people. We have so many of them. I have a whole list. I'm not going to bore you, and I'm going to have Pam get up and say a few words, but there's really, she can talk as long as she wants because this is a very important decision. This is a decision that covers a tremendous amount of territory. But I want to just thank again the Supreme Court for this ruling. It's a giant. It's a giant. And they should be very proud, and our country should be very proud of the Supreme Court today.
Truck driver argument isn't the best. Truck drivers unanimously dislike immigrants. Are you fucking stupid? In this conversation, the person is not an immigrant, dumbass. The person is an American born, formerly recognized by every state American citizen. This calls into question whether they are still recognized as an American citizen in every single American state. If you destroy birthright citizenship, and not directly destroy birthright citizenship, but try to tackle birthright citizenship by executive order and then contest the power that the lower courts have in issuing an injunction, a nationwide injunction, and unless you can like issue a injunction in every single fucking court, or have the Supreme Court directly issue a decision on the main problem in and of itself, then you create this like weird patchwork where you have a not so united states of America, a balkanized America with different legal systems and different forms of citizenship. Like it literally takes us out of even like a European Union style structure. It's like worse than that.
Today, and with that, I'd like you to listen to the words of Pam Bondi. She's an incredible Attorney General. We're very proud of her. And as you know, Todd Blanche is with us, and we have so many others that worked on this case.
Does that mean you will be illegal? No. Because I'm an American citizen right now, unless they denaturalize all people that were previously also recipients of birthright citizenship, then no. Which they might. Who fucking knows? I don't know. Sky's the limit, I guess. You know?
And other cases. And I think they're doing a great job.
Probably
Pam,
not,
please
though.
say a few words.
Thank you, President Trump. Thank you for fighting for all Americans. Americans are finally getting what they voted for. No longer will we have rogue judges striking down President Trump's policies across the entire nation. No longer. Today, in the 6-3 opinion, Justice Barrett correctly holds that the district court lacks authority to enter nationwide or universal injunctions. These lawless injunctions gave relief to everyone in the world instead of the parties before the court. As the Supreme Court held today, they turned district courts into the imperial judiciary. Active liberal judges have used these injunctions.
Like the reason why this exists, in theory, is so that the lower courts could expeditiously protect citizens and not create this legal limbo, right? Not create a structure where people are left unprotected, where people have to issue, where people have to get together, figure out what kind of harm that might come about, illegal and unconstitutional decisions that the executive orders are creating to create a class action lawsuit and then try to go to every fucking court in the state, in the nation, and protect themselves that way, with the hopes that like all of those court cases will protect them at the end of this long, convoluted, and expensive process. I don't understand what this makes America look like, if that makes sense. Like I don't know what America looks like going forward. I don't know what the American legal system looks like going forward. Like we're just basically hoping that the administration that has routinely done illegal things and routinely overstepped the amount of power that the executive office is supposed to have, that is fully abiding by this theory that the executive office is supposed to be like a fucking monarchy. We have to operate under the expectation that they're not going to overstep when this issue in and of itself is a matter of them already overstepping and doing something that is illegal and unconstitutional. So the only thing that will hold this country together is, I guess, a hope and a dream that the Trump administration won't actually violate pre-existing laws. A reminder, a random Fifth Circuit Texas judge, age 89, blocked all of these nationally under Biden, banned non-compete agreements, student debt forgiveness, cracking down on payday lenders. Supreme Court then, it's fine. Just so everyone remembers how corrupt this court is. Yeah, no, 100%. That's why I'm saying this is terrifying, because you only make this decision if you think that either A, the Democrats will never come back into power because there might not be another election ever again, or when they do come back into power, they're not going to fucking do this. They're not going to do anything like this. They're not going to use the additional power that they have to change, to help the working poor somehow.
To block virtually all of President Trump's policies. To put this in perspective, there are 94 federal judicial districts. 5 of those districts throughout this country held 35 of the nationwide injunctions. Think about that, 94 districts. And 35 out of the 40 opinions with nationwide injunctions came from 5 liberal districts in this country. No longer. These injunctions have blocked our policies, from tariffs to military readiness to immigration to foreign affairs, fraud, abuse, and many other issues. The judges have tried to seize the executive branch's power.
But this is literally how it works. This is how the courts work. There are obviously red districts with red judges. That's why people do judge shopping. That's why people go to different districts. This is how it's always worked. When a Democrat's in charge, when a Democrat's in power, and they make national decisions such as this one, you have Republican districts with Republican judges who fucking issue injunctions to stop it. And when Trump is in charge, you have liberal judges in Democratic districts that stop that as well. It's this weird balancing act, okay? Trump is just tossing that aside. He's just like, nah, no more of this. Which is basically supposed to shred the power the lower courts have. And you only do that if you have an idea that, like, you aren't going to lose your grip on power. Here's Lolo's proposal to get you to better understand, like, how much power the Democrats would have. Invoke the Defense Production Act to take public control of key supply chains, food, energy, water, pharma. Seize patent rights under Bayh-Dole Act and begin public production of insulin, PrEP, naloxone, and other essential meds. Declare vacancy and land hoarding as national emergencies. Prepare to tax or seize vacant units. Declare a national rent emergency and use federal emergency powers to suspend rent collection in federally funded housing and issue a moratorium on evictions using DOJ enforcement authority. Create a task force to determine targets for eminent domain, which will include vacant housing held by REITs, private equity, and landlords with over 100 units in major American cities. Buildings sitting empty, luxury condos, warehouses, or office buildings sustainable for adaptive reuse. Deschedule cannabis, psilocybin, and other Schedule I drugs via DOJ/DEA directive. Cancel all federal student debt via Higher Education Act 432A authority. Pardon all federal marijuana, sex work, and nonviolent drug offenders. Begin process to commute all remaining federal death row sentences. Order DOJ to stop all cooperation with local law enforcement for ICE raids, drug busts, and protests. Mass parole in place for all undocumented people using INA 212D5. End all ICE enforcement by memo. Dismantle agency via attrition. Appoint openly communist lawyers and labor organizers to head agencies and revive militant enforcement. Suspend all weapons sales and military aid to Israel and Saudi Arabia. REIT's real estate investment trusts. Like, this is technically something that a competent and ideologically minded democratic rulership would be able to do if they were to seize power. And then one of the hurdles in its place, obviously, would be this lower court injunction that would stop this process dead in its tracks, as it did, as Paul MacLeod is pointing to here. Basically, everything Biden tried to do, ban non-compete agreements, student debt forgiveness, cracking down on payday lenders, et cetera, was immediately blocked by nationwide injunctions from the Fifth Circuit. Next then president may have just been unshackled. That is, if there is a fucking next Democratic president. But I guess also they left this in there as well. The Supreme Court ruled nationwide injunctions are bad unless they're used to block the administrative state. Nothing we say today resolves the distinct questions on whether Administrative Procedure Act authorizes federal courts to vacate federal agency action, authorizing the courts to hold unlawful and set aside agency action. Pronounce Paul MacLeod. Paul MacLeod. Isn't this kind of the Republicans' MO, considering Biden and Democrats never actually use the executive power they get? No, when they did, this is what they did. Biden did try to fucking use the executive power to do some of these things. Like, student debt forgiveness was one of the most insane parts about this, because he does have the authority. Okay, the president unconditionally has the authority. Donald Trump has done this, and Joe Biden has done this in a more limited fashion, because the Department of Education is under the control of the executive. Okay, and therefore, because a lot of these student loans are offered by the Department of Education, they control whether or not they can collect that debt. Okay, and they can just permanently push it into the future. That is, a de facto version of student loan debt forgiveness. Okay. And the Biden administration had the power to do this, and they tried to do it. And obviously, lower court stopped it. And then the Supreme Court ruled it unconstitutional. It's fucking bullshit, but they did it anyway. Yeah, you can literally say you have until the year 3000 to pay back your federal debt. Yeah, they could have done that. That is well within the power of the executive.
And they cannot do that. No longer. No longer. And on immigration, on a side note, today marks 2,711 arrests on these terrorists and these gangs. Total arrest today with HSI investigations. And thank you, Stephen Miller. Thank you to Homeland Security.
Okay, shut the fuck up. Here, let's see what he takes. He's going to take questions from here on out.
Very liberal state or a liberal judge or a liberal group of judges could tie up a whole country for years because their decision was sometimes...
Or when a liberal is in charge, Republicans could do so permanently. They could permanently eviscerate any kind of initiative taken by the executive when the executive is Democrat. That's the whole point of these injunctions.
Take years to overturn. We've overturned many of the decisions, but it would take years to do it. And we have to act quickly when it comes to illegal immigration. We have murderers, killers, we have drug dealers, we have what they've allowed to come into our country. Should never be forgotten. It should never be forgotten what they've done to our country. And we have to be able to act very quickly, and we're going to do that. Thank you.
Justice Amy Coney Barrett, sir, I know that you praised her and her opinion here in this case. She has taken some heat, though, from some of your supporters who have labeled her weak, a squishy, a rattled law professor. What is your take on that?
I don't know about that. I just have great respect for her. I always have. And her decision was brilliantly written today. From all accounts, yeah.
Transgender rulings, Mr. President. What would you say to Americans who fear that this is
more and more concentration of power in the White House and the executive.
Well, this
power.
really brings back the Constitution. This is what it's all about, and this is really the opposite of that. I mean, the question is fine, but it's the
this is everything that is in Trump's favor that corresponds to the multi-decade Republican project of the unitary executive theory, which is directly undermining the fundamental principle of the Constitution, or why it was even written, which is no kings, is actually the most constitutional thing you can do. Like, if the Constitution as a document is, if there's one primary takeaway from the American Constitution as a legal document, it is that it's supposed to be anti-monarchy, okay? Anti-king. That is literally the most important part of the United States Constitution, is that you are not supposed to be a king. You're not supposed to have a king. There's supposed to be a separation of powers that stops kingship from happening, stops monarchy from happening. It's the entire purpose of the American state. It was the whole reason why there was a Revolutionary War at all. It was to overthrow the dynastic monarchy rule, okay? That's it. There was a whole bunch of other stuff that they wanted to do as well. They were obviously white slave owners, so, you know, I'm not getting into the weeds of it, but like the one thing is no kings. This is yes kings. We're moving in the direction of yes kings. So it's technically the most unconstitutional initiative that you can engage in. And it's so funny that he's just like, nah, this is, you don't understand. This is actually super constitutional. This is exactly what the framers intended. It's not that matters all that much to someone like myself, but of course I will still try to weaponize the pre-existing institutional power and control that is out there to the advantage of the citizens broadly. If there is ever such an opportunity, of course, and Trump is gutting said institutional power at an alarming rate right now, we are moving slowly but surely into this this even scarier position where we go from shredding the powers of the courts to basically weaponizing the courts at the behest of whatever Donald Trump wants to do. Because there is a turning point here. If you were to go back to Nazi Germany, you have pre-Nuremberg race laws, and then you have post-Nuremberg race laws. When you put in a new set of laws that basically calcify the whatever hierarchy that you want to design society around, all of a sudden, then the courts are going to be hostile to the needs. And they kind of are already in many respects. But this accelerates that process as we move into the next step, the even scarier step, which is when the courts actually work in favor of the fascist, accelerating fascist state.
The opposite. The Constitution has been brought back.
Thank you so much, President Trump. Illegal crossings in the border are zero now.
Zero. Does everyone hear that? Zero.
Trump 2028.
Do you intend, President Trump?
Who's that guy? I like him. He's working the cameras.
With this new reality, President Trump, in the border, do you intend to engage personally with leaders from South America, not only Central America, in order to tackle
I do that anyway.
this situation
I do that anyway.
And if you have a perspective of meeting some presidents from South America, as Brazil, for example.
Well, you should, as an example, not South America, but NATO over the weekend.
Yeah.
They have great respect for our country now. They did things that nobody thought was
Turkifying at an alarming rate. We will once again. The Turkification of America is imminent. I repeat, the Turkification of America is imminent.
Possible. They took funding from 2% to 5%. Nobody thought they'd ever pay the 2%, and now they're paying the 5%. It's over $1 trillion more a year. Think of that, $1 trillion. Nobody thought that could happen. That's a different group of people, different countries. Yeah, but we get along with a lot of countries. We are respected again. Our country, the U.S., is respected again. Was not respected 6 months.
Yeah, oh, totally. Is so right. So right, King. Everyone's constantly talking about how much they respect us, bro. Doors open.
Months ago, I can
Can we ask about the big beautiful?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Yeah, Mr. President, you have a deadline coming up on trade in 2 weeks. Which countries, if
On
any,
what?
on trade, on tariffs,
Yeah.
sir? Which countries, if any, are close to agreements with the administration?
Well, that's an interesting question. We've made a deal with China. We've made a deal with probably 4 or 5 different countries. With the UK, it was a great deal for both. And we're in the process of making some others. But ultimately, in fact, Scott is here. And Howard Lutnick, these 2 guys have been doing an incredible job. And the people that work with them have been doing an incredible job. But, you know, we have 200 countries. You could say 200 countries plus. We can't do that. So at a certain point over the next week and a half or so, or maybe before, we're going to send out a letter. We talked to many of the countries, and we're just going to tell them what they have to pay to do business in the United States. And it's going to go very quickly. But some of the bigger countries, so India, I think we're going to reach a deal where we have the right to go in and trade. Right now it's restricted. You can't walk in there. You can't even think about it. We're looking to get a full trade barrier dropping, which is unthinkable. And I'm not sure that that's going to happen. But as of this moment, we've agreed to that, go into Indian trade. We're going to be trading in China. That's going to come a little bit down the road, but we're going to be trading in China. We have a lot of great things going, and we're getting along with countries, but some will be disappointed because they're going to have to pay tariffs. And we've taken in already hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs. No inflation. The only problem we have is we have a Fed guy that doesn't understand what's happening, and it would be great if he'd lower the rate because we'd be able to borrow a lot cheaper. Yeah, go ahead, please.
A question on trade.
Why don't we keep it on this subject? This is such a big subject. You know what? Trade is so big, but this, I don't know, in a certain way, this might be bigger than trade. I think this is bigger than trade. Yes, please, go ahead.
I was wondering, though, if you could...
Go ahead.
Sir, on the transgender ruling, the Supreme Court ruling that parents with religious objections can pull their kids out of public school lessons that use LGBTQ materials. Pam brought it up. Your reaction to that ruling today, sir?
I think the ruling was a great ruling, and I think it's a great ruling for parents.
GDP report comes out on Monday, so we will officially be in a recession. No, you don't understand. It's a different terminology that they will use to describe it. But like, so did the Democrats, really. The Democrats did that as well when they were in charge. And all of the Republicans, bro, you've been putting on to watch Bernie on Rogan for so long. I've catched up. Le Mafeao. I still want to watch it with the community, though. I mean, I don't even... The reason why I haven't really watched it is because I feel like it's a long and convoluted conversation. I don't know how entertaining it is. It's like, we've heard Bernie say the same things over and over again. My man said catched up.
It's really a ruling for parents. They lost control of the schools. They lost control of their child. And this is a tremendous victory for parents. And I'm not surprised by it, but I am surprised that it went this far. It took us to bring life back to normal. So it's wonderful. It's parental. And I kept saying, we will give you back your parental rights. They were taken away, and this is a tremendous victory for parents. Yeah.
Mr. President, if you look at the back at the last week, it's been extraordinary in terms of the action in the Middle East. You were at The Hague. I'm wondering
hell
now,
of a week, hasn't it?
I'm wondering now if you believe that Iran. I'm wondering now, sir, if you believe that Iran has given up its long history of ambitions with nuclear weapons, or what you would like to see from them to prove that they do, and what type of meetings is your administration looking for next week with Iran?
So Iran wants to meet. As you know, their sites were obliterated. They're very evil nuclear sites. They were now has been proven. We had some fake news for a little while.
They're evil nuclear sites. The sites they're so evil, much more evil than regular nuclear sites. There's an evil aura to their nuclear sites, and we obliterated them.
The same people.
And if you say we didn't obliterate them, you're a liar, and you're hurting the feelings of our big, beautiful bombers, our big, beautiful bombers that worked long and hard to make these big, beautiful bombs specifically for this evil nuclear site.
People that covered the Hunter Biden laptop was from Russia, the same people that
Oh,
did
wow.
3 or 4 other Russia hoax.
Yeah, hit that.
No.
Hit that note, too.
Wait, just listen. They came up with something that delayed the credit that our great pilots and these great what talent that was, and they hit it right down in the spot. 52,000 feet. Think of this dark, no moon, you couldn't see a thing, and they hit the refrigerator door, as they say. That's the size of a target, and overwhelmingly, and it's amazing what was done. We're the only ones that could have done it, and we took out the 2 of the other sites also. In addition to that, we finished them off. That was a very evil intention. I believe that, and again, time will tell, but I don't believe that they're going to go back into nuclear anytime soon. They spent over $1 trillion on nuclear, and they never got it together. And nothing was moved from the site, by the way. To do that is very dangerous. It's very, very heavy material. Those cars were most likely the cars of masons because they were pouring concrete at the top, at the hatch, as you know, the hatch going into the nuclear site. They wanted to reinforce it, and they had some masons there pouring concrete. By the way, that concrete was obliterated. It hit exactly at the concrete. It was, I don't think it had a chance to dry, but everything's down there. It's under millions of tons of rock. Please. Yes.
Your administration has said that El Salvador is one of the safest countries in the hemisphere. So why haven't you yet canceled temporary protective status for that country? Was it part of the deal?
Well, we'll take a look. We've had a great relationship with El Salvador. They have a.
The more he says it, the more I don't believe it. Yeah. It's hard. He is not very convincing. I feel like he's not a particularly convincing person. They're so evil, so much evil you wouldn't understand. We've done it. We eliminated the evil. He's very convincing to a lot of people. I know. But there's not much you can do about that, can you? I mean, I can try my very best to try and explain to people that this is most likely not true. But there's always going to be people that hang on to every word.
A fantastic leader. They built a massive prison system, and I don't know exactly why, but it's a hell of a system. And we bring people there, and when they go there, they don't get out.
Aren't cult leaders supposed to be charismatic? I mean, he is charismatic. He is charismatic. He's charismatic in general, but he's certainly incredibly charismatic to his cult.
And frankly, when they hear they have to go there, they become very nice people. They become very nice people. It's a tough system, but it's a brilliant system, and it's a system done by a very, very good leader. We'll talk about El Salvador. A lot of respect. Yeah, please.
Thank you. A question for you, and then a question for the Attorney General. As you go into negotiations and talks with Iran, are you demanding not only that there would be no uranium production inside of Iran, but also that Iran would turn over all existing stockpiles of uranium?
Dude, they're gonna do there's reports already. There's reports already that state that America is most likely going to allow Iran to continue enriching uranium at the level necessary for civil use, and that they will maintain their nuclear facilities. So I don't think that. I mean, who knows? Who knows with Trump? Okay, remember, and it's not just Trump. It obviously has a lot to do with. It obviously has a lot to do not just with Trump, but also with Israel as well. But it does feel like they're willing to go towards the JCPOA. However, I don't know what the Iranian side's perspective is on this because today he said this. He said, I dropped all work on sanction relief. Iran has to get back into the world order flow or things will get worse for them. Like he's doing the if you don't if you don't play ball with me, like on the one hand, there's reports that they are willing to let Iran enrich uranium and have a civil nuclear grid, which is the JCPOA, right? Obviously, sanctions relief is the is what Americans are supposed to also allow or give Iran in exchange for not enriching uranium beyond 5% or 3 to 5%. But then that goes against Israel's interests. Israel does not want a JCPOA as they did, as they got Trump to toss it aside initially. So who knows?
Well, you know, we're a little early for that, but something like that, yeah, we'll do something like that. Let me say that I've been saying for 25 years, even as a civilian, you cannot let them have a nuclear weapon. And that's what happened. It's been obliterated. It would be years before they could ever get going. And I really think it's probably the last thing. They have to recover from a hell of a tough war.
Would you also be demanding that the IAEA have full rights to inspect in Iran?
Or somebody, yeah, or somebody that we respect,
and then
including ourselves.
And a question for both the President and the Attorney General. Under birthright citizenship, if this is implemented, who would be tasked with actually vetting citizenship? And how, like, would this be a situation where you have nurses and doctors checking for citizenship of parents, or?
This is all pending litigation. It's going to be decided in October by the Supreme Court, and we'll discuss that after the litigation.
If you have an undocumented baby, would that baby then be an enforcement priority?
The violent criminals in our country are the priority now. Let me put it in perspective. Today marked the 2,711th arrest in our country of TDA members, just TDA. Everyone in this room agrees they are one of the most violent criminal organizations in the world. And the Biden administration let them walk into our country for the last 4 years. 2,700.
We cannot let these baby criminals into our borders. The Biden administration let these baby gangsters into our national boundaries, creating a network of baby gangs going goo goo gaga. In the past, when we had white babies that said goo goo gaga, that meant something along the lines of, I need milk, breast milk. I want to play house. What these criminal gangster babies are doing when they say goo goo gaga is they're saying it Mexican style. And everybody knows goo goo gaga Mexican style means, where is my fentanyl? Please put fentanyl in my binky. I need fentanyl to serve the white babies in the kindergarten. We must stop the baby terror.
111 of them today have been arrested in our country. That is the priority of Donald Trump. That is the priority of this country, of Homeland Security, of all of our lawyers, of FBI. That's the priority. That will be discussed in October when the Supreme Court hopefully rules in our favor, and we're very confident of that. But you should all feel safer now that President Trump.
Hamas Diddy Epstein Piker once said, old enough to count, old enough to mount, your family is full of pedophilic mud people. How's it feel to see your brothers die in a fiery blast? Thank you for your wonderful contribution to the discourse, chatter. I urge you to go and get some medication pronto. I think we've reached the maximum position. I think we've reached the maximum position of haters where they're so fucking angry at the mere sight of just me existing that they don't even make sense unless you're also locked into this like incredibly vile echo chamber that they're a part of. Like, this is a signal to no normal person that's in the periphery watching and going, hey, I wanted to tune into this political commentator to hear what he has to say about, like, you know, the Trump administration's new initiatives here. Like, what will what will the lower courts look like, right? Like, no one is going to look at this and be like, well, he seems to have some normal fucking haters. Let me dive a little bit deeper into what these guys are saying. Like, they've gotten so angry at this point that they can't even like make a reasonable criticism. They can't even put out reasonable criticism that might actually bring more people to their cause. What even is a mud person? I think it's just like he's being racist. Like, he's saying like, I'm a mud person and my family's like mud people because we're, you know, Turkish. I guess that's what it is, you know? Yeah. This guy made some interesting points. Wait, you found his logs in Asmongold's chat? Techie hit 1 mil and got a pupper. Brothel. Lies. They can give you a bigger one. The roach is immune. You, Tectone, and Nick under the same roof. A new golden age. So you want Hasan in government? He's a Tectone fan, I guess. How you handle things like this every day, I mean, it is what it is. I think people are extra insane lately. They've gotten so crazy that there's not really much you can do about it. You know, I just wish them well.
For the 1800s, it was a very turbulent time. If you take the end day, was it 1869 or whatever, but you take that exact day, that's when the case was filed. And the case ended shortly thereafter. This had to do with the...
Uh-oh, looks like Mamdani's about to lose the racist child fucker vote. A litmus test for Democrats. If you support Mamdani, we will not support you. No. Not the racist child fucker vote. That's a very important constituency. Oh, no. The Dersh.
The babies of slaves, very, very obviously. And I think we're going to win. People didn't, I don't think they went about discussing it right. I came along and we looked and we said, wait a minute, this is wrong. We've been looking at birthright citizenship wrong for years, but they've used it. The cartels have used birthright citizenship to get very bad people in. And what Pam's doing and what Todd and everybody else, what they're doing at DOJ and all over, FBI, ICE, Border Patrol, these are incredible people. They're trying to keep our country safe, and they don't want to have people come in. This is just another way that they get illegal immigrants into our country, and in some cases...
No, that's not the case at all, as a matter of fact, because it's still constitutionally protected. Birthright citizenship is still supposed to be constitutionally protected. It is not a way to smuggle illegal immigrants into the country. It's a way to increase the American birth rates, which is seemingly something that you're supposed to be very concerned with. So I cannot figure out why Donald Trump and his administration is particularly disturbed about the number of American citizens growing, the population size growing. These are not undocumented immigrants. These are American citizens, natural born, not even naturalized American citizens, natural born American citizens. They're just American citizens. That's all they are. So when you say they're not American citizens, including maybe even people like myself, you're basically saying that you are in the process of picking and choosing who gets to be a citizen and maybe even potentially denaturalize people for for not being sufficiently American by your metric. Now, considering that in the eyes of the law, this constitutionally protected rule that implies that these people are American citizens, why is it that you're calling them illegal? Why? What is the additional factor here? Is it perhaps whatever you consider to be a real American versus a fake American? I don't know. Kind of feels like it, no?
Very, very bad ones. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. On your tax bill, if I could for a moment, senators are racing to rewrite parts of it right now after the Senate parliamentarian ruled that sections of it were outside of the process that they're using to get this through. Do you think that senators should respect the decisions of the parliamentarian? And what have you personally done in the last 48 hours to try and get Republican senators who are against the bill to a yes?
Well, look, it's a great bill. It's a massive tax cut. If it's not approved, your taxes will go up by 68%. Think of that, 68, a record, the highest in the history. The Democrats won't approve it only because politically it's so good for the Republicans. The Democrats aren't approving it. But think of what they're not approving. They're not approving border security. We've done a great job at the border, but we have to add some wall. We have to do, various things. We have no money for that. We have no money for the border. We have no money for so many things. But if the Democrats, it'd be interesting to see if we get any Democrat votes. We should. If I were a Democrat, I would absolutely, maybe Fetterman, because he seems to be the most sensible one lately. If I were a Democrat, I would vote for this bill all day long because it's tax cuts and so many other things that are common sense. They're basic things. I think they're doing fine. The parliamentarian's been...
Nothing has been basic or sensible or common sense with this administration. Everything is the exact opposite of common sense. It has been insane. Completely insane.
A little difficult. And I would say that I disagree with the parliamentarian on some things, and on other ways he's been fine. But we'll have to see. It's a big issue. I will tell you this, if that bill doesn't pass, the country will get a 68% tax increase. So think of this. You're a Democrat and you vote against it. That means you're voting in favor, because essentially you're voting in favor of the largest tax hike in the history of our country. And you can't do that.
No, that was you. And it's not even a tax hike. It's just going back to the previous levels that you changed in your first term. This is the way that Republicans, in an effort to avoid additional Congressional Budget Office scrutiny, the way that Republicans do their tax cuts is, at least in the history of at least in recent American history, is always to sunset them, okay? Knowing full well that by the time the sunset provision kicks in, there will be a tax. They can present it as a tax hike, right? Normally, this was supposed to be the issue that the Democrats have to deal with, because Trump thought that he would be a two-term president. Okay? He didn't. He did become a two-term president, but not in the way that he thought he would be. So now he has his own tax cuts sunsetting and raising taxes back to the level it was at before he actually did the tax cuts, with the exception of the corporate tax rate, which he permanently cut. So when he says the Democrats are voting for a tax hike, it's not. It's just your bill that you passed last time you were president.
In addition, we're cutting costs by $1.7 trillion, and it won't affect anybody. It's just fraud, waste, and abuse.
Mr. President.
Mr. President, a leading global economist just did a 180 and says your tariff plan, you may have outsmarted everybody with it. What is your message?
I love this. I love this question. This is the favorite. This is the best.
You are exactly right, and it's how these bills pay for themselves by expiring tax cuts and putting in austerity measures down the road. This big, beautiful bill has taken it to an extreme. All of the benefits and tax cuts are instant, but all 100% of the how do we pay for it don't even start for 4 years. It's insane. And of course, the how do we pay for it is literally cutting the existing social safety nets. For the record, it's tax cuts for the wealthy. Because the tax cuts for the wealthy are always going to be far larger than the tax cuts for people like yourself in this chat. Working class will experience a minor tax cut, okay, as opposed to the majorly consequential tax cuts that the wealthy will have. And then on top of that, the way that you game the system to make sure that this doesn't like create a fucking ginormous hole in the deficit is by, on the other hand, cutting expenditure, cutting social safety nets, making it harder for people to get Medicaid, making it harder for people to get SNAP benefits. So it literally fucks over the working poor the hardest. Don't most people hate this bill sucks? I think most people haven't been paying attention to this, and Americans broadly think tax cuts are a good thing because they have no confidence that the federal government is actually going to do right by them anyway. They have completely lost any sort of hope that even those who do pay attention, at least a little bit of attention to this kind of stuff, have completely lost all notion that the taxes that we pay are going anywhere but fucking Israel and child annihilation in the Middle East and in the global South in general. It's never, they don't see it. They don't see any sort of benefit to it, and a lot of the benefits are invisible anyway. This is the problem with defending the federal government, right? When it's working at maximum capacity, it's invisible. You don't think about all of the things that the federal government is doing. That is when it's working, it's basically invisible. It's only visible when it's not working, right? You never turn around and look at like a road. Let's say if it actually worked, if the roads were paved perfectly. You never look at that and go, wow, I love how perfectly paved our roads are. You only recognize it when it's not, when there's a fucking ginormous pothole. That and Reaganomics have basically destroyed Americans and any sort of like fleeting hope that they had that the federal government would ever do right by them and that the taxes would ever actually help them in a meaningful way, even though it still does. Even with the uneven distribution, even with all of the expenditures going mostly to the military industrial complex and all these other ridiculous places, even with all the bloat, even with all the private-public partnership that's basically just a subsidy for private corporations to not really do the things that the government is supposed to do efficiently, there is still a bunch of those taxes that go to education, healthcare, and the social safety nets, right? Having said that, most Americans either A, don't see it, or B, only see the worst parts of the government not working or failing to work, and therefore they are way more invested in what is known as starving the beast. Changing the attitude requires changing the broad American attitude. But you benefit from his tax cuts? I do, and yet I still advocate against it. Perhaps you should recognize that maybe I have long-term stability and American prosperity in mind when I advocate against my immediate short-term benefits. That's yes, I am not a trans person, but I advocate for trans rights. I'm a white guy, but I advocate I advocate against police brutality and disproportionate targeting of black neighborhoods. It's called empathy. It's called empathy, but you can make a selfish and self-serving argument as well. I want a more stable and prosperous society to live in. I want future generations to also live in a more stable and more prosperous society that's moving in the positive direction rather than a direction that is harmful, a direction that is ultimately negative. That is my goal. That is why I advocate for the things that I advocate for, even if it doesn't immediately help me in the short term. But then just donate all your money and you won't be benefiting from the tax breaks and you will also help current society. Every fucking time. Even if Jeff Bezos, with the unlimited wealth that he has, that is insurmountable, unimaginable in comparison to someone like myself, okay, were to do that, it wouldn't even put a dent in the current systems of oppression, the current hierarchy, okay? But he isn't crying about the bill, you are. Okay. You're right. Make another comparison. I could make a million comparisons. I don't think that's going to actually help you understand anything. I'm advocating against something that is presented to me as my immediate short-term benefit because I'm thinking of long-term stability for everyone. Because I believe that this would yield a more egalitarian society, would yield a more prosperous society for every single person, a more evolved society. Okay? People like you would do better in this process. I don't think it is that consequential for someone like myself to increase their take-home pay by 5%, 6%. I'm perfectly happy with a increased top marginal tax rate, for example. I advocate for it. I'm perfectly happy with restructuring the way taxing works so that there is even a wealth tax on top of that, so that there is a more even distribution of wealth in this country. I want workers to have autonomy in their lives. I want people to be able to enjoy things. I want in the short term to move in the direction of European-style social democratic reforms. This would create a more prosperous America. You, on the other hand, are not benefiting from this at all, and you're yelling at me for not advocating for my immediate short-term goals, my immediate short-term benefit. Would you actually appreciate it if I were to say, hey guys, this is actually, to lie to you and say, hey, this is good for you. Meanwhile, it's actually just good for me, right? In the short term. Of course, Jeff Bezos isn't crying because he's self-interested. He likes this. He thinks it's awesome. So you know the big beautiful bill has terrible numbers for approval. The media has treated it kind of accurately in the news, so people hate it because I'm not kidding. It adds too much to the deficit. Somehow people care this time. Oh, I think it's the funniest reason to hate on this this ginormous wealth distribution to the super wealthy, while directly stealing from the pockets of the poorest people. Like, look at this. Yeah, this is class warfare. This bill is a perfect demonstration of class warfare. For the top 20% richest Americans, they quite literally, they benefit tremendously from this. People that don't people that can't take advantage of the pre-existing social safety nets because they're above a level of wealth in this country do not get harmed by this at all. Ironically enough, it is quite literally impactful for people that are in this chat. Like that chatter that was saying, like, why are you crying about this if it actually is beneficial for you? I don't understand how to explain to someone that is so invested in defending the super wealthy, even when it directly fucking hurts their bottom line in the short term and also in the long term. Like, how am I supposed to make you develop not only empathy, because you don't even need empathy in this process. I need you to learn self-preservation. You should be way more mad than me. But you have been lied to, and you think this is good somehow because your team is winning, I guess. But you ain't part of the team, little bro. That's the whole point. It's a big club, and you're not in it.
Best question I've ever been asked, because I've been going through abuse for years on this. Because as you know, we're taking in hundreds of no inflation whatsoever.
But Mr. President, what is your message to critics who think your tariff plan will cause a recession?
I think they should go back to business school. It's so obvious. It's so obvious. I mean, we're taking in billions and billions of dollars from China and a lot of other countries. We took in, I had a call from somebody in the House and a high official. Sir, we have a problem. We don't know what to do. The books are a mess. I said, what do you mean by the books? The books, the money coming in. It's so terrible. I figured, oh boy, what's this? I don't like this question. I said, so what seems, there's so much money coming in and there must be some kind of an accounting mistake because we have hundreds of billions of dollars more money than we thought. I said, do me a favor, go check call me back. You have to call me back. Check the tariff column. He calls me back 2 hours later, says, you're right. We took in $88 billion in tariffs. They have so much money coming in.
True story.
But more important than the money coming in, we have companies coming in, factories coming in, auto plants being built. AI is being built here instead of being built all over Europe and Asia. We have all of it. We have over $15 trillion, just about, Scott. I think we're right about that number. We went to Saudi Arabia. We went to Qatar. We went to UAE. Very smart people, very smart leaders, great leaders. And we took in $5.1 trillion just there. Without the tariffs, I mean, they also liked a thing called November 5th, November 6th, and November 7th. That was a very good little period of time. It's called the presidential election. You know, you used to have one-day election. Now you have it go over it. But even if you just took that little period, because it was pretty obvious it was going to be a landslide. And they like that, but they love the tariffs. I had Texas Instruments come in the other day, big company, and he said, we're putting in $60 billion into new plants and new equipment, new everything. Sir, you're going to keep the tariffs, aren't you? Because if I ever took the tariffs off, and we are going to absolutely keep it. And they're worried that somebody that, like this communist from New York, someday gets elected. I can't believe that's happening. That's a terrible thing for our country, by the way. He's a communist. We're going to go to a communistic state. That's so bad for New York. But the rest of the country is revolting against it. But if somebody got elected, they're afraid that if this was taken off, well, we're going to guarantee it's never going to be taken off. And again, we're taking in think of this, hundreds of billions of dollars. And they were all confused because they've never seen this before. You know, it's always the other way. We don't have enough money. So much money is coming in at levels that nobody's ever seen. But most importantly, we have factories being built, car plants being built, companies moving to our country like never before. If you look at 15 trillion, and that's only in a few months. You know, I haven't been here that long. Presidents, like the last one, was a disaster. He's the worst president in the history of our country, by the way. What he did on our border can never, ever be forgotten. To me, that's the worst of all the things. And he's done some terrible things, grossly incompetent. Nobody knew it was him, because I don't think it was him. I think it was whoever was controlling the auto pen. But our country is doing great. And those leaders and other leaders, I just left, as you know, a large group of the most highly respected people. And that includes big countries. When you look at Germany and France and Spain, although Spain didn't come through, but they will. By the way, guaranteed they will. That was the only country that sort of tried to hold back on putting up the money. But just so you know, they said, it's unbelievable what's happened to the USA. You were a dead country. We didn't respect the country, the leader. You were dead as a doornail. One said to me, you went from being a dead country, you are right now the hottest country anywhere in the world. The whole world is talking about the USA, and everybody wants a part of it, and they're pouring into our country, and you're going to see those numbers. Thank you for that question. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question about trade. Secretary Besson.
So much of this is just like delusional wish casting. So much of it is just like, no, the country was in tatters, and now we've made it great. It's crazy. Everyone's saying it's the greatest it's ever been. They're telling me Mr. President is so hot. Hot, hot, hot. Yeah. Also, obviously, the U.S. economy shrank faster than expected in Q1. New data shows first quarter gross domestic product growth was revised lower Thursday in light of reduced consumer spending, surprising economists. Don't know why that's surprising. GDP contracted by 0.5% on an annualized basis, 0.3 percentage points lower than the last measurement from the Commerce Department. Economists were expecting the number to stay the same. 0.2% contraction. GDP shrank in the first quarter, mostly because of lower consumer spending and a pull forward in imports ahead of President Trump's tariffs. Imports are a subtraction in the GDP calculation, which also includes investment, public expenditure, and exports. Thursday's downward revision reflected lower consumer spending, mostly in recreation and transportation. Together with private investment, first quarter spending was 0.6% points lower than the previous estimate. The Federal Reserve, along with other forecasters, have reduced U.S. growth outlook for this year. The June projection was for growth of 1.4% for 2025, down from 1.7% forecast made in March. The World Bank is also predicting a 1.4% growth for U.S. this year. Despite lower estimates, the Fed is in wait-and-see mode on interest rate cuts, which would stimulate growth by making bank lending cheaper to businesses. The Fed is concerned that lowering rates would allow prices to rise, which are already expected to receive upwards pressure from the new tariffs.
Has said that he hopes
hot,
deals with major partners will be done by Labor Day. So if some deals are not done by your July 9th deadline, will some countries' tariffs go back up, or will they stay where they are
Well,
now?
there are some countries that are used to ripping us off, to be honest with you. And I don't want to name them, but you sort of can name them. And they're so used to just, taking it billions and billions of, look, we had a trade deficit of more than $1 trillion. Think of it, a trade deficit. That's because nobody cared. We cared a lot when, I took in hundreds of billions of dollars in tariff. We had the greatest economy in history up until now. I think we're going to blow it away. But during my time, and especially prior to COVID, we had the greatest economy in the history of our country. I think we're going to blow it away now based on the kind of numbers that we're seeing. But some countries are very angry because they've been ripping us off for years. They've been making billions and billions of dollars. There was nobody to negotiate with. They could do whatever they want. They charged us tariffs, by the way, at numbers that we've never seen before. And we ended up losing much more than $1 trillion a year. $1 trillion a year on trade. And now they're being met with a force that's far greater than them, and they don't like it. So they're upset because instead of making, $5 billion, they're going to break even. Or they'll make a little bit. I want to be nice. They'll make a little bit. Or we'll make a little bit. It's a big difference. Yeah, please go. Go ahead. Red dress.
On the 2020 election, is there any more information on the special prosecutor? So many Americans still have questions about the 2020 election. And speaking of rogue judges, would you consider appointing somebody at DOJ maybe to investigate the judges that allowed for the political persecution of you, your family, and your supporters during the Biden administration?
I love you. Who are you?
I'm Carol from Lindell TV.
Well, that's just a very nice question.
Mike Lindell from Michael Pillow's television network.
And it's not a setup. I have no idea who you are, but I appreciate that question. All I can say is we're not here for that. I hope so. I hope they're doing a thing because that election was rigged and stolen, and we can't allow that to happen. You know, a lot of people tell me, sir, you just won the greatest election in the history of our country.
No
You
one
won
is
at
telling him
numbers
that.
Won all 7 swing states, won the popular vote, won everything. Sir, go
Marginal
on with your
victory.
life. And many people that say that, good people, friends of mine, then you have people that say that same thing, go on with your life, but you have to find out what happened because you can't let that happen again. Look at what this lunatic did. Look at what he did. He opened our borders to people that were murderers, 11,888 to be exact, murderers, and we've captured many of those murderers.
That's not. I like that they've reduced the number because initially they were saying 13,000 and now they're saying 11,000, which of course is a misunderstanding, either deliberate or because they're fucking stupid. Who cares? Of how many crimes have been committed by undocumented migrants in the past like 20 years, okay, or even longer than that. The idea that like there are 11,000 new murders that took place under the Biden administration by undocumented migrants is wrong. It's just incorrect. It's not correct at all. I think, it was over 40 years. Okay. It was an assessment made that the Department of Homeland Security doesn't even agree with. Like when Trump says 11,000 murderers that came in under the Biden administration did 11,000 murders and we caught all of them. That's just wrong. That's just a lie by true. What's correct is that over the course of 40 years, the Department of Homeland Security has logged 11 or 13,000 plus murders committed in manslaughter, not just like directly murdering people, but like car accidents, things of that nature as well are included in this number that are in detention under the either were caught and deported. I think it wasn't even caught and deported. I think it was just caught and went through the legal system and are in prison right now. That's that number. As far as the 11,888 figure, Trump appears to be describing existing data inaccurately. According to ICE data provided to Congress in September, more than 13,000 non-citizens who were convicted of homicide here or abroad were living outside of ICE detention centers. However, it's not truthful to cast all of their entries in the U.S. as recent or due to Biden's policies. It's not clear when many of these migrants crossed into the U.S., but they would have entered the country over the last 4 decades or even earlier, according to the DHS. The number includes non-citizens incarcerated in state and federal prisons, but it's not clear how many are. So it's literally undocumented or non-citizens that have crossed the border for even before the last 40 years, but at least in the last 40 years, that is the total number of prosecuted homicides from non-citizens over the course of 40 years that either were deported or are in state and federal prisons. As I said, it's more than 13,000. It's not even fucking 11,888. I don't know where he got that new number. I don't know why he's saying that. Guys, oh my God, stop locking in on the Heil Hitler shit, okay? Oh, sorry. That number is even people who are convicted of homicide here or abroad. And those numbers imply that they are not in ICE detention centers. As in, they've either been deported after they committed a crime, served their time, and then been deported, or they are still currently in prison. in federal or state penitentiaries for the crimes that they committed and were processed and charged and convicted and are serving out their sentence. That's and all of those people came in the past 40 years or even longer than that. They did a crime and were charged and convicted with that crime in the past 40 years. That's the 13,000 number.
And we're bringing them back, or some of them are so dangerous that we don't even want to bring them back. We're afraid they're going to try and come back in. But he allowed people to come into this country, people from mental institutions, insane asylums, that's a mental institution on steroids, people from mental institutions, gang members, drug dealers, people, jails being emptied out into our country. Venezuela emptied out almost its entire prison population into our country. But I don't want to blame them. Many countries have done that. The Congo, we have a great press conference coming up later, and it's the Congo and Rwanda. They were fighting for years, and it was machetes, it was vicious, it was as vicious, people's heads being chopped off. And I have a man who's very good in that part of the world, very smart, and put them together, and we're signing a peace treaty today. First time in many years they're going to have peace.
Yeah, I'm almost certain that when he says like asylum seekers, like he doesn't understand the legal process of seeking asylum, but instead he is he actually thinks like these are people who escaped insane asylums.
And it's a big deal. We talk about Russia, and we're working that one. President Putin called up and he said, I'd love to help you with Iran. I said, do me a favor. I'll handle Iran. Help me with Russia. We got to get that one settled. And I think something's going to happen there. But we did some great work. India and Pakistan. That was going to be maybe nuclear. We did that. We did a lot of work. I don't know if there's ever been a president that's done much more. Serbia, Kosovo was going to go at it. Going to be a big war. I said, you go at it. There's no trade with the United States. They said, well, maybe we won't go at it. That's what happened with India and Pakistan.
He's so good. He's stopping conflicts from even happening ahead of time. That's right. 100-year war, they're saying. France and England. You'd think they're friends, but they're not friends. They were about to do a 100-year war. I said, don't do it. Don't do it. I'll tariff you. I'll tariff you into oblivion. Immediately, they stopped. They stopped dead in their tracks. They were trying to expand. They were saying, we're going to take over Austria. They're German. We're German. I said, don't do it. I said, don't you dare do it. They stopped dead in their tracks before they could reach Poland. I told them, don't. I'll tariff you. No president has ever done this before. Oh, that's funny.
Pakistan. I was negotiating with both of them, and I said to Scott, I said to Howard, cancel all deals with India and Pakistan. They're not trading with us because they're in a war. They called back, what do we do? I said,
he wanted Sudetenland. It's the apple of his eye. The chancellor came to me and said, we want this. We want it bad. I said, no, Chancellor, you will not. You will not get it.
You want to have trade with the United States. It's great. But you want to go and start using nuclear weapons on each other? We're not going to allow that. And they both agreed. Both have great leaders. They both agreed not to do it. So we did a lot. But I appreciate that question.
President. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr.
Orange.
President. Thank you, Mr. President. I was just speaking with Senator Ron Johnson on the One Big Beautiful Bill, and he says he really wants to get to yes for you and get this accomplished.
He does. He's a good man.
But he also said that he needs more time, and he is not certain that the July 4th deadline is possible.
Well, then he's not such a good man.
Because there's too much work to do.
No, he's a good man. Ron
How
Johnson's
important-
doing a good job. He's very committed. Every Republican senator is committed. And, you know, you could have a couple of grandstanders, in all fairness. You could have somebody else. And it's very dangerous because our country would go from being the most successful country in the world to who knows what happens with a 68%. Think of it, 68% tax increase. That was given by the Democrats because they like high taxes. I don't know what happened. You know, all my life, I'd grow up and I'd watch politicians talking. I'd say, oh, that's fun.
He's
and
live
they were always
again.
saying, we will cut your taxes. We will cut your tax. I never heard it.
He met with the foreign
They say,
ministers of
"We
the
will
Democratic
raise your
Republic of the
taxes."
Congo and Rwanda.
And they elect people like this guy in New York that maybe has a chance. I find it hard to believe, but he maybe has a chance. They want to raise your taxes. So they want to see a 68% tax increase.
What is the 68% number he's talking about? Is that also made up. What he's talking about is that, okay, sunset provisions, for those of you who don't know, are designed in a way to basically sunset, right? The assault weapons ban, for example, had a sunset provision and back in the day, is in there is a timeline where the tax cuts or whatever provision you have expires. Okay? So when Donald Trump did his first tax cut, when he was president in 2017, he created a structure in an effort to avoid really brutal Congressional Budget Office estimates that would show a giant deficit. He designed the tax cuts that were permanent for the corporate tax rate and sunset tax cuts that were slated to expire, slated to sunset by this point in time in 2025. So all of the tax cuts that he put in place that Americans experience for the past the past almost decade, not a decade, but whatever. All of those tax cuts are supposed to go away. So he's presenting it as a tax increase. Ironically enough, it's his own tax increase. And he wants to continue those tax cuts. He wants to make those tax cuts permanent. Okay? That's what he means when he says, oh, the Democrats want a 68% increase in taxes. It's just a lie. And the reason why he did this is because he thought he would be a consecutive two-term president, and therefore this would be out of his hands. He wouldn't have to deal with this. He wouldn't have to worry about this. And this would be up to whoever, most likely a Democrat or even a Republican, to address. But because he did not win in 2020 and then ran again and then successfully won in 2024, unfortunately, now it's his own issue to deal with. So he is trying to make the most of it by lying, as he does with everything else. There is no 68% tax increase for average Americans. That's fucking ridiculous. It's not a 68% tax increase at all. I don't even fully understand what he is lying about when he says 68%. I don't know. I don't know what he's talking about. I'm sure there is a reason why they arrived at that number, because they usually like to at least like point to something to arrive at that number, but I don't even know what the fuck they're pointing to. I think it's just simply made up. That's not real. What is this?
That's more money than anybody could afford. You'd go into a depression if that ever happened. So I think there's a lot of pressure to get that approved.
How important is the July 4th deadline to you? If
It's important. It's not the end all.
August?
It can go longer, but we'd like to get it done by that time, if possible. And look, we have a lot of very committed people, and they.
Oh, maybe he says 68% of all Americans will see a tax increase. But now instead of, but now that number has changed into, Americans will experience a 68% tax increase. Oh. Maybe. Or maybe he's saying 68% of Americans will, maybe he just, maybe I'm misunderstanding it. I don't know.
I feel very strongly about subjects that you're not even thinking about that are important to Republicans. The problem we have is that it's a great bill. It's a popular bill, but we'll get no Democrats only because they don't want to vote for Trump. If that bill was their bill, oh, they would be so happy. It's so great for our military. It's great for everything. And they would normally vote, but because their hatred of Trump, they have Trump derangement syndrome at levels never seen before. And instead of voting for a tax cut, they're voting for a tax increase of 68%. They're voting to destroy Social Security.
Yeah, no, he straight up keeps saying Americans will see a 68% tax increase. And I think he means 68% of Americans would see a tax increase back to the previous level before his tax cuts in 2017. That is kind of true. And I suspect that that is what the talking points were initially. But because nobody cares about the truth anymore, he can just be a fucking moron and also lie. And people just go along with it. That is the only thing that makes sense here. Here, the Tax Policy Center analysis is saying that we estimate 64.2% of households would pay more in taxes in 2026 if the law expires. Okay? So I guess like initially, Representative Andy Barr, a Republican from Kentucky, framed the statistic in an interview with CNN on May 21st. Anyone who votes against this bill, whether you're a grandstander or a Democrat who votes against this bill, is voting for a $4 trillion tax increase, a tax increase on 68% of Americans. Trump, on the other hand, has kept repeating this line over and over again, that this is actually a 68% increase in taxes for all Americans. That's not correct. Okay? Similarly, Tax Foundation estimates that 62% of tax filers would experience a tax increase if the TCJA provisions are allowed to expire, the early Trump tax cuts. And Kent Smetters, a professor of business economics and public policy at the University of Pennsylvania, told us that based on a Penn-Wharton budget model analysis, it is true that a bit more than half of households would see their tax bill increase relative to before the TCJA if no bill were passed. Okay? Overall, taxes would increase by an average about $2,100, reducing after-tax income by 2.1%, says Joseph Rosenberg, a senior fellow at the Urban Institute who researches federal tax issues. These are also people who are in favor of extending the tax cuts, for the record, just so you understand. If their framework is like alarmist, this is the reason why. A Tax Foundation analysis of the bill considered its effect on after-tax income, which is not the same as effect on taxes paid. Nonetheless, in its dynamic model that considered the economic benefits of the tax cuts, those with the bottom 40% of incomes making less than 37,000%, they would see a 2.8 to 3.3% increase in after-tax income. Middle-income earners, those making between 37 to 71, would have a 2.5% more in after-tax income if the bill passes. Top 20% of earners, those making more than $125,000 or $125,000, would see a 3.8% increase. It's true that Democrats in the House unanimously opposed the budget package, which includes many other provisions in addition to extending the 2017 tax cuts. 2 Republicans also voted against it. A 30 years of war is coming to an end. Trump ended that horrible war. The problem, however, is that all of these dynamic models, weirdly enough, don't factor in the alleviation of financial pressures born out of the expansive social safety nets or the expanding social safety nets. And they also do not factor into their consideration the evisceration of said social safety nets in an effort to reduce the tax burden or continue the reduction of the tax burden on some of the highest earners in this country.
Destroy Medicare and destroy Medicaid. And we're voting to make them perfect and to make them better, make them stronger and better. They're going to destroy Medicaid and they're going to destroy Medicare, and Social Security will follow. If you vote for the Democrats, you're dead on those three things.
Thank you, Mr. President. On a related subject, many Democrats have said that they are not going to support crypto bills in Congress only because of you and your family's personal crypto ventures. And these votes are in some cases needed to pass. Are you open to the idea of pulling away from your personal crypto ventures just for the next few years if that helps get these crypto bills passed in the next few months?
Well, it's a very funny thing, crypto. So I became a fan of crypto, and to me it's an industry. I view it as an industry, and I'm president. And if we didn't have it, China would, or somebody else would, but most likely China. China would love to. And we've dominated that industry. It's a big industry, by the way. In fact, when the stock market went down recently, crypto and Bitcoin and all of that went down much less than anybody else as a group. And we've created a very powerful industry, and that's much more important than anything that we invest in. We invest in it, but really that was an industry that wasn't doing particularly well. I got involved with it a couple of years ago, and before the second term. I got involved before I decided to run. I only decided to run because I saw what was happening, and Biden was incompetent, and the administration was crooked and incompetent. And I was in Bitcoin then, not knowing if I was going to do it a third time. So it's become amazing. I mean, it's the jobs that it produces. And I notice more and more you pay in Bitcoin. I mean, people are saying it takes a lot of pressure off the dollar. And it's a great thing for our country. So I don't care about investing. You know, I have kids, and they invest in different things. They do believe in it. But I'm president, and what I did do there is build an industry that's very important. And, you know, if we didn't have it, China would. Okay.
Sir, Mr. President.
Go ahead. With the glasses. Gentlemen, go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, are you going to cut funds in the sanctuary states, like, for instance, California, that keep supporting illegal immigration, and then these people work under
Yeah, we're
the
giving them
table?
a hard time.
And also, in a foreign policy
I
question.
mean, they don't have a governor in California. They have a man that wants to give away everything to people that nobody's seen before. If we didn't go into Los Angeles with the military, which did a fantastic job, but if we didn't go into Los Angeles bringing in the National Guard, I would have brought the military if it was necessary, because you have to. We have the right to. That was another thing upheld by the Supreme Court. But if we didn't go in with the National Guard and be strong and tough, you wouldn't maybe have Los Angeles. It would be like the rest of California, the rest of Los Angeles. They lost 25,000 houses in a fire. They should have lost none. You know, I sent the water down. I had to break into their water supply because they just refused to do it. They're crazy. There's something wrong with them. They have plenty.
The fuck does that have to do with the undocumented migrants? What? What is he even saying?
Plenty of water. They don't have droughts or anything. They have plenty. We let it come down from the Pacific Northwest. They routed all the water out into the Pacific Ocean for environmental reasons, okay? And now you have 25,000 houses, none of which would have burned down if you had the water. They didn't have water. They didn't have water for the fire pumps. They didn't have water in the sprinkler systems that people put in. So the answer is we're going to work with governors. We're going to work with radical left Democrats and Democrats. And we're going to make it good for everybody. We'll have to stop the crime in those. In the case of the cities, I think I can say just about all cities with heavy crime are run by Democrats. Go ahead. Yeah, with the glasses.
I'm with you, Ron.
Go ahead, yes.
I love that he did not even talk about the cryptocurrency thing at all, by the way. Or not. He did. But he didn't talk about his own cryptocurrency, like potentially putting his assets in like a trust or something. I know Trump is live right now. I know he's talking about.
And we'll get the conflict solved with North Korea. I've had a good relationship with Kim Jong-un, and I've gotten along with him really great, so we'll see what happens. But somebody's saying there's a potential conflict. I think we'll work it out if there is. It wouldn't involve us, but again, we're very far away from a lot of these places that we're solving problems with. But I enjoy doing it, I like doing it, and it's the right thing to do, and we have an ability to get it done, so we're solving things that we didn't have a lot to do with Serbia, Kosovo. I told you, we solved a potential disaster. I can tell you that some of the countries that you're not going to hear about, but some countries that were ready to go to war with their neighbor are not going to go to war with their neighbor, and that's a great thing. We have a number of them. But I'm very happy about India and Pakistan because they actually have nuclear weapons. You know, when you talk about Iran, they were trying to get it, but India has nuclear weapons, Pakistan has nuclear weapons, high-level nuclear weapons both, and getting that solved was really great. We did it through trade, so it was a great thing.
Mr. President, when it comes to nuclear weapons, Mr. President, are you concerned that the Iranians may have some enriched uranium at Pickaxe Mountain?
No. The last thing they're thinking about right now is enriched uranium. They're not thinking about what they want to do is they want to get back to life, and they do want to meet me, and we'll do that quickly. We're going to do it quickly while the meeting's
They said this morning that they don't want to meet with the U.S. Were they telling you something different in private?
They may say that to you. Don't you think they want to meet me? Don't you think we have sanctions on there that they can't do anything? Wouldn't you think that they want to meet me? I mean, they're not stupid people, but they went through a lot, and they suffered, and so did Israel. Israel suffered greatly. It was a nasty 12 days, and yeah, we'll see what happens.
Are you, Mr. President, are you considering sending Patriot missiles to Ukraine? Have you made up your mind about that yet?
I may. Go ahead.
On this context, Mr. President, there are a few unanswered questions that remain in this deal. For example, will Rwanda, on this deal, on this conflict, for example, will Rwandan troops pull back from parts of the DR Congo, and also will the M23 rebel group be allowed to remain in parts of eastern DR Congo? Do you have any answers to those
Well, let me ask you that question. You want to answer that one? It sounds like an interesting question for you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. In the agreement we signed, we have taken the concept of operation for the neutralization of the FDLR, which is a vicious genocidal movement, and the lifting of Rwandan defensive measures. So this was already signed last year in November, so we will implement it. This concept of operation to do both things, to neutralize this movement, which has been destabilizing Rwanda for many years, and to lift our defensive measures. As for the M23, in the agreement also, we have decided to rely on the Doha talks, because there are currently talks between the AFC M23 and the DRC government to have a peace deal also that will complement the Washington peace agreement. So both things are taken care of.
Thank you. Mr. President, will the United States be enforcing this agreement? Or
Well, we're going to be working with them to get it enforced. They can enforce their own agreement, but we'll be putting a lot of pressure on to make sure it gets enforced. The two people in this room are very, very capable people, and they'll get it done. I think they'll get it done. They love their. One thing I learned very quickly is how much you love your country and you want to get it done. And they know it has to get done, otherwise bad things happen. But I think we're well beyond that. Other presidents should have done what I'm doing right now. They never did it. I don't think they ever tried. I don't think it's like they couldn't do it. I don't think they ever tried. And if they did, they wouldn't be able to do it anyway.
On the
Mr. President, yes, thank you. Mr. President, can you share with us what can happen if one of the parts violate this peace agreement? Because we don't want war to come back.
That's not a good question.
I'd rather not say. I would just say that there are big penalties if they violate. And
That's not. He doesn't like that question because this is. I mean, as far as I understand, it's still going, right? Even though there have been treaties in the past as well. Like it doesn't actually stop the fighting. Maybe Trump will. I don't know. Who knows?
So Canada put a charge on some of our companies, and Canada's been a very difficult country to deal with over the years. You know, we hear Canada, we have a great relationship with the people of Canada, but it's been very difficult. And they put a charge, and they were a little bit early, we found out about it. So, and we have all the cards. We have every single one. We don't want to do anything bad, but they have, economically, we have such power over Canada. I'd rather not use it, but they did something with our tech companies today trying to copy Europe. You know, they copied Europe. It's not going to work out well for Europe either, and it's not going to work out well for Canada. They were foolish to do it. And so I said, we're going to stop all negotiations with Canada right now until they straighten out their act. Okay?
Is there anything Canada can do to change your mind about this situation?
Well, no, they put a tax on companies that were American companies that they shouldn't, a very severe tax. And yeah, I guess they could remove it. They will, but I don't really, I mean, it doesn't matter to me. We have all the cards. We have all the cards. You know, we do a lot of business with Canada, but relatively little. They do most of their businesses with us. And when you have that circumstance, you treat people better. They've had farmers that are getting like 300, 400, 200% in tariffs. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We have cases, you don't read this and the people don't report, but they charge us 400% on some dairy products. 400%. Nobody writes that. It's not fair to our farmers, and we've got to protect our farmers.
Sir, you just, sir.
Yeah, Brian, go ahead.
Mr. Trump, you mentioned how much of a rate cut we could do to the interest on the debt. Earlier today, Director Pulte was on CNBC talking about how he suggested Powell should resign. Any comments on whether or not Powell should step down? I know you've been...
Well, I don't have a comment. I'd love him to resign if he wanted to. He's done a lousy job. Look, if you were there, you'd say, well, you know, the United States is doing well. They have no inflation. And if they do get inflation in a year or two, we'll start raising the rates. We'll get rid of the inflation, you know, and do other things. Biden had the worst inflation in the history of our country. 19%, but I think it was much higher than that. Frankly, they say 19%. I say, I think it's a lot higher than that. And we have almost no inflation now. We've done a great job in a short period of time. Energy prices are way down. Gasoline now is down to close to $2 in a lot of places. A couple of places, I see it even broke. It's like $1.98 a gallon. We've done a great job on inflation and honestly, pretty much everything else. I think that I think it's very sad the way people act. You know, you have a guy in there that with the stroke of a pen could lower interest rates and save us hundreds of billions of dollars a year. But he's a stupid person. You know, it's very interesting. I'm not sure if he doesn't understand it, because you should be able to understand it. It's sort of 101 economics, but I'm not sure of that. But think of it. With the stroke of a pen, he talks
101
about costs.
economics, you just lie, you make up numbers. It's 101 economics, money is fake, who cares?
These are nice numbers for you, right? $900 billion, $950 billion by lowering interest rates. And it's really just more of a paper movement. It's not like...
I say gas is $1 a gallon in Indiana, and it doesn't have to be true. You won't check it. No one checks it. Even people in Indiana believe me when I say it. It's beautiful. It's great. 101 economics.
Lower interest rate than the United States of America. And without us, everything blows up. You know, we sort of control the world in that sense. But we have a guy that's just a stubborn mule and a stupid person that is making a big mistake.
He's talking about Jerome Powell.
It lasts for years because when you do the debt. Now, I've instructed my people not to do any
stubborn
debt
mule
beyond
and a stupid
9
person.
months or so. Get this guy out. And whoever is in there will lower rates. If I think somebody's going to keep the rates where they are.
Why hasn't he done it then?
I'm not going to put them in. I'm going to put somebody that wants to cut rates. There are a lot of them out there. And I said this morning, a lot of the business shows today were saying, you know, Trump is right. He should be cutting rates. Think of it. We have a great country. We're making a lot of money. We're taking in billions of dollars in tariffs. We have $15 trillion of money that wants to be invested here, which is a record. In 2 months, it breaks any record that we've ever had for a whole year, and not even close. 15 trillion, and it's going to be much higher than that. That's after essentially 2 months, because, you know, we've been doing it for about 2 months, 2.5 months. $15 trillion, breaks every record in the book. There's never been anything like this. We have factories moving in, we have car plants moving in, we have everyone wants to be part of the United States. And as I told you, and I say it to everybody, when I was in the Middle East, the King of Saudi Arabia, and Qatar, and UAE, all great leaders, they have all great leaders. All three of them said, you got the hottest country in the world, and you did it in, at that time I was there for 4 months, because we got back a little while ago. But everybody says it, not only them. We have the hottest country in the world right now. The only thing is we have a Fed chairman that is, he doesn't get it. And you could have substantially lower. Like if we cut him 2 points, would save more than 600, think of it, more than $600 billion just because you cut. But you can't go out to the market and say, well, we have a guy that's got us at 4% or 4.5% and we want to pay 2% or 1%. I think we should be paying 1% right now. And we're paying more because we have a guy who's, suffers from, I think, Trump derangement syndrome, if you want to know the truth. But he's not good for our country.
The president of UK.
No,
Did you push
not
for the
you,
president
not you.
A related question.
Not you.
There have been reports, Mr. President, that your administration is considering issuing an executive order about debanking, which is the practice of banks denying services based on people's political beliefs or industries such as crypto, people involved in that. Would you be open or interested to sign such an executive order targeting debanking and what might?
Well, I think the debankers, I think that banks, I can tell you because I've been a victim myself, because of my politics, that big banks were very nasty to us. And I actually think it was Biden's people that told them to be, because the one group of people that banks are afraid of are the regulators. They are petrified of the regulators. And I've seen the biggest banker. I can tell you, you see him on television all the time. If a regulator walked into the room, he gets all nervous and crazy. They're afraid of the regulators. And if the Biden people order the banks to be virtually closed, they can do anything they want. The regulators control the banks. It's not the president of the bank. The president of the bank is far less important to a bank than a regulator. And a regulator can put that bank out of business, just like bad prosecutors are very dangerous. We had a couple. I had deranged Jack Smith and some others. And we kicked their ass. But it was, it's a tough kind of a situation. Prosecutors are very dangerous. A great prosecutor is an amazing asset for a country. But a corrupt prosecutor, a bad prosecutor is very bad. Well, the regulators are the same thing. And when they tell the regulator to go and make life impossible for big banks or little banks, they really control it. So there is a lot of debanking. They call it debanking, call it a lot of different names. Essentially, they make it impossible to do business. And those people are very bad and very dangerous, and they shouldn't be doing it.
Sir, you told us that taxes, Mr. President, could you please explain how taxes would go up by 68% if the bill isn't passed? Where does that number come from?
Well, it comes from the fact that you have automatically the Trump cuts, which were the biggest cuts that we've ever had. Now, these cuts are even bigger, but from the last administration, we had the Trump cuts. It was a 5-year deal, and it comes due. When you add that to the cuts that you already have and other things, it amounts, according to what they tell me, about 68%. That would mean you'd have a tax so that that the tax cuts that they got, the biggest tax cuts in our history, would immediately go up to that level. And that alone is a big chunk of the 68%. And then you have the other taxes that would accumulate. And they say that you'd have about a 68% tax increase.
Sir, you said a moment ago that it won't work out very well for Europe on trade. Does that mean you want to cut off those negotiations as well and just tell them what they should be
No, well,
paying?
they've been very tough. The European Union was formed in order to take advantage of the United States in trade. That was why they were formed. And they're nasty. They're very nasty. We have a good relationship. I'm dealing with Ursula right now and the group. But it's a very tough situation. They have been unbelievably bad to us. If you look at past precedents, they've treated them very badly. They're being very nice to me because I get it. I know the system, and we have the cards. We have the cards far more than they do. And they have not treated us well, and they're coming to us right now. I said I was going to put on a 50% tariff. As soon as I said that, I put it out on Truth. As soon as I said that, they came to the table. They didn't want to come to the table. My people were telling me, Scott was telling me, and the whole group was telling me that not a good situation. They want to tap it down the line. They don't want to really deal. So I said, we're going to put a 50% tariff on you. And Howard, as you know, was very much involved.
I'll never forget
Commerce. And he said, they don't want to talk. As soon as I put that on, I was getting calls from them like, can we meet tomorrow? And the problem is they have a lot of very unfair taxes. They have a lot of taxes that you wouldn't put on, and they sue all our companies. They're constantly suing Apple and Google and all of these companies, and they're getting, in front of judges that essentially almost work for them. I guess they do work for them. They're European Union judges.
He also wants to like enforce his wishes upon sovereign states and entire markets like the EU. Like a big part of the tariffs conversation revolves around this as well. Like he wants to basically shred whatever kind of like value-added tax that they might have that he considers a form of tariffs or something. Like there is no sovereignty under the Trump rulership. There never really was, but he's just also casting aside any sort of optics that there might be some sovereignty for these countries, like any sort of food and safety standards or regulations that these countries have. America wants to completely eviscerate.
Did you see the statements? Very nice. Vladimir Putin made some very nice statements today. Look, he respects our country.
It doesn't
again.
matter. It
He
doesn't
didn't
matter.
respect
My
it
point
a
is,
year
you
ago, I
can't
can
make
tell
that
you right
decision
now.
as a sovereign
But
nation
Putin
state.
respects
That's
our
what it is.
country. And
Like he wants to.
China respects our country. And Kim
He wants to
Jong-un
gut
respects-
existing food and safety regulations, food safety standards in these countries, and then force them to purchase our products, for
incompetent.
example.
We had bad people circulating around this desk. This
Like when he
beautiful
says Canada is not allowed to do any sort of tech regulation, or Canada is not allowed to do any sort of additional taxes on our big, beautiful social media companies, right? Like that's what this is. No one is allowed to do. No one is allowed to have any sort of sovereignty over their own nation state. They're not allowed to make decisions on their own that might benefit the well-being of their citizens. That's all this is. Meanwhile, let's get back to another area where we are being insanely cruel, insanely ruthless. Israel's genocide, Israel and America's joint genocide in Gaza. Now, a lot of you guys already know I've talked extensively about the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. It's a fake charity, fake aid group that was designed by the U.S. and Israel to overtake all aid distribution in the Gaza Strip with the sole purpose of causing chaos and targeted assassinations and executions of the starving population of Gaza that is desperate for aid. Fuck you, motherfucker. Okay. And the entirety of the world's humanitarian groups obviously criticize this. It is perfidy. It is illegal. This is illegal. Utilizing aid distribution and creating a military purpose for aid distribution is illegal, right? This is a civilian population that you are starving. But of course, genocide and ethnic cleansing is illegal. So this is just more illegal. You seem disappointed. Bro isn't racist. What do you mean? What? Which bro? A lot of confusing takes I'm hearing from chat. Was waiting for you to take on the idea of being ordered to fire on civilians report. No, we're going to get to that in a second. This dovetails into that. So the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, which was already controversial from its inception, has had a litany of legal complications as well. It's based out of Switzerland, and even the Swiss government has talked about potentially prosecuting them or potentially uncovering who their funders are. We already know that it's the United States and Israel. These are two belligerents in this ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza, and the humanitarian aid distribution in general has to be done by independent third parties, right? And yet, this is not the case. These are belligerent occupiers that are engaging in an unjust war, a war of extermination. It's an ethnic cleansing campaign. But they're also running out of money, I guess. And because they're running out of money, the United States is now going to offer additional funds, $30 million to the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, even though since the GHF overtook aid distribution in the Strip, it has been incredibly chaotic with, according to Haaretz reporting that confirmed our reporting from both Drop Site News and also Palestinian journalists in perpetuity for the past month or so, that they are actually, the Israeli occupying force is, as a matter of fact, actually fucking striking. Yeah, hold on. Sorry, there's a lot of chaos happening in the background here. My mom and dad. Açtım. Okay.
The United States is to give $30 million in funding to the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, which is a US and Israeli-backed body set up to distribute aid in Gaza. It's the first known direct US funding for the group. The GHF, backed by armed US contractors and Israeli troops, has been operating in the Strip since the end of May following an 11-week aid blockade by Israel. On Tuesday, the UN said more than 400 Palestinians had been killed in recent weeks by the Israeli military while trying to collect food at the distribution sites.
Yeah. Update. Gaza Health Ministry releases numbers broken up day by day of Palestinians killed and injured near aid distribution sites run by the Israeli and American-run Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. As of yesterday, the number is 549 aid seekers have been killed, 4,066 have been injured, and 39 are still missing. Okay? They are using the aid as bait to draw in Palestinian civilians, a starving population that they've deliberately starved, desperate for food, as a trap to assassinate, execute, kill as many Palestinians as they want to. It is a killing field. Okay? That is precisely what this is. Now, in the process of doing this, there's also some chaos that they've implemented already at the aid distribution drops even before the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation came in with American mercenaries that are being protected by the Israeli occupying force. One of the things that the Israeli government did openly, which again we reported on, but then the Israeli government openly took ownership over, is a criminal element of ISIS affiliates amongst different clans within the Gaza Strip that they have armed and offered gear to, so that they can extort the truck drivers and all of the other people that are delivering aid into the Strip by force. These ISIS affiliate gangs, now known as the Popular Forces, are working inside of the red zones. Red zones are areas that are already de facto killing fields, right? If you are Palestinian and you are inside of a red zone, Israel will kill you. Israel does kill you with either drones or, direct gunfire. Okay? However, the ISIS affiliate drug dealers that were previously imprisoned for either being ISIS affiliates, collaborators of the Israeli state, or drug dealers are now open and operating in the Strip with impunity created by the Israeli state. The Israeli government offers them protective fire with drones as the remainder of the civil police system that exists in the Strip, which is obviously marginal, is trying to actively combat these gangs, and also Hamas is actively combating these gangs as well. Part of the reason why this is also happening is because Israel has successfully gotten America to stamp out UNRWA by falsely smearing UNRWA as a aiding and abetting in October 7. This is false. They have never actually shown even a fraction of evidence to suggest this. They've simply claimed it, and the American government also claimed it after Israel claimed it, and then they turned around and shut off UNRWA. And then they also stopped other aid groups that previously were sanctioned by the Israeli government or previously allowed to operate in the Gaza Strip by the Israeli government to even enter the Gaza Strip. The entire purpose of this is to starve the Palestinian population, okay? But the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation was created as a trap, as an aid trap, so that they could still operate with some semblance of legality in their own estimation, something that Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich, who is far right himself, has openly admitted. There has to be some kind of aid distribution. It's basically like the aid pier that the previous administration had designed to make it seem to international authorities that there is like some kind of legal protective cover, that they aren't directly and deliberately starving, maliciously starving the entire Palestinian population, because that is an undeniable war crime that makes it impossible to play the song and dance that they're not actually invested in ethnic cleansing, even though we all know that they are. Okay? But because this has been a deliberately disastrous process, and more than 400 people have been killed, a lot of them children, by the way, like straight up children that have been sniped, executed according to firsthand testimony from other Palestinians that have survived, being lined up and being executed, sometimes by the popular forces, which is, like I said, the ISIS affiliate forces that Israel has aided and abetted, and other times directly by the Israeli occupying force, that because of the controversies, this group has not obviously been able to accrue necessary funds to continue operations. So now the United States government is offering $30 million to the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation.
Well, let's speak to our Gaza correspondent, Rushdie Abu Alouf, who's in Cairo for us. Rushdie, just explain why we're seeing the level of casualties, according to the UN and other sources, at these distribution sites, because it's to do with how concentrated the crowds are around them, because there are just 4 main sites, aren't there?
Yeah, and all of them are in the south, not in the north, where half of the population exists. In the south, they have 4 distribution centers, 2 in Rafah.
Who composes the ISIS groups, and what incentive do they have to target innocent Palestinians? There are always going to be opportunists and collaborators that think that they can maybe take control over the Gaza Strip inevitably if this ethnic cleansing campaign ends. So, there have always been collaborators that work with Mossad and collaborators that work with the Israeli occupying force. These guys were previously working with the Israeli occupying force. They're comprised of people that its leadership structure are known collaborators and known ISIS affiliates that used Rafah tunnels to bring in drugs into the Gaza Strip and sold drugs in order to make money. Now they just make money directly because Israel is paying them to do this. They engage in the process of extortion and steal aid. Part of the reason why they do this, I suspect, is so that Israel can film them stealing aid and then say, this is Hamas stealing aid, when it's the exact opposite, as a matter of fact. Some of them are Palestinians. I think a lot of them are Palestinians. And some of them probably have come into the Strip from outside at one point or another, when there was an opportunity to enter the Gaza Strip. There are always collaborators that exist in conflicts. So there's also reports that came out yesterday from a pharmacist in Gaza that they were potentially putting oxycodone pills inside of the flour bags. Not sure how serialized this is. Not sure how common this is. But there is additional reporting on this coming from Dropsite News as well, which I will get to in a second. But understand that every single thing that we mentioned here, every single thing that we have reported on here on this broadcast for months before the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation was even implemented and before they even entered the Strip has now happened. That this was simply a direct war crime and a utilization of aid distribution as a form of war to continue achieving military goals, which is, again, illegal. They are not only starving the Palestinian population, but then they're offering a crumb of food in the process to, the Palestinian children that trek miles and miles to get there, that avoid gunfire. They shoot deliberately at the Palestinians that are trying to receive aid from the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation.
Rafah, one in Khan Yunis, and one in the middle camps. And it's all in an area under Israeli security control. So there is always a presence of Israeli troops around, not inside the centers. And we see every night thousands of people. They gather, they queue, and then they push towards the center in under darkness where the troops are there. And every night we get report about Israeli drones and tanks open fire on the ground. When we did ask the people, why you go, why you risk your life, they always say because we have no other alternative. They prefer the old mechanism of food distributing to their doorstep or at least to their neighborhoods. And the only organization capable of doing this is the UN agencies, which the Americans are not supporting, and they prefer this new Gaza Humanitarian Foundation.
And Rushdie, just very briefly, what is the hope that that situation may improve for Gazans in desperate need of aid with this huge injection of funds from the US?
Well, from Gaza point of view and Palestine, the people who work in this organization, $30 million is very little.
My friend is a nurse serving with the Doctors Without Borders in Gaza right now and says that every time food distribution is announced, they get ready for an influx of wounded, and they haven't even been wrong yet. They've had thousands upon thousands of wounded to care for thus far. Yeah, 4,000 plus wounded since the GHF bullshit started. And when we say wounded, it's not like a light graze, okay? We're talking like people whose legs have been shot off. People who got shot but survived somehow. Like that type of wounding.
Little comparing to what is needed. Each truck costs about $500,000 and Gaza needs 400, 500 trucks every day. So the people were appreciating and any money given to Gaza. But this $30 million is considered very little to what is Gaza really need.
Rushdie, thank you.
On Abu Shabab, Israeli reports are saying the gang is having difficulties getting out of their small area, so they're upset at him over that. Yeah. Israeli report warns relying on Abu Shabab's militia in Gaza is destined to fail. Part of the reason why is because while Israel has offered them protective cover with drones and also given them arms and gear to be able to cause destabilization in the Strip, they're still getting their shit pushed in by Hamas soldiers and routinely getting executed. Or I think they basically eviscerated half of Abu Shabab's militia, the Popular Forces, the ISIS affiliates militia in the region at one point or another, and they just can't keep up at all. Israel appears to have suffered yet another setback in its ongoing war on the Gaza Strip, this time due to its reliance on a militia that it is recently armed and funded in the hope of it playing multiple roles, including supporting the Israeli army and replacing Hamas's power on the ground. The Israeli newspaper Yediot Ahronot has reported that the militia led by Yasser Abu Shabab is struggling to fulfill the task Israel had expected it to carry out in the Gaza Strip to help establish control over the territory. According to the paper, the militia consists of 400 fighters and is mainly operating in the buffer zone near Rafah. They set up headquarters inside of the red zone. It's literally an Israeli headquarters that they are operating out of. it has so far failed to expand its presence beyond this limited area. In a recent statement, the militia, whose leader Abu Shabaab was previously mentioned in the United Nations internal memo as being responsible for the systematic looting of humanitarian aid, said, "We expect an immediate solution to the problem of aid theft. Distribution will take place under a new mechanism to ensure that every citizen receives his share. However, it remains unclear whether the militia will be involved in the distribution process, how it would do so, and to what extent, while the U.S.-funded Gaza Humanitarian Foundation continues its operations in the Strip." Meanwhile, the militia's deputy leader, whose forces are working alongside the Israeli army, accuses Hamas of leading a coordinated campaign to seize aid shipments. Meanwhile, this is what the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation is doing. This is from Job Site News from yesterday. The Israeli occupying force opened fire on starving Palestinians waiting for aid on Salah al-Din Street in Wadi Gaza. On Facebook, the GHF page announced the opening of the distribution point only to close it 4 minutes later. 4 minutes of aid delivery immediately followed by gunfire on innocent starving Palestinians. If it isn't a death trap, then what is it? 15 human rights and legal organizations have warned that privatized humanitarian operators in Gaza about the risk of legal liability for complicity in serious violations of international law. This was part of the reason why the initial leader of the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, a former Marine sniper turned into a private mercenary, quit 1 day after the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation was slated to start its distribution scheme. Literally, he was like, "I don't want to put my name on this. This is completely unacceptable." There have also been reports of other former mercenaries, oftentimes, again, American soldiers that are now mercenaries that say, that have reported in the news, like in Zeteo as well, under anonymity, that their aid distribution mechanism is simply a deadly affair for the Palestinians. GHF announced that the Wadi Gaza distribution site opened and then shut just 4 minutes later. Minutes later, Israeli soldiers opened fire on Palestinians still waiting nearby on Salah al-Din Street. They are reaching new levels of evil. Yes, I'm going to talk about that as well. Just hold on. While all of this is happening, the Palestinian resistance forces have also been able to successfully resist against the Israeli occupying force in numerous parts of the Strip, including the famous Khan Yunis Merkava tank explosion that turned into a fucking death trap for 7 Israeli occupying force soldiers that literally burned to death inside of a fucking $30 million tank that had its hatch open, where a Palestinian resistance force soldier from the Al-Qassam brigades walked up with an explosive ordnance, dropped it directly inside of the fucking tank, and walked away when he was under fire. 7 of the Israeli occupying force soldiers were killed in the process, and another 17 in the second armored personnel carrier were wounded in the process. That was actually an APC. Oh, I thought it was a Merkava tank. I guess it was an APC. 2 APCs were targeted, and there were, I think, a total of like 15 wounded and taken out of battle, and 7 that died in the first APC. There's also continued sniper operations as well. I like how you started calling the Palestinian resistance soldiers. I mean, that is what they are. That is what they're doing. They are engaging in the legal and morally righteous act of resistance against an ethnic cleansing campaign being conducted by a belligerent occupier. So they are quite literally legally doing this. Whereas the Israeli occupying forces are illegally engaging in an act of ethnic cleansing. Ethnic cleansing is already illegal to begin with, but even the very fact that they are belligerent occupiers on the Gaza Strip is already a matter that is illegal as well. These tactics also were utilized by Jewish partisans during the Holocaust, during World War II as well, for the record. What the Palestinian resistance is doing was also a legal and moral right given to partisans of all different backgrounds, but certainly Jewish partisans as well. You know, to add to the I guess sad irony of it all. Head of controversial Gaza agency tells Sky News there's a campaign to shut it down.
Palestinians are coming for food and they are finding bullets. A bullet whistles past and they duck for cover. This was filmed on Thursday morning near the Netzarim corridor in the middle of Gaza, the approach to a food distribution site run by Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. GHF has previously denied there have been any incidents or fatalities at or near its sites. But this was Friday morning in the same area, near the GHF site. The man on the right was shot in the head. The UN says that more than 400 people have been killed seeking aid. But speaking to Sky News, the head of GHF said those numbers were disinformation.
Okay, this is an active conflict. Almost anything that happens in the Gaza Strip is gonna take place in proximity to.
Yeah, they found a new chair for the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. His name is Johnny Moore. I believe he's like a former ADL guy too, because the previous Marine sniper who was supposed to be tasked with this role quit because he was like, "This is fucking Holocaust shit that you guys are doing. I don't want to participate in this." Now, of course, what he's saying is an abject lie. Because the very purpose of the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation serves is a scheme. Okay? It's an aid trap scheme. It's perfidy. It is illegal. Because in previous instances, in prior instances of aid delivery, this did not happen. Was there chaos? Yes. Was that chaos caused, like in the Flower Massacre, directly by IDF gunfire? Absolutely. And every single time, the chaotic aid delivery mechanism has been kept stabilized by the existing Palestinian police force, which is not affiliated with the armed wing, Al-Qassam of Hamas. They are simply the civil police force. And Israel has returned the favor because they want chaos at the point of aid delivery by assassinating the cops, by assassinating the police chief, as a matter of fact, because their job is to make this process as chaotic as possible, because their goal, their overall ambition, which is something I think everyone understands at this point, is to kill as many Palestinians as possible. Why the fuck you lying? Oh my God, quit fucking lying. At this point, 20 months into this ethnic cleansing campaign, if you still think that this is a lie, I don't know how else to explain it to you. You do not understand. Oh, yeah, here. ADL launches task force to protect minority communities of Middle East. He was a part of it. Yeah, Johnny Moore, evangelical leader and religious minorities activist. Founder and CEO of the Carios Company, an elite public relations firm. In 2015, his novel Defying ISIS, Preserving Christianity in Place of His Birth in Its Own Backyard was published to wide acclaim. Johnny is the recipient of Simon Wiesenthal's Medal of Valor in 2017 for his work rescuing 149 Christians from persecution in the Middle East. And they put a fucking evangelical psychopath in charge. Anyway, let's continue.
To something. And you know, the sort of key piece of disinformation is, you know, every single day, you know, some figure comes out from the Gaza Health Ministry.
This was another GHF site in the south on Monday. Eyewitnesses, not the Hamas-run Gaza Health Ministry, told Sky News that several people were killed. And the IDF has...
Oh, God. Not the Hamas-run Gaza Health Ministry. Eyewitnesses did.
Now said it is investigating reports of civilians being harmed approaching distribution centers. GHF is deeply controversial. Backed by Israel and the US, staffed by private ex-military contractors.
They're putting out aid for propaganda optics? No. The aid distribution has to happen, because if it doesn't, then legally speaking, they don't have any sort of protective cover to continue this ethnic cleansing campaign. Okay? So what they've done is basically create an aid distribution process that gives very, very limited number of aid to the Palestinians that are already starving, so that there is some semblance of legal cover. And that aid distribution is now in their control, so they can use it for military purpose by doing exactly this, continuing along with their ethnic cleansing campaign, continuing along with their killing fields. The goal here is not to offer aid at all. The goal here is to avoid additional legal scrutiny, because, as I've said this before, famine like a blockade of humanitarian aid to a civilian population that is held captive by this belligerent occupier, Israel, is illegal, is so illegal that it's like impossible. It's more illegal than the calculation that Israel can claim it makes every time they kill like someone they consider to be a fucking Hamas militant, right? Like Israel, within the, I guess, their own rules of engagement within the confines of quote unquote war, can say, oh, we killed 100 babies while we were trying to kill this one Hamas militant. Oh well, I guess he wasn't a Hamas militant, but oops, that sucks. This was done by accident. There's like a level of plausible deniability under international law, even if that obviously doesn't work and no one believes it, right? There's still some kind of like legal argument that you can make against it. But if you shut off aid in its entirety, there is no legal argument you can make against that. It is extra illegal, if that makes sense. Like there is no defense of that whatsoever. There is no defense of that at all. So it's not for optics necessarily, but it's to not completely stop their it's an effort to completely it's an effort to not stop their entire operations of ethnic cleansing. Okay?
It is an alternative to the pre-existing system administered by the UN and other humanitarian agencies.
Yeah. Matt Duss says, it's critical to understand that the primary purpose of GHF is not delivering aid, but the targeted denial of aid to facilitate population transfer and ultimately expulsion. That's what this $30 million from U.S. taxpayers is funding, ethnic cleansing, a war crime. And it's not like Bezalel Smotrich is hiding the truth. And this isn't a random guy. This is the finance minister, okay? He's a high-ranking official in this administration. Israel's finance minister Bezalel Smotrich says, so the world does not stop us and accuse us of war crimes, Smotrich says. The plan remains to drive all Palestinians south and then forcibly expel them from the land. He openly vows to continue Gaza's genocide until all Palestinians are expelled. He says 1.8 million left in Gaza, down from 2.2 million, is the minister admitting they killed 400,000 Palestinians in Gaza. He says move the 1.8 million or something around quickly to the south and then through the drains of the Morag axis into a sterilized humanitarian area, no Hamas, and give them food, the amount needed, and health, and then the Trump plan. From there, transfer them to relocation facilities outside of the Strip. The reason why they have to do that, the reason why they have to at least have like a crumb of aid go in is the exact same reason why the Gaza humanitarian pier was designed by the Biden administration. That was designed so that there was at least some protective legal cover for Israel to continue its ethnic cleansing campaign to say, look, no, we are doing aid distribution. We are allowing aid distribution to go in. Meanwhile, Israel was not allowing aid distribution to go in through the regular points of entry into the Gaza Strip because there were thousands of trucks waiting on the boundary, waiting to go in, and the food was just like rotting. Yeah, he says openly, Gaza aid, this was from last month, Smotrich says Gaza aid is just enough to avoid war crimes charges while we annihilate the Strip. So the world does not stop us and accuse us of war crimes. The goal, he insisted, is to conquer, clear, and stay until Gaza is dismantled beyond recognition. Understand that. That is the reason why they're allowing a crumb of aid, and they won't even let like the regular aid to come in through regular points of entry with UNRWA and with all of these other humanitarian foundations that are independent, that have still been verified and allowed to operate in the Strip by Israel. They're not letting them in because they want to control the aid distribution so they can keep killing people during the aid distribution process.
Critics say that under international law, humanitarian aid should be independent rather than under the control of a belligerent. Huda Abu Salim says she encountered gunfire at a GHF aid point earlier this week where she managed to get food. She has to pick out the stones before she can cook it.
All along the way you're hiding. You hide here, then run, then hide again. At any moment they might shoot you. You might make it back or you might not. I witnessed death firsthand. Bodies lay bleeding on the ground all around me. This is not right. Food should be delivered to UN warehouses, and this entire operation must be shut down.
Israel says GHF is necessary because Hamas is seizing aid shipments, although it has not provided evidence.
Yeah, that's not true. Hamas is not cutting the point of distribution of aid or stealing aid. That is fucking bullshit. That has been bullshit. As a matter of fact, the only people that have tampered with aid distribution have been criminal elements, which Hamas has unironically executed for the crime of disrupting the aid delivery mechanism. There have been instances of chaos at the point of distribution because people are fucking starving, but outside of like the regular civilians trying to desperately get as much aid as they possibly can so they can survive, beyond that point of chaos, which again, Israel wants, the only groups that have actually caused chaos and tried to steal aid or extort the truckers that bring in the aid is the Abu Shabaab militancy, okay? The ISIS affiliate militancy, now known as the Popular Forces, that are being directed by the Israeli occupying forces that get all their gear from Israel. They get paid by Israel to do this.
Some food is getting in, but not nearly enough. Only an average of 56 trucks per day, when the UN says the people of Gaza need hundreds. Arguments about disinformation are one thing, but that is the most basic of facts.
Okay.
Now, before we move on away from this, there's more information on this as well. There's new reports that have come out about the Gaza government media office saying that oxycodone has been found in the U.S.-backed aid flour bags. We covered this yesterday. There's also the Haaretz report as well that I'm going to get to. But the Gaza government media office is saying that Israeli and U.S.-backed aid centers are committing a heinous crime after citizens found narcotic pills identified as oxycodone hidden inside of flour bags distributed through the controversial death trap centers. 4 separate testimonies have been collected so far, with officials warning that some pills may have been crushed and mixed into the flour itself, posing a threat to public health. The media office blamed the Israeli occupation for using drugs as a soft weapon in a dirty war aimed at dismantling Palestinian society from within, calling it an extension of the ongoing genocide. The statement urges Palestinians to avoid aid centers, inspect all flour supplies, and report any suspicious substances. Families were also urged to educate the children on risks of both narcotics and visiting the sites. The release called for the UN Human Rights Council and the ICC to immediately shut down the aid centers and enforce aid delivery only through official UN bodies like UNRWA. According to the Gaza authorities, the so-called death traps have already caused the deaths of 549 people, injuring over 4,000, and have led to 39 deaths from starvation in just 1 month. Okay? There are 4 different individual testimonies and photos coming out of potential oxycodone pills being found inside of these flour bags, and the fear is that they want to keep the Palestinian population both starving, desperate, and also drug them basically with the aid. Ironically enough, you can't get oxycodone pills into the Gaza Strip for healthcare purposes, for the record. Israel, on the one hand, will not allow any sort of painkillers or any sort of drugs whatsoever to enter the Gaza Strip. They have deliberately cut off humanitarian aid of that sort on purpose. These hospitals could use those pills, but the only time they can fucking get those pills is if they pump it into the food supply. It is an opioid, highly addictive. It is not enough to incinerate Palestinians, to bomb them, shoot them, starve them, maim them, to destroy healthcare infrastructure so they're vulnerable to diseases. They have to sow addiction to one of the worst and most destructive diseases. Now, this is, again, this is just firsthand testimony at this point. It will be very difficult to figure out exactly what took place. Given that the healthcare infrastructure is completely destroyed and there's no independent outside observers that can come in and take a look at what's going on. There is also the Haaretz report that I want to talk about as well, obviously. I don't know if there's any video of the Haaretz report, but I guess here, look at this real quick. The Canada digital tax thing real quick.
I want to bring you some breaking news that is coming to us from the United States in the last few minutes. President Donald Trump has said that the U.S. is immediately ending trade talks with Canada, and that is in response to the country's digital services tax on U.S. technology companies. So Donald Trump calling the tax a direct and blatant attack. Let's go straight to our White House correspondent, Kimberly Holkert. She is now live for us. So, Kimberly, this news just coming in to us in the last few moments. How much of a surprise is this announcement likely to be?
It is a surprise, given the fact that the Canadian Prime Minister Carney was very, very much involved in reaching out, trying to mend fences over trade disputes with Donald Trump in advance of the G7, which took place in Alberta, Canada. And given the fact that they, in their bilateral meeting there, did leave that meeting, and the readout said that they had promised to, within 30 days of the G7, come to a conclusion on the security as well as trade arrangements between the two countries. But what seems to be angering the U.S. president is the fact that while these discussions were taking place, the Canadian Prime Minister has decided that there will be a digital tax put on the U.S. products operating in Canada and businesses as well. And so as a result, the U.S. president now terminating the discussions with Canada, saying that in the next 7 days, he will arbitrarily, along with his team, put in place a tariff that is yet
Dude. What do you think is going on? Do you think I haven't seen it? Do you think I haven't seen your demands to watch this 4-minute video? I have. Keep saying you can murder me too. It's like fucking crazy.
To talk to us about possible repercussions from the
Here, another thing to obviously cover here is the Haaretz report that came out that got first-hand testimony from IDF soldiers, Israeli occupying force soldiers. The Haaretz newspaper published a report, a damning report that confirmed what Palestinian journalists have been saying for fucking months at this point, for the past month, basically. Okay?
Okay, let's go back to...
This is the report. IDF soldiers say they were ordered to fire at unarmed crowds near Gaza food distribution sites despite no threat being present. They used artillery, they used gunshots, and there was reports last week that they might have even used tanks. He said you were going to murder him live, i.e. rip into him for spamming, just so you know. No, I know. He's just crazy. That's why I banned him. Grenades and mortars as well. Here's the summary of it. Here's the breakdown. Haaretz confirms Israeli soldiers ordered to fire on unarmed, starving civilians at 8 sites. A major Haaretz investigation confirms Israeli soldiers in Gaza were ordered to shoot at unarmed Palestinians gathering near food distribution sites, even when they posed no threat. Soldiers described the areas as a killing field, noting there is no enemy and no weapons. Here are some of the most important findings from the report. 1. IDF officers said the killings aren't isolated mistakes, but a part of a pattern dubbed Operation Salted Fish, the Israeli version of red light, green light. We shoot, they run, we shoot again, one soldier said. This is our communication. Red light, green light, like from Squid Games. At least 549 Palestinians have been killed, as I've reported already, and over 4,000 wounded near these aid centers since May 27th, according to Gaza's health ministry. Many were waiting for UN food trucks. Testimonies reveal Israeli commanders instructed troops to open fire on civilians approaching aid sites before they opened or after they closed, using machine guns, mortars, and grenades. Soldiers described systematic live fire, including from tanks. One officer said they fire to signal to the population that this is a combat zone. Soldiers reported casualties every day. Another soldier recalled being told to fire a shell at a crowd to send a message. Israeli soldiers said demolition crews are often present at aid sites and that private contractors are being paid to level homes nearby. One fighter said people are being killed so someone can knock down a house and get paid. IDF officers told Haaretz the army suppresses footage from these sites, believing the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation helps preserve international legitimacy for the war. Israel's military prosecution has ordered the general staff's fact-finding assessment mechanism to investigate the shootings for possible war crimes. They're going to investigate themselves and find no wrongdoing. Netanyahu and Katz, of course, claimed that the Haaretz report, the expose on IDF intentionally shooting Gazans at aid centers, is a blood libel. Now, of course, as you know, at this point, 20 months into this ethnic cleansing campaign, whenever an Israeli official says something is blood libel, know that it is 100% true. When an Israeli official says something is blood libel, or someone who defends Israel, an Israel defender says something is blood libel, know that it is 100%, without a fucking shred of doubt, absolutely the truth. Okay? It just simply means I can't refute this information, and I choose not to refute this information, and therefore I will just say it's fake, it's a lie, it's not real. I assume you saw this. Oh, we'll do it in a second. We'll get to that in a second. Let's continue.
Top story now about Israeli soldiers who say they were ordered to shoot people near food distribution centers in Gaza. The Haaretz newspaper reports that some soldiers were told to fire heavy weapons to disperse people. Let's now speak to one of the journalists behind that report. Nir Hasan joins us from West Jerusalem. Nir, welcome to Al Jazeera. Good to have you with us. The headline is chilling. IDF soldiers ordered to shoot deliberately at unarmed Gazans waiting for humanitarian aid. It seems everyone, including ordinary hungry civilians, are deemed to be targets.
Yes, well, we know for the last month or so that there are some very violent incidents around those distribution centers in Gaza, and there were more than 500 casualties around those centers. And now me and my colleagues, Yaniv Kubovich and Bar Peleg, we brought testimonies by soldiers and commanders from the IDF that telling us the policy, the fire policy that that make this happen. What they are telling us is that the IDF is actually communicate the Gazan population by fire, by fired live ammunition.
Of course, Nir, this is not something we don't already know. I mean, our reporters have been reporting this has been going on for a long, long time. But it is surprising to hear it directly, isn't it, from those soldiers?
Yeah. Make no mistake. Make no mistake. This is not new information. And especially if you were in here for the past month, you already knew this, okay? This is simply confirmation coming from Israeli reporting, okay, from Haaretz. Now, Mohammed Shahada says, Haaretz's big expose today is literally word for word what we, Palestinians, have said 20 days ago. Like always, when we say it, it's a conspiracy theory. When Israeli journalists say it, it's groundbreaking, brave, and compelling. Make no mistake, I'm of two different minds on this. On the one hand, obviously I trust the on-the-ground sources to explain what the conditions look like, okay? That's precisely the reason why we have been on this coverage for quite a while, for the past 20 days, as a matter of fact, almost a month. But having said that, given the way that the Western world operates on this stuff, given the way that the Western world treats Haaretz's reporting or Israeli reporting with a higher degree of priority, with a higher degree of legitimacy due to the pre-existing Islamophobic attitude that a lot of people unfortunately have, this is still important in moving the needle, because what is on Haaretz today will inevitably make it to Western media maybe a month from now. Okay? That's just how it works. It's also always still good to get additional confirmation from the side that is literally shooting, even though the way that Haaretz works here, if you're wondering, like, how does this get past the military censors, for example, or how does this article get reported on? How does this article even get any sort of reporting being done? If they wanted to stop this, if they wanted to suppress these communications, they would. It's because it serves a secondary purpose. It sets the stage to say this was just simply outside of the normal confines of the operation down the line, if there's any sort of like war crimes investigation conducted once the dust is settled. Okay? It's the same. Mohammed Shahada continues, says, it's the same with apartheid, genocide, starvation, indiscriminate bombing, pogroms. Palestinians always sound the alarm first, only to be ignored, doubted, canceled, and shamed and deplatformed for narrating our stories. It's only when an Israeli says it that this counts. And I Really Hate You BM says, and of course they always use language that makes it sound like it's some breach of protocols rather than a part of an openly genocidal state policy. It of course is a part of the deliberate attempt to starve and mutilate the Palestinian population, for the record. But it still serves a good purpose overall. Okay, Mohammed El Kurd says, oh, okay, oh, thank God Haaretz confirmed that these were not very credible. What these not very credible Palestinian journalists have been trying to say for the past month, or have been saying for the past month. What would we do without Haaretz? The testimony of Israeli soldiers is somehow more credible and carries more weight than their Palestinian victims is just good old-fashioned racism. You can call it strategy or spin it whichever way you like. It's still racist. This is true, which is why, obviously, I place heavy emphasis on Palestinian voices in the process. Make no mistake. Having said that, however, given that there are unimaginably racist people who still refuse to entertain the reality, okay? Look, he goes, source, Islamic-funded media. Like, dipshits like this. Is Haaretz a part of the Islamic-funded media structure? Is that what you're saying? This Israeli newspaper that actually confirmed the firsthand testimony of Palestinians that have suffered these insane attacks, these ruthless attacks at the point of aid distribution, that also have been reconfirmed time and time again by numerous international rights organizations, as a matter of fact, that correspond to the testimony of healthcare workers that are working in the Strip, both Palestinian, and if you place a lot more emphasis on the Westerners, white people like Doctors Without Borders, healthcare professionals that say every single time there is any sort of aid distribution, we know that there is going to be bloodshed. Islamic-funded state media, you say. This is the reason why it's still important to show Haaretz's reporting on it as well. That's my point. Do you understand? This is a way to basically hammer the truth to people who are maybe in the margins. I mean, even 20 months. One might say, it's been 20 months. If someone still doesn't get it, like, fuck them. But that shouldn't discourage you. That should not stop you. That should not discourage you, and it certainly should not stop you from trying to show people the truth, no matter how you can, okay? And when Haaretz actually does this kind of journalism, it does inevitably make its way, not to the bylines, but at least like a buried lead in a fucking New York Times report a couple months later down the line.
Who are on the ground, who've been receiving those instructions and then carrying it out?
Yes, well, I think in the Israeli army as well as in the Israeli society as well, there are some cracks in the feeling, in the understanding of what's going on.
The way he's describing it is that this is simply a breakdown of operational protocols. It's not true. It is deliberate. It is a deliberate killing field that has been created. But the reason why Haaretz is reporting on this is so that they can turn around and say, oh, it's just once again, a simple breakdown of operational procedures. I'm not even fucking, stop. It was a minor fucking blip. Shut the fuck up, chat. Yes, but I'm going to add something critical here. Yesterday, the New York Times published an atrocious piece that obfuscated and minimized the deliberate Israeli policy of killing Palestinian aid seekers. The way the New York Times sowed doubt in Israeli mentions by quoting the IDF as saying they shoot warning shots. This is meant to leave a gap for continued stated doubt for genocide denialism, where the Palestinians killed by Israelis on purpose or by stray bullets amidst the chaos. Today, Haaretz dropped a report which should, in principle, force an end to the speculation on the intention in the news coverage. IDF soldiers explicitly name that they were ordered to kill Palestinians, and by who? Will it end the speculation on intention? No. Is it racist that Israeli perpetrators of genocide continue to be believed over their Palestinian victims? Of course. That remains one of the greatest crimes from this. Look at this. The lethal risk of seeking food in Gaza. Hundreds of Palestinians have been killed over the past month near aid hubs set up under a new Israel-backed system, according to Gaza health officials. This is not an appropriate way to cover the story. Okay? This is not the truth. It is ridiculous. The lethal risk of seeking food in Gaza, like as though there's a naturally occurring phenomenon that while Palestinians who have been forcibly deprived of food by the Israeli state are desperately seeking out a crumb of aid from said Israeli state that is using the aid delivery mechanism to kill them is the truth. Ridiculous.
In Gaza. Most of the Israelis, the great majorities of the Israelis and the great majorities of the IDF soldiers as well, still believe that the war in Gaza is just, and the IDF do what it does in Gaza because it's necessary for the security of Israel. However, I think in the last few weeks or months or so, there is some cracks in this understanding, in this in the Israeli discourse, if you like. And there are more and more people who are asking themselves, not only is this war is necessary, but also what is the humanitarian price that the Gazan population is paying for this.
Look at this. Look at these headlines. This is how they've covered the aid distribution scheme that every international aid organization in the United Nations have actually fucking criticized for exactly what this aid distribution scheme looks like. The violent means to a violent end with respect to this aid delivery mechanism, this aid delivery scheme that they've cultivated. If you ask the New York Times, the lethal risk of seeking food in Gaza. I'll never try again. For some Gazans, seeking aid is just too risky. More violence near Gaza aid sites. Friday briefing, the deadly search for food in Gaza. It's always just like someone else. Who knows who's doing it? We will never know who's doing it. Who's doing it? Or Israeli military rejects a report that soldiers told to fire at Palestinians waiting for food after repeated deadly incidents. Who gives a fuck what the Israeli military is rejecting, man? What are you talking about? They're fucking genocidal liars. Like, what do you mean? What's crazier about this is like every day there is a fresh new hell that we watch, okay, happening in real time. There are moments from the Holocaust that we could point to where the Nazi Germany created a sanitized version of a concentration camp and then brought in their affiliate Red Cross investigators to show the world, to lie that this was actually not a scary concentration camp where people were dying, but the conditions were actually great. It was I think it wasn't a concentration camp, it was a ghetto, right? It was a sanitized ghetto. Okay? We did not have the internet back then. We did not have the internet back then. We do now. The fact that they are still doing this when we know exactly what's happening, when the victims are directly communicating how it's happening with footage from their fucking phones, and the media still goes, well, the Israeli military rejects the report. Like, they run with that as though the Israeli military statements holds any weight here whatsoever is fucking insane.
This war.
Are people, do you think, Nir, widely,
do
you think people in Israel are widely cognizant, are widely aware of this instruction to kill civilians? And indeed, some are being killed by snipers, aren't they? We're continually hearing from doctors here on Al Jazeera treating the wounded who talk of people coming in with headshot wounds or their knees shot out.
Yeah, the story that we just brought today didn't consider snipers. It's actually a practice of, as I said, controlling the crowd by fire. Like, if you want the crowd to run off a place, you shoot them at them, even though you know they're unarmed, and you use fire to move people from one point to another. But the question about what the Israelis knows or do not know about what's going on in Gaza, I think it's a very good question, because the mainstream media in Israel mostly do not deal with what's going on with the Gazan people. They speak about what's going on in Gaza from the IDF side, but not about the humanitarian issues of the war.
Okay, just one final question there. Sorry, I'm sorry to jump in, but we are just running out of time. Very quickly,
yeah, sure.
Where is this coming from ultimately, this instruction to kill? It must be coming from the very top, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess it's come from pretty top in the Israeli army. We don't know for sure.
What are the reasons for the shooting according to Israel? I haven't ever heard any reasons to try and justify it. They say they're communicating with large crowds through gunfire. Like, that was the official reason, the official unofficial reason. They just say it's a lie. First of all, they've said their official statement on the report that came from Haaretz was that this is an abject lie. This is blood libel. Okay? The soldiers' justification for it is that they're using gunfire to communicate with the crowds. The real reason, the actual reason why they're doing this is because they want to kill as many people as possible. That's it. The sole purpose of all of these operations is to make the strip uninhabitable and expedite the process while still not reaching a certain point of international scrutiny that should have come a long time ago, of course. But expedite the process of ethnic cleansing.
We don't have the name of the officer who decide to use that method to control the people, but it's have to be pretty high in the command channel.
All right, Nir, thanks for joining us here on Al Jazeera. We'll leave it there. There's Nir Hasan from Haaretz speaking to us here on Al Jazeera. Thank you.
Don't miss out. Get the full picture. Subscribe to Al Jazeera for reliable
Anyway.
Not exclusive.
We're going to get back to the Mamdani stuff now here in the United States of America, where the pathetic Democratic Party is behaving in expected ways. Oh, last thing I wanted to tell you about Israel. The U.S. used up to 20% of its total THAAD interceptor stockpile during the 12-day war at a cost of $800 million, according to Newsweek. Remember when I told you that their interceptor missiles were also, like their stock was diminishing? Yeah, there's also the SM-3 and SM-6 stockpile that was depleted by the Navy. But this is just one aspect. The THAAD missiles were sent to Israel after the Operation True Promise 2, when Operation True Promise 2 showed that Israel's own Arrow systems and David Sling and its Tamir interceptors, that is also colloquially known as the Iron Dome, were not capable, alongside the entire Navy and the Jordanian defenses and Saudi defenses and whatnot, at successfully stopping Iranian ballistic missiles from penetrating this air defense system, this complicated, sophisticated air defense system. So they shipped in THAAD missile interceptors. They sent in additional THAAD missile interceptors after Operation True Promise. This time around, even with that, we saw that Iran had simply too large a ballistic missile arsenal, and their tech was far too advanced to successfully intercept. And this is the outcome. After all is said and done, this was but a mere part of the overall expenditure from the American side. Okay? They used an estimated of the total 15 to 20% of its global THAAD missile interceptor stockpile over 12 days, incurring unprecedented costs exceeding $800 million, according to the Bulgarian Military News and Military Watch magazine outlets. Iran launched a major missile barrage. They used older models, such as the Qadr and the Emad, the medium-range Khaybar Shakan and the Fatah 1 hypersonic missile, which travels up to Mach 15 and is hard to intercept. The U.S. restocked interceptor missiles for the THAAD system it deployed in Israel in 2024. Amid concerns of the shortage, a single THAAD interceptor costs about $12 to $15 million, according to estimates by multiple defense and news outlets. So if you're wondering where your fucking healthcare is going, that's where it's going, okay? Now let's get back to the country where there is no fucking healthcare, the United States of America, and how the supposedly opposition party is behaving after a primary victory for a person that wants to offer more social safety nets, a person that also thinks that this genocide that I've shown you, that we are participating in and directly involved in, this incredibly costly and incredibly bloody genocide, is unacceptable. Chuck Schumer, as you know, has famously stated that the United Nations is anti-Semitic for considering what Israel is doing to be a genocide. Okay? What is this? Here you go. Yeah, Democrats fighting Trump, Democrats fighting Zoran Mamdani. All right. Chuck Schumer does not endorse Mamdani for New York City mayor when asked directly if he will.
But focused. One is the cuts to health care. The second is that it raises costs for Americans and at the same time loses lots of jobs. The third is how it gives huge tax cuts for billionaires. The fourth is corruption that the Trump administration's engaged in. And the fifth is the budget deficit. Not the budget deficit per se, as bad as that is, but it raises costs. It's going to raise your cost to buy a car, raise your cost to buy a home, raise your cost for a credit card. Thanks, everybody.
Senator Schumer, you're going to be endorsing Zoran Mamdani?
And what are your thoughts on Canada?
I'll be meeting with him. We had a good conversation. He's run a good campaign. I'll be meeting with him.
What's your reaction to the Canada trade news?
He has yet to endorse Zoran Mamdani.
Thousands and thousands of people from the various groups to call their senators. We're doing everything we can to stop this bill because it's so horrible. Yes.
Senator Schumer, quick question. Eric Garcia with Independent. There are now House Republicans who are explicitly calling for Zoran Mamdani to be deported. They're calling for him to be denaturalized. What are your thoughts on Republicans making these kinds
That's
of
disgusting. Yes.
Senator, can you preview in as much detail as possible the amendments that Democrats plan to?
Yeah, we're going to have amendments focused in 5 areas, not exclusively, but focused. One is the cuts to health care. The second is that it raises costs for Americans and at the same time loses lots of jobs. The third
It's disgusting. I also love it.
Gloves are off in the race for mayor as the candidates turn their attention to the general election. Today, Mayor Adams formally launched his re-election campaign shortly before accusing the Democratic nominee of anti-Semitism. Ali Bauman spoke with Zoran Mamdani today. She joins us now with the very latest. Ali.
Well, just a spokesperson for Zoran Mamdani's campaign calls the mayor's accusation an attempt to distract from his own record of scandal and corruption. So this race is only just beginning, and it's already getting ugly. Hours after Mayor Eric Adams launched his re-election campaign as an independent Thursday, he went on the attack against the Democratic nominee, Assemblyman Zoran Mamdani.
Do you think he's an anti-Semite?
Yes, I do. I think some of the comments, you look at some of his rap lyrics where he's talked about, his embracing of Hamas. That says a lot.
Overtake, I made me stop, so you better stay awake. I don't say.
The 33-year-old rapper turned politician is now in the national spotlight after his stunning victory over former Governor Andrew Cuomo in the primary Tuesday. Do you feel like you have the eyes of the whole Democratic Party on you right now?
There are a lot of phone calls coming in from numbers that I hadn't had saved before.
The Democratic Socialist campaigned on lowering the cost of living for working New Yorkers by raising the corporate tax and
I like that Eric Adams made this claim. Don't know if Don Lemon corrected him. But it's wild that CBS just didn't say anything and just moved on. Like he actually rapped about defending Hamas or something. Great journalism all around. Congratulations.
Taxing top earners a flat 2%. But Governor Hochul, who's up for re-election herself next year, has other plans.
I have said that I will not raise income taxes on the people of our state.
Your critics say you ran on these promises that a mayor doesn't have the authority to deliver on free buses, raising taxes. What's your strategy for accomplishing all that?
Building the movement that brought us to this point. Ultimately, it's a sign of a different kind of politics. And I'm already hearing from colleagues in the state legislature their excitement on delivering back to working people.
This is not a city where you use idealism to state you're giving everything to everyone for free.
A new poll by Honan Strategy Group Thursday has Mamdani favored to win the general election against Adams unless Cuomo runs as an independent, in which case the poll has him and Mamdani statistically tied.
Ultimately, I'm confident of winning this race no matter who's running in it.
And responding to the mayor's accusation of anti-Semitism, a spokesperson for Mamdani's campaign went on to say tonight Zoran will be a mayor who represents and protects every single New Yorker across the 5 boroughs, tackling the issue of anti-Semitism with action, not rhetoric. As for Cuomo, his campaign says he's still weighing his options whether or not to run as an independent in November. Jess?
It's going to be a long 5 months, Ali. Thank you.
And breaking tonight, Fox News has just learned former Governor Andrew Cuomo is not dropping out of the mayoral race. He will appear on the ballot in November as an independent. Here now with reaction. He is the hard-hitting host of Life, Liberty, and Levin. Thank me. God bless us. How am I? I'm done. The great one, Mark Levin. How are you?
Sean, I'm doing great. First of all, I want to salute our Commander-in-Chief in the United States military. God bless them. They are the best. Now let's get to this reprobate. Other than hating America, hating Jews, and hating capitalism, he's a pretty good candidate. You know, he's kind of a mix between Putin and Arafat. And let me be very clear about this. He's not an American-loving, moderate Muslim. He's an Islamist. That's what he is. I don't want to hear about Islamophobia. This guy's an Islamist. Islamists hate
One of the funniest parts about this, and I addressed this earlier, one of the funniest parts about this kind of statement is one that I'm also obviously very used to. And I addressed as well. Saying this about one of the, if not the currently most progressive candidate in the Democratic Party is additionally crazy. I said this as well. Zoran, much like Ilhan Omar, is one of the most progressive politicians in America and has been getting called a Sharia-supporting jihadist by actual white Christian fundamentalists who want to do Christian Sharia and advocate for more death all around the world. The very people that are fucking saying he's Islamist, he's Islamist, he's Islamist, are fucking insane. Dog, you are claiming, and I know this from my own personal experience as well, being also 33 and fucking Muslim, a progressive Muslim socialist myself. I hear this all the time. People who want to dominate women, people who want to fucking dominate queer people that turn around and tell me I'm actually a fucking Islamist fundamentalist. They're saying that to Zoran. And the only reason why anyone ever even entertains this is because they too are just as racist.
Moderate Muslims. That's what he is. Now let's look where he stands. First of all, he's 33 years old, so he's got pretty old. You know, Castro was only 29 when he took over Cuba. And here we have this guy. This guy's never run a hot dog stand. Not even a kosher hot dog stand. He's never run anything except his mouth. Where does he stand? He won't endorse Israel's right to exist. Wow, that's a tough one. He defends the phrase globalize the intifada. That means he favors globalizing terrorism. When he's challenged, he said, oh, that's just what Palestinians say. No, it isn't, pal. I know who you are, and I know what you are. He goes on. He supports the boycott, divestment, sanctions, BDS movement against Israel, which means destroy Israel, withdraw all investments in Israel. So
I will once again repeat. All of this Zoran is anti-Israel shit coming from Democrats, coming from Republicans, is perfect, and I want it to keep coming. While it's giga racist, I will say this. It's good. Every moment that they spend shitting on Zoran, specifically on the issue of Israel, is a good moment because it is a deeply unpopular position that these fucking morons do not realize is a indefensible position in the eyes of the public. The broader public either looks at this and goes, why the fuck do I give a shit about his takes on Israel? Or goes, hey, good. I didn't know this about him. I also fucking hate Israel. Do you understand? And I hate to, give my enemy advice here. So I think maybe it's best I don't even say this, but I'll say it anyway because I'm a fucking idiot and no one really listens to me anyway. Every moment that they spend defending this indefensible position that the majority of the public also agrees with is a moment that they're wasting not fucking attacking him on other shit that might be a more prescient line of attack, a more valuable line of attack. This was the mistake of Andrew Cuomo too. But these guys, it is kind of wild how hard they ride Israel's dick. It is kind of wild because I think the weird echo chamber that they've created for themselves is impenetrable. And they just do not see a world outside of like their immediate circles where it's like unacceptable to fucking talk about Israel as anything but the most moral nation on the planet that deserves trillions of fucking dollars. Mamdani, yeah. Zaid Jalani says, Mamdani campaign with almost perfect messaging on this issue never came across as anti-Israel, which I think is wrong. Okay? No, he didn't just come across as anti-war. He came across as anti-Israel. And the reality of the matter is most people also are anti-Israel. Maybe not to the same degree that I am. Maybe they haven't like worked through the contradictions or maybe they don't agree with my solutions. But he absolutely did come across as anti-Israel. And it's not a bad thing to come across as anti-Israel. It's a good thing. Every moment wasted informing the public about a position that Zoran holds that is insanely popular is a moment that they wasted not attacking him on other shit. Yeah, Cuomo's advisors were begging him to shut the fuck up about Israel the whole time. Look at this. Cuomo's doom and gloom portrayal of the city he wanted to lead tried to tap into what he assumed would be a deep anxiety over the direction of the city and New Yorkers' concerns with crime. Over the private objections of some people on his campaign, the former governor spent considerable time on the trail hammering Mamdani's anti-Israel positions, which includes support for the boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement. It was a miscalculation. Mamdani's bid hinged on widespread affordability concerns, especially for young voters in a city where monthly rent is increasingly out of hand. As Mamdani closed the gap with Cuomo, some of former governor's advisors encouraged him to talk less about Israel, an issue that has divided the Democratic Party. It has not divided the Democratic Party. This is not true. This is also a lie. The Democrats are not divided on Israel. The Democratic Party's base of support, its voters, are not divided on Israel. They're on fuck Israel time, okay? The problem is nobody else in the fucking party leadership has a clock on the fucking wall. So they ain't saying that it's fuck Israel time. Okay? The party is insanely out of touch with the electorate. And I think it is deliberate. I think that is by design. They have deluded themselves into thinking that this is an issue that is defensible. It is not. And before you say, oh, they know it's bad, they just don't want to say it. No, dude, if they knew it was bad, they would shut the fuck up. AIPAC knows it's bad. AIPAC has known that it's bad. That's why when AIPAC or DMFI or all these other like fucking pro-Israel lobby groups, primary people, they don't spend any money on ads talking about Israel. In the Jamal Bowman campaign, they didn't spend any fucking or Jamal Bowman's different. There were some like pro-Israeli sentiment in his new district, But like in the Cori Bush campaign, they didn't spend a single fucking dime on any sort of like Cori Bush hates Israel. She's a Jew hater. Like they didn't do that at all. Why would they do that? You think people in fucking Missouri give a shit? No. Anyway. Anyway, let's get back to this dumb shit.
So he's a Class A Jew hater in a city that has the largest population of Jews on the face of the earth. He, he wants to arrest Benjamin Netanyahu if he enters New York City. So he's got these fascist tendencies, too. What else?
What?
Taxation is not theft. Capitalism is theft. You know what, pal? Why don't you go into a supermarket? Look what the supermarkets provide the American people. All the types of meat, all the types of vegetables, all the types of wine, 40 different types of bread, 30 different types of milk. That's not some damn Marxist regime. That's America, where Americans have access to more food, more goods, more material than kings and queens had 100 years ago. That's capitalism, pal, and we like it. What else? The Green New Deal, socialism. He wants a $10 billion tax hike on businesses. Now, what happens if you do that? What do? They go to New Jersey, they go to Connecticut, they go to a free state, maybe Florida. In other words...
No, they don't. I'm pretty sure Jersey City has a higher fucking tax on businesses anyway, but they don't. Capital flight is bullshit. And there's a very easy corrective measure called a fucking exit tax that will stamp people into their fucking place of business. But it doesn't ever have to get to that point because capital flight is simply a fucking threat. That's it. It's a threat that nobody ever cashes in on. Ain't no fucking way, dog. Ain't no fucking way. Yeah, Wall Street. You're going to move Wall Street? Suck my dick. You're not going to move Wall Street anywhere. Bro, they have laid fiber optic cables from fucking New York directly to Chicago so they can do real-time trading without skipping a goddamn beat. Proximity to Wall Street is unimaginably important for traders. The idea that they're going to fucking move away is so stupid. It's not happening.
He will kill jobs. He will kill jobs. The guy doesn't know how to create jobs. He's never held a job. The hell has he ever done in his life? It amazes me. These 33-year-old Marxist Islamists, they know how to run the world. They don't know how to run anything. They don't even know how to fix a toilet or to change their oil. What does he want? Free buses, rent freezes, city run.
Michael Bloomberg also ran on free buses. Rent freezes have happened time and time again under previous leadership as well.
Grocery stores. You know what that means? You're going to...
There are plenty of states that have city-run grocery stores, including liquor stores that are government-owned in certain states. The VA operates a massive chain of state-run grocery stores as well. This is simply a pilot project anyway. But if it doesn't work, then they scrap it. It's that simple. The goal is to try to help people.
Starve to death because the city doesn't know how to run a grocery store. They can't run a damn thing. He wants a $30 minimum wage. Why not? He doesn't know. I better watch my mouth. Free city bus.
What? This is a Jamal Bowman appreciation tweet? What the fuck? Zohran Mamdani's extremism exposed, and his extremism is This is a Jamal Bowman appreciation tweet. New York is the birthplace of the global socialist feminist movement.
Buses he wants. What else?
Okay, that's fucking false. That is only extremist because it's revisionist. The global socialist feminist movement was not born in fucking New York. It was in the USSR. That part is actually fucking false. But outside of that, fine, true.
What does he want? Universal everything. Free childcare for children under 6. Oh, that's cool.
Wait, what? Wait, he's got a problem with this too?
Well, who's going to handle that, by the way? Oh, we don't know.
We
What
need
else?
free abortion and contraception on demand.
Advocates for city-run grocery stores with wholesale prices. Yeah, they'll go broke in 2 minutes. He wants to...
Dude, the purpose of these grocery stores is not to fucking run a profit. Everyone's talking about how people are so busted. Everyone's been talking about how like slim the profit margins are for grocery stores. They're like, well, profit margins for grocery stores like 1.6%. It's like, okay, well, there's a lot of cost that would be alleviated if the government was owning it, whether it be like utilizing pre-existing storefront or something that they might have, or even like a bunch of the licenses that you don't need to pay for since it's the government. And beyond that, who gives a fuck if the profit margin is low? It doesn't need the profit. As long as it's like self-paying and somewhat funded by taxes, it's fine. The goal is literally, no rent, no property taxes, no overhead for operations, HR, etc., folded into city services, no profit motive. I don't fucking understand. Yeah, also no corporate expenditures, no fucking trips, no lobbying dollars, no marketing dollars necessary, no fucking executive salary compensation, none of that. So you could technically have a fairly profitable service as well, but you don't even need to have it be profitable. Why does it need to be profitable? It's a government service. Do we look at libraries and we're like, why are the libraries not profitable? Why is the DMV not profitable? What the hell is going on? It's like, no, dude, it's a government service. The fuck? It's so good. There's one in Florida. Baldwin, Florida opens government-run grocery store to address food desert. Stop. Don't remind them libraries exist. Oh, no, they're going to come after libraries. God damn, these people are so fucking stupid.
Abolish ICE. Well, first of all, he's so stupid he doesn't understand. The federal government runs ICE. See, there's a federal government, a state, and a local government. What else? He says ICE is fascist. He opposes... look, New York, do you really want this a-hole as your mayor? I'm just being...
Bro. He got so angry. He got so angry he couldn't finish his point. I love that. I love when Republican guys get so mad that they just can't even finish a coherent thought. Where they're like, ah! Do you really want this fucking asshole? Yeah, the answer is yes. What are you going to do about it? Also, the idea that he's saying abolish ICE as the mayor of New York is so stupid. Obviously, he knows he doesn't have that capability. My favorite thing is when people just add additional shit. What is it? 17 states that have State monopolies on alcohol and liquor stores. No, I know. USPS being a government-run competitor to private parcel companies, or literally any municipal transit agency being a government-run competitor to private transport, or the Tennessee Valley Authority being a federally owned electric utility company. Yeah, that's the real secret. The real secret is that government-run institutions like this, can't speak on the liquor stores, but like government-run institutions like this that are not run at the behest of the profit motive is good. They offer better services than private alternatives, as a matter of fact. Tennessee Valley Authority is a great example of this. Tennessee, across the board, has some of the best internet in the fucking country, dude. It was so good that Google petitioned the government to make it illegal, okay? It is so good. Chattanooga has some of the best internet in this country, okay? Chattanooga, Tennessee, you would never expect that. You're like, what the fuck is that? The reason? Yeah, it's so good that big ISPs, alongside with Google, have petitioned the government to make it illegal for local municipalities to offer government-owned ISPs. Isn't that crazy? Better question is, why the fuck do you know about Chattanooga? Dog, look at my internet. I live in the heart of Los Angeles. My internet is dog shit. I know about I know about state-sponsored terror organizations that have laid fucking fiber optic cables. I've talked extensively about Hezbollah and their fiber optic cables that they have. They have a closed network in Lebanon. Are you fucking kidding me? You think I don't know about Chattanooga, Tennessee? Look at how bad my internet is. I'm on the outside looking in thinking, damn, why can't I have that good shit?
Perfectly honest with you. Do you want to destroy your city? Now, here's the problem. If the rational human beings in New York don't come out and vote, he's going to be your mayor. And he's going to destroy your city. And it'll never be the same again. So what will people do? This city will be depopulated. That is, people who love America, people who pay their taxes, people who believe in law and order, they're going to leave. And people who are reprobates and violent and Islamists, not Muslims, Islamists, they will populate the city. And that's what's going to happen to the greatest city on the face of the earth. This is what this guy's going to do. Now, I would ask New Yorkers, other than what I've just told you, who is he? Do you know anything about him? Of course not. Now, I watched.
Hello? What's up? Hello?
Psaki on MSNBC, who lied through her teeth on behalf of Joe Biden. So apparently their defense is anybody who criticizes an Islamist, Marxist, Jew-hating, American-hating capitalist, that must be Islamophobia. You know what, Psaki? You're the Islamophobe. You're stereotyping. This guy is not your moderate Muslim who supports Muslims. He's an Islamist Marxist. That's what he is. That's why Bernie Sanders, another Marxist. That's why Bernie Sanders is out there, billionaires and oligarchs. Shut up, Bernie. That's why AOC is there campaigning for him. AOC wants to be president of the United States. But here's what really gets me, Sean. Chuck
Mark,
Schumer,
let me ask you one last
Jewish.
question.
Yes.
So you've got our friend Curtis Sliwa in the race, and you got Eric Adams. You got another leftist in the race. Now Andrew Cuomo's gotten in the race. Does that split the vote and pave the way for?
Yes.
Well, for Curtis Sliwa was the only one that would be. He'd be like Rudy Giuliani, Mayor Rudy Giuliani 2.0. Is that? I only have about 20 seconds.
All right, it'll only take me 10. Cuomo should get out. He's a reprobate. He already blew it. Adams is a poor mayor. Curtis Sliwa would be a great mayor. They all need to get around one candidate, support one candidate, and defeat this guy, or this guy's going to destroy the city. It's that simple. I'm done. That's it. Let's go.
All right. That's a great one. Mark Levin, thank you. Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
Get ready for what Wall Street's calling hot commie summer. Axios reports that establishment Democrats are melting down. A, quote, full-on freakout over socialist Zoran the Destroyer, crushing Andrew Cuomo in the New York City's mayor's race. Donors are fearful he could hurt the party's brand nationally. Comrade Z wants to defund the police, legalize prostitution, and he sees this as a model for the nation.
Do you think that is a platform that would work for other candidates running in other parts of the country?
Absolutely. I think ultimately this is a campaign about inequality. And you don't have to live in the most expensive city in the country to have experienced that inequality because it's a national issue. In focusing on working people and their struggles, we also return back to what makes so many of us proud to be Democrats in the first place.
Dana, are the Republicans happy about Zoran the Destroyer?
I think it's mixed.
That's so cool. Zoran the Destroyer is a dope ass name. Like low key. It sounds like they're glazing him a little bit. Anyway. Curtis Lee, famously not anti-Semitic. Yeah, Curtis Lee is...
We're talking about able-bodied men who study Torah and Talmud all day, and we subsidize them, and then all they do is they make babies. Like there's no tomorrow. And who's subsidizing that? We are. Doing it openly and brazenly, and our politicians are rolling over to them. Why? Because of the vote. And because they contribute. The big markets will write the checks, and the checks don't bounce, because they know it's going to politicians. If we don't control the voting apparatus, they will control us. And many people would say, well, what's wrong?
I'm not kidding when I say this. Don't show this to New Yorkers. Don't. It will have the opposite of the intended effect. People will be like, damn, this guy's spitting. I promise you. Yes, is he anti-Semitic? Of course. As I'm telling you right now, the fact that he is starting the conversation with the Orthodox community, this is literally, if this video is like broadly posterized, one, none of the Republicans are going to be like, oh, he's anti-Semitic, I'm not going to vote for him. And he's going to pick up fucking steam. Do not show this video in Staten Island, okay? I repeat, do not show this video in Staten Island. I do like that both Curtis and fucking both Curtis Silva, the Republican candidate, and Eric Adams, the independent running on the End Anti-Semitism ticket, have said actually anti-Semitic things, as opposed to Zohran Mamdani, who is not. And the only thing people are talking about is the suspected anti-Semitism of Zohran Mamdani. Having said that, this kind of take from Curtis Silva about Orthodox communities in New York is a broadly shared perspective of a lot of New Yorkers, and this would only do him a solid if this video was like broadly distributed. If they were to attack him and to be like, oh, he's anti-Semitic, I promise you, in the eyes of many New Yorkers, they'd be like, oh yeah, he's maybe this guy isn't as bad as I thought he was. I think Andrew Cuomo's probably said some similar shit too. Watch this video of him.
If you divide...
Oh, yeah, they do a hate crime in this video.
53 million by $500. That's a $106,000 debit card. Not a bad deal. I don't think they're giving them to vets that are homeless in New York City. Not that I've heard, Curtis.
Well, in fact, our guys have just taken down one of the migrant guys right here on the corner, 42nd and 7th, while all this is
Can you pan the camera?
They've taken over. They've taken over. You'd like the camera over there if at all possible.
Yep. Oh, you got your key open, guys.
It's out of control. Out of control.
They're literally doing a hate crime. And Sean Hannity goes, hey, can you pan the camera over so I can see the hate crime? To which they reply with, pan the camera over so Fox News can see the hate crime, please. And then they end up panning the camera over to watch the hate crime.
Control.
There. All right. Now, Eric Adams often complains he's getting no support from the federal government to help him with the surge of Joe Biden's unvetted illegals in New York. And that could be because of the so-called border czar is a little distracted right now. According to a report, Vice President Harris has now suddenly, quote, found her footing. And she's now apparently getting ready for a future presidential run of her own in 2028. According to the Daily Mail, she campaigned in South Carolina last week, visited.
I don't know. I mean, this happened a long time ago. So I don't know if I'm remembering correctly, but I'm pretty sure the guy that they were just beating up wasn't even an undocumented migrant, let alone it wouldn't be appropriate to do that to any migrant. It's New York, okay? But I think he was also an American citizen as well. As in, they just straight up did a fucking hate crime, which would have been a hate crime even if he was a migrant, by the way. This is New York City. Like, what the fuck do you mean? You saw a random brown guy and you started pouncing on him? What are you, psychotic? Yeah. Migrant assaulted live on Fox News by New York City vigilante group is actually from the Bronx. Police have not said whether any of the Guardian members will face charges. What do you mean? What do you mean you don't know if they'll face charges? Like they literally panned the camera over to do the hate crime. Fuck you mean they didn't? Oh my God. Anyway, let's continue.
Mixed. Yes, in a way. I do think that they think, oh, okay, well, we can really go after this guy. And in a way, it's only Trump's campaign who was able to match the kind of TikTok-ness of the campaign tactics that he had. If you think about Cuomo wanting to run against this guy, he was basically running a campaign from the 1970s. Like, it felt so old, and the messaging was old. And then you have Mamdani, who, it's like, even if you were not into the policies, you're kind of taken in by the look and feel and the vibe of the campaign. So I think there's that. But I also think there are plenty of Republicans who think this is actually dangerous. You have people who support him saying, but real socialism has never been tried.
Oh, gosh.
As if, basically, again, you go back to the fact that nobody goes to school, nobody knows their history, etc. I also think that the city has been hollowed out of a lot of families, right? It's very difficult and very expensive to raise families in this city. So you have a lot of young single people that are here, and you have a lot of older white liberals that really liked it, and then you had the low-income people who are saying, well, they don't want him. This is going to be a big fight. To me, Eric Adams feels a little low energy, and I don't think he understands the way to try to beat him. Look at, we're just showing the video here. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, I'm liking this.
The question I would like to ask him is, what does he think happened to the $1 billion that Bill de Blasio gave to his wife to work on homeless issues in this city? Gave her $1 billion. take it over, do whatever you need. They lost all the money. Where do you think it went? What do you think went wrong? Government wasn't charged then. What do you think, sir, went wrong there? Where did that money go? Is it wrong? Is it a bad thing that money was lost? Who do you think that money came from, etc.? There's so many questions you could put to him, but if it's a campaign on vibes, he's got the edge.
Hot commie summer. You psyched?
Yeah. So on the one, first of all, I love the idea that somebody like Andrew Cuomo paid a price for his handling of COVID.
Yep.
I think that's fantastic. Unfortunately, this is probably not the right lesson to learn from it. Government-run grocery stores are not. Can you imagine getting your groceries from somebody that?
Why would you guys hate the way Andrew Cuomo handled COVID? You hated the way Andrew Cuomo claimed he was handling COVID. You should love the way he actually handled it by lying about the death rate. That's literally Trump. That's exactly what Trump wanted to do. Unless you're just jealous that he got away with it and got so much media praise while simultaneously lying about the fucking death count in nursing homes. But if I recall correctly, that was basically what Trump wanted to do. He was like, don't test people for COVID. If you don't test people for COVID, you won't need to do shutdowns. Is that what it is? Are they mad?
It looks like one of the people that mans the stations in the subway and is and cares about your food delivery, your food order as much as that person cares about your safety. It's not gonna be pretty. The other thing that I do love about this is that there are a few places that are bluer political entities than New York City. And this is a confirmation that Democrat policies absolutely fail. Even Democrat voters hate Democrat policies because they have rejected normal Democrat policies in favor of this loony stuff. As for, I'm sure Republicans who live here are not too excited about this. But if you're President Trump and you're a Republican running anywhere else in the country, we're not making this stuff up. There really are people who believe this stuff, who believe in socialism, and there are voters who support it. And that is very, very good for Republicans.
On a scale of 1 to 10, Jessica, how...
This stuff is always funny to me because it reminds me of people just constantly being like, excuse me, you're defending terrorism. It's like, you don't even have to describe it. You just go, oh, anyone resisting against Israel? Well, those are the bad guys. Like, they don't even talk about why this is unacceptable. They'll just at most lie and be like, it's socialism. They'll bankrupt the country. You know what I mean? But most of them don't even go there. They just go, can you imagine? These guys are socialists. Ha ha. And they move on. Like, as though that in and of itself is enough. That is the death sentence, you know? This guy, look at this fucking idiot. He's a self-described socialist. Not realizing that clearly that was not a hurdle for the New Yorkers that are experiencing an unprecedented affordability crisis. They were like, nah, this socialism shit sounds good to me. Not bad, as a matter of fact. Clearly, that was the overall assessment, considering that Zoran beat the fuck out of Andrew Cuomo. But yeah, if you're like 60 plus and firmly committed to Red Scare narratives, yeah, you hear that and you got your grandparents probably get a fucking aneurysm when they hear this shit.
Scared are you if he wins?
He's not my first choice. So 10. To say the least. No, listen.
Boo! Jessica, boo!
Listen, there are many issues that I have with his platform. I don't think it's feasible to have a $30 minimum wage. If you want to say that we should have more food pantries instead of government-run grocery stores, I think we could talk about that. But, pie in the sky kind of stuff that you often hear from the left. Though people did tell Bill de Blasio that universal pre-K was pie in the sky, and we have it now, and everybody loves it and takes advantage of it. People
Okay. Stuck the landing.
Even would technically have enough money for private school because the public schools have gotten better in the city in certain areas are using it. And then there's the whole conversation about positions that he's taken, like, supporting the BDS movement, his statement that came out on October 8th after the atrocity of October 7th, which also condemned Israel. Those are things that are.
Yeah, this is the type of stuff that kind of goes back to the, ooh, socialism's scary. Yeah, he was right on October 7th. What do you mean? You know what I mean? You can't punish someone for a position that they had that was correct on October 7th. You can't just go back to that and be like, look how correct he was. You know what I mean? Especially at a time when more people since post-October 7 have been forced to reckon with the violent ways that Israel exists. It's so fucking funny, though, that these guys will always go back to that. Like, it's one of my favorite things that people do where they're like, they'll look at an objectively correct statement that is, that if you look at on its own, you would go, yeah, I agree with everything he's saying. And they get mad. They're like, well, but look how close after October 7 he said this. He's like, yeah, he was right. Why do you think this punishes him? It's not my fault that you don't know right from wrong. You know what I mean? It's not my fault that you're fucking wrong. And you're still kind of wrong, I guess. And he was right. What do you mean? Why do you think you get to punish someone for being right but too early by your estimations? Do I have to sit around and wait for you to also come to this conclusion maybe a year from now when it's no longer a problematic statement from a career perspective? It makes no sense. Like, it's premature anti-fascism, right? Oh, well, it's awfully suspicious that this person arrived at the correct position right after October 7. It's like, dude, it's the majority position. It's the fucking majority position now. You can't just like hearken back to a time when a lot of people were oblivious to the ways that Israel was operating and simply thought this was like a unique act of violence born out of anti-Semitism as it was presented to an oblivious audience of Americans who've only gotten pro-Israel propaganda up until that fucking moment, whose eyes were open to the violent ways in which the Israeli apartheid works and how Israel is, without a shred of doubt, doing an ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza after 20 months of it happening. The fuck do you mean? That's not his fault. That's your fault. And in an honest world, in a just world, you should feel shame. You should feel shame that you are even trying to present yourself as though you are in the right and this person is in the wrong 20 months after this ethnic cleansing campaign started. What are we doing? ADL called out. The ADL wants Mamdani to call out random tweets from people he has zero connection to, a totally new standard they've held no other candidate to until today. It's almost like the ADL runs smear campaigns against Israel critics and has nothing to do with combating hate. Has the ADL / Jonathan Greenblatt ever asked any other candidate to respond to random tweets from people the candidate has no association with? It's interesting they've developed this standard on June 27, 2025, except Adam is cooking my ass without even fucking realizing, because the ADL will now turn around and be like, well, you did an interview with Hasan and try to fucking badger him over the head with whatever the fuck kind of statement that that they falsely smear me with, to try to falsely smear Zoran with. So now they'll do that. So anyway, all this stuff is stupid and you shouldn't be afraid of it. Okay, that's all I'm saying. All this stuff is stupid. You should not be afraid of it. If you're running for office and they try to do this to you, remember, you have more clarity. You are on the right side of history. You have moral clarity and you have the numbers. This shit does not work anymore. It only works if you turn it into a problem. If you actually adopt their framing, if you actually lean into their hysterics, if you legitimize their unjustifiable and, dare I say, racist fears. The idea that any Muslim, no matter how hard they fucking talk about combating anti-Semitism, is still secretly an anti-Semite. Why? Because they're fucking anti-Israel. Do not give in to this nonsensical bullshit. Oh my God, I think oh my God, my mom is eating fake news right now. Oh God. My mom just sent me a text message. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, 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 dude. She sent me a text message. She said, Bezos gifted all his wedding guests an Amazon worker to adopt. ... Did you hear about this? And it's like a Threads. It's a Threads video. And it's obviously a joke. Like it's a comedy sketch that someone made. Didn't mean to blast her. Didn't mean to put her on blast on the timeline like this. But god damn, that makes me so scared. That makes me so scared. Our parents don't know how to handle the internet, dog. What is going on? She has a PhD. Oh my God. Bargles, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. All right, let's continue.
Very difficult for me. But two things are important. One, he wasn't running against your average member of the Democratic establishment. Andrew Cuomo was a pretty uniquely flawed candidate for this. And like Dana said, he ran a lifeless campaign. I watched a lot of the events, know a lot of people who worked in his orbit, and it was pretty joyless. And Mamdani was joyful every single second that he was doing this, even when he was getting grilled about past positions that he's taken. You know, how are you going to get this to work? He looked like he was having a blast. And on the question of where you say, well, socialism doesn't work, there's a real split between what younger people think socialism means and what older people think socialism means. Younger people think it means tax the rich. Older people think it means bread lines. And that's where you're seeing this real division.
But people who don't know their history are doomed to repeat it.
Like I said, he wasn't my top choice.
So it does look like this guy's about.
Oh, you found it. I can't believe you went and you fucking found it, dude.
In gift bags? Oh my God, Lauren looks beautiful. Jeff looks so in love. We are having the best day. We just got our wedding gift bags and oh my God, they're amazing. So, you know, I got some like chocolates, a Valentino clutch bag, and a personalized adoption certificate for an Amazon worker. Yeah. So I am the proud adopter of an Amazon worker, and so is everyone at this wedding. It's so exciting. My one is called Jerry. He lives in Massachusetts. He works really hard, And I guess how it will work is that every month or so, I'll get a little update, how Jerry's doing. Jerry working hard, Jerry with his little dumpy wife and children, Jerry with his hard hat on, Jerry in the bedroom. No, I don't know, maybe. But everyone's got ones. That the Kardashians, all of their ones also have names beginning with K. It's like Carl and Krusty and Carol with a K, obviously. In fact, I think they got Carol to change the name to the one with a K so that, this whole thing could work. So it's really beautiful. And, people give Jeff and Lauren a hard time because they've got so much money. That's not their fault. And they're giving back. They're giving back to the city of Venice, and they're giving back to the people, and I think that's what's really important in life. It's love.
What am I showing you? It's fake news. Is a sketch that my mom thought was sincere. She watched that and was worried. And I know she watched that and thought it was real because she hit me with the, have you seen this? Jeff Bezos is giving out Amazon workers for adoption. Maybe she's right. My point is, a lot of you think, oh, my mom and dad fall for Fox News fake news propaganda. Be on the lookout. If your parents are liberals, for example, or if they're radical in their politics, they can still be susceptible to sketches, not even intentional misinformation, but simply sketches. You understand?
About vibes, and the Democrats, all they care about is someone who looks like they're having a good time. Doesn't matter what they're for.
My mom also has a PhD and falls for lib misinfo on TikTok on the daily. Yeah. It's interesting because that one isn't even specifically designed to be misinformation. That's just a joke, right? That's a sketch.
Or as long as they look like they're having fun.
That's the only acceptable explanation for this, because to me, this is a joyfully wrapped total anti-Semite that is hell-bent on destroying the city even further. I spoke with a prominent New York City businessman earlier today, and he said, you asked her if she was scared. He said, as a Jew, I'm angry, scared, and abandoned. He said, I'm scared my kids will not be able to live in America. He said, this is how it starts, by that one on your screen. And he said, this isn't as much about Mamdani as it is my friends and neighbors abandoning us. So everyone here in this borough that voted for that totally and utterly abandoned the Jewish
It's so crazy.
community here and across the world. And I think it is fantastic to even entertain his policies that are rooted in utter nonsense. So you have America's worst mayor, de Blasio, who came in and said, well, he was successful because he talked about kitchen table issues. Direct quote. He said, rent affordability. People are struggling to make ends meet. He talked about the basics of life, food. First of all, that's not what this person was talking about. Mamdani is talking about handouts. He's talking about gimmicks. He's diving in the Hudson while he wants everyone to have free everything. The reason older people think of socialism as breadlines is because they lived it, because they lived through World War II and through communist adventures that were utterly destructive and fatal. So everyone who has the luxury here of voting for Mamdani, which I find it ironic because despite those who are struggling for basics and struggling to make ends meet, as de Blasio said, those guys voted for Cuomo. It was your typical rich, overeducated, elite snobs that voted for Mamdani. And the fact that they overlook the fact that he hates Jews is the worst thing of all.
Well, you could still DoorDash the bread.
Oh my God.
You could just have the delivery guy wait in line for you. Problem solved. Up next, Jasmine Crockett thinks it's racist to deport dangerous criminal migrants. Click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube.
Some New Yorkers are thinking of packing up and getting out already. They call it the Mamdani migration. The New York Post is reporting that real estate agents.
Okay. Go ahead, make my day. You know what I mean? If people are scared of a Muslim mayor and want to leave New York, like, I'll gladly take their place. I'll bring some commerce over there. You know what I mean? Mamdani already making Mamdani already making promises and delivering on promises that he made good on promises, lowering the cost of living, opening up additional units. My king.
Are getting flooded with phone calls. Luxury real estate agent Ryan Serhant told the Post that his #1 job will be moving people from New York to Florida again. And based on the results, clients are going to hold off on making any kind of investment in New York City. Lydia Moynihan knows all about this. She's a financial correspondent at the Post and broke this story. Lydia, I had a bunch of my friends over the weekend when they saw this coming saying, oh my goodness, I wish I sold last year. This is a nightmare. How could this be happening? So is this Mamdani migration a real thing?
I think it is, and I hate to say that. Look, what's not surprising is it in the wake of him clinching that Democratic nomination that wealthy people, really anyone with sort of a vested interest in the city, was exploring options of where they could move. Florida, of course, is a well-trodden path at this point, but what's much more concerning is the fact that people are actually walking away from deals. So people who were either in process of signing and purchasing an apartment or, potentially buying something in the future, they're walking away. And so for the next 4 months, I think we're going to see a decrease in the investment in New York City. Anyone with a business is going to be a little hesitant. And of course, that's going to be amplified for 4 years if Mamdani is elected. And of course, Laura, the irony is that these are the very people who he needs to be paying for all of these programs. And the things he's outlined sound like Doge cuts, right? Millions of dollars to transgender surgeries for minors. And there's really no way that he can do that if, as I think people will, they're going to pack up and leave.
Yeah, there won't be enough rich people to tax at some point. And again, it's nice to hear that, the former Obama and folks speaking about how dangerous this is. But where were they?
Dude, rich people are going to escape New York in droves. Yeah. If the taxes are too high, they'll escape New York in droves. Okay, great. One, don't let the door hit your ass on the way out. But I'll give you this fucking exit tax on the way out. Okay, that's number one. Number two, oh no. What will New Yorkers do, bro? What will New Yorkers do without rich fucking assholes living in New York? It's not going to happen anyway. Here, let me tell you. I'm a rich fucking asshole living in Los Angeles. And I know a lot of rich fucking assholes that live in Los Angeles. You know what rich fucking assholes don't do? Leave Los Angeles. They're rich. Why the fuck would they? Shut the fuck up. And here's the best example of this. These douchebags on fucking Fox News, if they don't live in Connecticut, most of them live in New York City. They are not leaving. I promise you. Okay? They are not. You know who does leave? Places like Los Angeles and New York City, places like states like California, poor people, because they can't afford housing. The cost of living is too fucking high. That is, ironically enough, exactly one of the problems that Zoran is seeking to fix. God damn, dude. Shut the fuck up. I hate these motherfuckers so much. Oh, without us, without rich people, the city won't survive. No, it will, dude. It will. It'll be so much better, as a matter of fact. Oh, my Lord. Zoran the Destroyer. Rex the Dem Party. There's only two types of people that fucking leave these places. Okay? People that have a lot of money leave because they can do 6 months plus one in another state. Okay? That's real. But the issue, like the tax loss from that, the taxable revenue loss from that is negligible. But the majority, like by the numbers, the larger percentage of people that leave are leaving not because of capital flight. They're leaving because they're poor. They can't fucking survive in these cities. Okay? That's it. One of the funniest things that happened was rich people, or at least like relatively comfortable people that left and like went to Texas, they fucking hate it now. They hate it. 86,000 richest people in New York City contribute 40% of his taxes. Yeah, none of those motherfuckers are leaving, is my point. They're not leaving. You think 86,000 people are going to leave New York because they have to? If you're a millionaire, okay, the percentages of increase in taxes that he's talking about, if you're making $1 million, is like $2,000 extra dollars a year. You think a millionaire is going to be like $2,000 extra dollars? Time to fucking uproot my entire life so I can live in Idaho. Okay, $20,000, not $2,000. Okay, sorry, $20,000. Okay, my bad. My point still stands. Up until it gets to fucking from $20,000 to. Wait, yeah, I don't think it's $22,000. I think I was right. What is the fucking percentage increase in taxes? Even if it was $20K, they still wouldn't fucking leave. Until it's $200,000. Until it's $200,000, ain't no fucking rich person is leaving. Yeah, it's only 2% for everything over $1 million. So it is $2,000. You guys are wrong. No. 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 Wait. No, it is a 2% increase past $1 million. I don't think it's $20K. It's not a flat across the board tax on $1 million, guys. He said $20K himself. Let me just look up Mamdani's tax real quick. Mamdani tax plan. Oh my God! Everyone posts everyone posts a Pac-Man. Okay, numbers Mamdani says would impact about 34,000 households. Okay. He has proposed a 2% tax on what his campaign calls the wealthiest 1% of New Yorkers, those earning above $1 million annually. His platform estimates that his millionaire tax will raise $4 billion annually to help fund projects like universal free childcare, early childcare, free bus rides, and more affordable housing. That same 1% also benefited from a tax cut under the President Trump's 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. This is true. The proposed surtax, the 2% extra tax rate, would only apply to earnings over $1 million. Mamdani suggests make New York's tax more progressive. The federal income tax system, he points out, is progressive, with the progressive tax rate goes up as income increases, but everyone pays the same rate for the same income. That means that you pay the same 10% of everyone else until, oh my God, they're explaining progressive taxation in this article. Okay. New York State has a similar system with rates ranging from 4% to 10.9%. However, Mamdani claims the New York City income tax is essentially a flat tax of 3.9%, whether you make $50,000 or $5 million. Mamdani explains on his website, you practically pay the same tax rate. New York City's income tax was a flat 2% when it began in 1966.
Dollars, not in revenue, but in profit. And the second is taxing the top 1% of.
If you mean 20K, you mean $1 million extra dollars past the point of $1 million, by the way. Okay? 2% is off of every dollar past the point of $1 million.
New Yorkers. We're talking about people who make $1 million a year or more, taxing them just by a flat 2% tax increase. And I know if 50 Cent is listening, he's not going to be happy about this. He tends to not like this tax.
He did talk shit about Zoran
policy, but I want to be very clear. This is about $20,000 a year. It's a rounding error. And all of these things together, they make every New Yorker's life better, including those who are actually getting taxed.
When he says it's about... Wait, if it's a flat tax and not a progressive tax, then yes, you're right. If it's a progressive tax, you're not right. The 2% flat tax past the point of $1 million would be $20,000. You're correct. But if it's a progressive tax, Himbo can't do math. No. If you make $1 million past the point of the $1 million marker in an increase of a top marginal tax rate of 2%, only then would it be $20,000. I didn't realize it was a flat tax. I thought it was a progressive. It was a extra. Take the L and move on. No, I mean, I'm wrong. Yes, I didn't realize it was a 2% flat for someone who makes $1 million. It's a 2% flat, 20K per million, 2% progressive, 20K per million after the first million. Exactly. That's what I thought was going on. Let's do the math. 2% of 1 million is $20,000 a year on taxes. That is less than the moving. No, of course, $20,000 is also negligible for someone making. Okay, let me explain. I thought this wasn't a flat tax, but an extra 2% added on top of, for extra 2% added as a progressive tax for earners over $1 million. That would mean that every dollar you make after the point of that $1 million would be taxed at 2% extra. Okay? That's not the case. He's saying he wants to apply a flat tax of 2% to past the point of $1 million in income. Okay? That is a flat tax, and it will be $20,000 for someone who makes $1 million. This is correct. My misunderstanding came from that. Having said that, if you consider 2% flat tax over 1 million non-progressive, look at it. Do you make 1 million? No, if you made $1 million, if it was an increase of 2% for people making the people past the point of $1 million, only until you reached $2 million that year would your tax burden not reach $20,000 extra dollars in taxes. But if it's a flat tax applied past the point of $1 million, then it is immediately going to be, I suspect, $20,000. Do you understand? Under Mamdani's plan, the tax would be tacked on top of the top, tacked on at the top, taking an additional 2% of incomes over 1 million, making a tax more progressive. But it doesn't matter. The reason why it doesn't matter is because, once again, an additional 2% is negligible. Okay? It's negligible. Let's see. Page number 3. From his policy, his budget. Mamdani administration a two-part plan to tax the wealthiest New Yorkers. By the way, he has to go through Albany to do this. I don't think he can do this directly in New York City. We will pursue a corporate tax increase for the most profitable businesses operating in New York and champion a tax on the richest 1% of New York residents, those who make over $1 million a year. He then talks about all the other places that have similar implementations. Having said that, I think in Massachusetts, it was the state legislature that passed it. So the millionaire tax, which was very effective and broadly popular. Having said that, that was passed through the state legislature and not done through Michelle Wu. Who's Albany? Albany is the state capital. So when someone in New York City refers to Albany, they mean the state government. I think initially this was a ballot measure too, right? Wasn't this voted in as in Boston? It was voted, or not Boston, in Massachusetts it was a ballot measure. Oh, what the fuck? A majority of all corporate tax revenues paid for by 1,000. Okay, taxing 1% for the 99%. 34,000 households earn over $1 million each year. This tiny share of the population takes up 35% of the income earned by all New York City residents. Top 1% also benefit from a large income tax cut. Both federal income. Okay, this is literally the same as the article I was reading. It would result in a vacuum between 1 to 1.2 million incomes. Very small number of people would want to avoid the kick-in at 1 million if it's how he describes it. Ultimately, I don't see how it gets implemented in that way because it creates a fiscal cliff. Yes, that is also the reason why I didn't realize I didn't assume that it was a flat tax, because usually a flat tax like that does create, as Megaphonics correctly points out, a fiscal cliff. This also happens in programs that are not universal in general. Like on the poorest side of things, there are people that have their benefits that they lose once they get to a certain point of income. But that income is not enough to actually outweigh the benefits that they were getting from the state government or the federal government. That's the reason why I thought it was just an extra 2%. Mamdani administration will work with Albany to update our New York City income tax to require the wealthiest New Yorkers to pay their fair share. It will champion a 2% tax on all incomes over $1 million, which raises $4 billion. Under the new plan, someone earning $1 million will pay an additional $20,000 in city income tax. Yeah. Obsessed with the Democrat podcast? What is this?
We call bullshit. Mr. President, we call bullshit. Mr. President.
Checking in with the Democratic Party's new video series, and I'm awed by how organic it looks. Democrats' daily blueprint. I vote for Democrats. I guess I should quit while I'm ahead. I do feel like I'm about to lose my job very soon. All right. Anyway, let's continue. Once again, whether it is a additional 2% increase for the top marginal tax bracket off of every dollar that they generate past the point of $1 million, which would amount to, for most people, it would not amount to $20 million until they reached a point of $2 million in revenue, yearly earned income. It's still negligible. Even if it's $2,000, even if it's $20,000, it is still a negligible sum. The only people that will, I guess, quote unquote, suffer, not really suffer, but at least like will get fucked over harder, like that this will be a larger burden on, would be the people making like $1 million a year or $1.1 million a year or $1.2 million a year. And they would, the percentage of, the percentage of taxes that they have to pay because it's a flat tax would obviously feel more impactful, even if it is still negligible, than people making $2 million, $3 million a year. Okay? So, once again, none of you motherfuckers need to worry about that. So who gives a shit? Okay? Let's continue.
When this, hornet's nest was beginning to form on the left, I mean, they were nowhere to be found. I mean, you didn't really hear much from any of them. Larry Summers is now worried about the Democrat Party. And, obviously as an economist, I mean, again, where was he when this was all beginning to form 6-7 years ago? Longer.
All it takes for evil to prevail is for good men to do nothing. I think people were just backed into a corner and terrified that if they said something, they were going to get canceled. I mean, that's what happened to anyone who didn't fall in line with the ideology for the past decade. But it's going to be very interesting to see, Laura, because there's a quote that I love. There's only two places where people count the number of days they're there, Florida and jail. And so I think people have been hesitant to move back to Florida. We're sort of on the cusp of seemingly the city coming back with now people are back to the office. The city seems vibrant, but there is a tipping point. And the fact that Mamdani is saying he will increase taxes further, there is a point at which people say enough is enough.
No, there isn't. If there is a point such as that one, Mamdani is not anywhere near getting to that point. Oh my God.
Up with this anymore and goodbye.
Pot smell 24/7, transgender surgeries all paid for, and higher taxes. Yeah, what could possibly go wrong?
The good news is that he's not going to be spending much money on police, right? Because he's said that they have anti-queer ideology. So that will be one area where we can cut costs.
Yeah, exactly. Good point. Lydia, great to have you on. Thank you so much.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here.
A housing policy document on Madman's official website talks about how he'd like to
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, they're fucking hitting every rage bait they can. Now they're going to try to fucking be like, oh, he's doing IDPAL.
shift the tax burden to richer and whiter neighborhoods if he wins in November. And of course, the commies got a beef with capitalism.
Do you like capitalism?
I love this.
No, I have many critiques of capitalism. And I think ultimately the definition for me of why I call myself a democratic socialist is the words of Dr. King decades ago. He said, call it democracy or call it democratic socialism. There must be a better distribution of wealth for all of God's children in this country. And that's what I'm focused on is dignity.
God damn, he is like the lib whisperer, dude. It's crazy. He has perfected the craft of taking a left position and then reframing it in an incredibly easy to understand, appealing and in an overall appealing way that liberals can consume. Silver tongue devil.
And taking on income inequality.
But can the moderates slay the socialists? Michigan Senator Scotkin is dropping her alpha vision for the Dems. Watch.
Democrats have lost some of their alpha energy. They're looking for you to just show some fight and some planning and some be the coach that's going to lead people from a losing record to a winning record. And how are we going to do that and bring people along with you? And we don't do that.
All right, so you're not a lawyer, Brian, but...
He's very literate, though.
He is very literate. When you say you want to shift the tax burden to whites, is that constitutional?
I think he stole my favorite line. I say that all the time in the halls at Fox. I'm always saying the white people are the problem, and then he steals my line. So I'm a little offended.
Make the whites pay more.
Yeah, make the whites. I've always said that if the white people would just pay more, finally we're cracking down on the white people,
It's
way overdue. And it's too bad that Trump didn't think of that ahead of time.
These whites are out of line.
So I got to give him one credit. When you ask Bernie Sanders, he's a socialist, he'll just go around the subject. It's not a problem. I just, I want to equal things out. This guy's like, no, I am a socialist. Don't try to Erin Burnett tried to soften it. You're not really social. She's like capitalism a little bit. No, not at all. Not at all. No. Why do you ask? And the thing is, the reason why he's popular, he's a big social media guy, he's got young people excited. He evidently goes around and has big parties. They don't even know what they're voting for, what they're doing. He's young, he's got energy, he's on social media, makes some cool tapes, jumps in the water when it's cold, and people follow around. There was 20, I was talking to the Free Press person who's been following around for 2 years, and says that he He is just, he just has huge parties. People don't know what they're doing. Evidently, that night on election night, they had 30 parties sponsored and paid for where people go and get drunk and they go, I love this guy. They have no idea what he stands for, but there's panic. Jessica, you're better than me on this, but Gillibrand is not happy. Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries called, but she can't even pretend that it's an okay thing. Laura Gillen, Democrat on Long Island.
Swazi, too.
Yeah, this is not good for the Democratic Party.
Jessica, your name was mentioned. You can respond.
Well, it was also a nice mention, which has basically never happened before.
All right, so you can't respond. All right, we're going to go to you,
You're
Kennedy.
taking a moment of time. I think Elise Stefanik was the first one to start fundraising off of this on Tuesday night, had it ready to go. And it is going to be a talking point in everyone's election across the country. They're going to say, this is, the leader of the party. AOC is the kingmaker, right? And we're going to have Democratic Socialists.
Do you believe that, though? Or are you just saying they're saying that?
Well, no, I don't think Mamdani is the leader of our party or AOC is the leader of our party. And I should note as well that Schumer and Jeffries congratulated him. They didn't endorse him. And people are waiting to see what happens. Cuomo, it was rumored that he was going to drop out. I believe the deadline was like this afternoon where he had to get off. He has an independent line on the Fight and Deliver line. And at least what I read right before the show is that he didn't drop out. So the problem is going to be that Adams and Cuomo can't both be in because they're going to split the moderate vote.
Why are you worried? God damn, dude. Jessica Tarkov, you're supposed to be the liberal voice here. What the hell is this about? God damn. I mean, I guess she is the most honest in terms of like channeling the liberal position. I wasn't expecting her to be pro Zoran, by the way.
Or the anti-Mamdani vote. Curtis Sliwa apparently, some donors were thinking that they could beg Trump to have him go take a role in the administration to get him out.
Yeah, Curtis Sliwa will never, ever drop that Republican candidacy. Are you out of your mind? That dude is insane. Okay? He is an insane person. You can't tell an insane person to fucking drop out of this race. He knows he's not even going to win. He's not doing this to win. He's doing this to put out a message that Curtis Sliwa is here. Okay? That motherfucker keeps that beret on. He's got 25 cats. Why do you think a guy like that is gonna quit? Oh shit. Little F. Little F. Little F. Little baby F. The F is done. It's not that big of a deal. The F has gone away. Don't worry, folks. Little baby F, big beautiful F. Yeah, Ross Parker says one thing you got to give Curtis is the mob almost killed him, so he means it. When Curtis Sliwa tells me I'm not getting out of this race unless they figure out a way to put me in a pine box and bury me 6 feet under. Look at this man without the beret. Ah! Oh my God, he has a beret tan line. Oh my God. Oh my God. I don't think I've ever seen him without the beret. Oh my God, he has a literal beret tan line. What the fuck? Yeah, I mean, if that doesn't show you dedication, I don't know what does. Okay, he said neither has the sun. True. Neither myself nor the sun has ever encountered this fucking tan line. true. More Sliwa anti-Semitism. Republican mayoral candidate Curtis Sliwa, a Staten Island rally for Trump, to an Israeli reporter. I tell the Jews all the time, I'm a Gentile. It's in our DNA. You need to wake up and understand that we always blame the Jews no matter what happens. Wait, what?
בדיוק מה שמטריד את הקול היהודי באמריקה, האנטישמיות שמרימה כאן את הראש.
I told you don't make this motherfucker. Did I not tell you down to the fucking area where this kind of attitude is going to play really well to the crowd? Yeah, turns out he already did say this in fucking Staten Island. Okay? He already said this in Staten Island. He said I'm an anti-Semite. It's in my genes, dude. Oh no.
החזרה לעצרת למען טראמפ בסטטן איילנד.
Trump stop in Staten Island. They talk about everything
שם על
there.
הכל, בעצם כמעט על
In
הכל.
fact, almost all of it.
Through the roof. You go to the supermarket. I say this all the time. A couple of weeks ago.
האינפלציה שמרקיעה שחקים, כל מי
The inflation which makes us laugh. Everyone
שהולך
goes to the
לסופרמרקט
supermarket
רואה
to
את
see
זה,
this.
כולם מרגישים את זה,
Everybody
ממלאים
feels
עגלה
this. They
והכסף
fill
לא
a
קונה הרבה.
bag. The money does much.
$70
$70 for nothing. Does
האם
your salary
המשכורת
also go
שלכם
up?
גם עלתה בהתאם?
Has your salary gone up because
אז
of
מדברים על כלכלה
So we're talking about
ועל מהגרים ועל
immigrations and inflation.
הפלות.
Okay.
אז ביקשנו מהדוברים
We
המרכזיים
asked our central
התייחסות
speakers to speak
למיקרופון
into
של
this
כאן
microphone. Here is Curtis Sliwa.
ב' לנושאים האלו. הנה קרטיס סליבה, רפובליקני
A very
מאוד
well-known
מאוד מוכר
Republican.
באמריקה, הוא מתמודד לראשות העיר ניו
America,
יורק,
the mayor of New
ושימו לב
York.
לדברים
And pay attention to things that don't fit
שיוצאים
him.
לו מהפה.
I tell Jews all the time I'm a Gentile. It's in our DNA. You either wake up and understand history repeats itself.
אני אומר ליהודים כל הזמן, אני גוי, זה ב-DNA שלנו. אתם צריכים להתעורר ולהבין שאנחנו תמיד מאשימים
You have to wake up and realize we always blame the Jewish
את היהודים
people.
ולא משנה מה קורה.
No matter what
ואני אומר להם
happens.
גם לא משנה אילו הסכמים
And if peace agreements
שלום
are
תעשו,
made,
תמיד ישנאו
they will
אתכם.
hate you.
כך
This
זה
is how it works in
באמריקה.
America. This way in other places. Okay, to be fair, I don't even think he's like saying something anti-Semitic. I think he's trying to say like, you know, it's not the Jews' fault, but we here in America, us Christians, always mistrust the Jews or something. You know what I mean? Is that what he's? I don't know.
זה במקומות אחרים, זה ב-DNA שלנו. גם אני צריך לתפוס את עצמי מדי פעם.
Come on. It's in our DNA.
Come on. Wait, he's woke. He's woke. He's woke. I got to catch myself from time to time being anti-Semitic. He's woke. No, no. Dude, this guy. This is like when Trump said, his wife is Jewish, by the way, and he has 2 Jewish kids. Oh my God. Oh, I did not know that. Okay. Listen. He's woke. Okay. This reminds me of when Trump said, I'm probably the least racist person in this room. Where he's like, I'm a little racist, but not that racist. There's definitely more racist people than me in this room.
Catch myself from time to time.
נציין רק שקרטיס סליבה, שאמר את הדברים האלה, הוא מועמד רפובליקני לראשות העיר ניו יורק, ויש לו 2 ילדים מאישה יהודייה.
The way, and he has 2 children from Jewish women. Wait, so multiple Jewish women? This translation was ass, by the way. That's crazy. Fucking 75% of Israel speaks English, man. How the fuck did they find the one translator who doesn't? Like, what is going on? It's harder to find an Israeli person that doesn't speak English. Oh, Jesus Christ. I think it was Twitter AI auto-translate, to be fair. Yeah.
Out of this race, that you could appeal to Trump and just say, we don't need New York City to turn into a socialist, you know.
Oh, shut up, Jessica. You're hurting my feelings.
Fox News contributor and author of On Demand.
Oh, my God. This fucking loser. Little F. Little baby F again. Fucked up.
Democracies and Death Cults. Douglas Murray is here. So is Zohan the Destroyer the leader of a death cult in Manhattan?
Oh, well, he's certainly going to destroy the Democratic Party. My own view is that the American public, including the voters in New York, don't really like socialists of any kind. We don't like national socialists, and we don't like democratic socialists.
By the way, I just want to point out something really quickly. Douglas Murray has literally said on the record. Also, who's we, motherfucker? You're British. Shut your British bitch ass up, okay? That's number one. Number two, Douglas Murray is on the record defended the concept of nationalism on the boundaries of fascism, by the way. Like, he is a fascist, but he says that England should not shy away from nationalism because of the mistakes of the German nationalist movement. He has literally said, don't let the Nazi movement like fuck up the bag for us. Like, we can be racist all on our own. Bro, this is New York, not York. Got him. Hell yeah.
And although National Socialists have a much worse reputation, Democratic Socialists should have an equally bad reputation. Mandani has an appalling track record of extremism and bigotry of almost every kind. And his answer to the problems of New York is to chase out even more of the rich from New York than have already been chased out in recent years by previous Democrats. So no, he's absolutely box office poison for the party.
Right.
And
because they're
I don't
going to
agree
be asked
with
about this guy all day long until the midterms and then all day long until the general. And they're already running away from reporters. How can the Democrat Party balance what looks like this rising communist volcano and, you know, the more normal side of the party?
Well, it's going to be a big problem for them because, as you say, they're literally running away from answering this question. Perhaps people like Kathy Hochul and others will eventually find their voice and point out that to elect somebody like Mandani would be deadly for New York, deadly for the citizens of the city. And those younger voters, people in their 20s who seem to have come out for Mandani, they've been promised a whole load of snake oil by him. But there's nothing that he's proposed that wouldn't make their lives worse. Just how many 20-somethings in New York feel good about the idea that the subway, when you ride it, that's already pretty dangerous, would be even more dangerous if you didn't have police in New York because Mandani had decided to defund them. Nobody in New York thinks that the subway should become more dangerous. I can assure them of that. But on that policy and on every other, he is just leading the Democratic Party to the furthest unelectable position they could come to. Who knows? Maybe he can squeeze through in some way. I hope very much not. But whether or not he does, if the party as a whole goes in this direction, they lose all ability to get the actual mainstream voters of left and center back on board.
I think they just like his vibes. At least that's what Jessica Tarlov told me. They just think he's a charismatic guy that looks like he's having a good time. I don't even think they know what his policies are. And that's That's pretty
Yeah.
sad. I blame single white women.
Turns out TikTok might not be
The
enough.
scourge of the country. Good to see you, Douglas.
Looking forward to November. Eric Adams is talking a lot of game, says he can beat you. And also it seems like business leaders are meeting to try and, I guess, stop your momentum. What's your reaction?
You know, this is all a recognition of what we've built over 8 months, which is the kind of campaign that has very little precedent in our city, one that speaks to New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs with a focus on affordability. And this is a campaign powered by a coalition that is going to expand. And I'm excited to speak even to business leaders about why I believe we need to increase the state's top corporate tax rate, which would actually also make life easier for those businesses and for their workers. And I think what Eric Adams is looking to distract from is the fact that we won the very neighborhoods that he won in single digits in 2021. We won them by double digits. Bed-Stuy, Harlem, Washington Heights. Our coalition is one that looks in some ways like his, but unlike what he did over the last 4 years, we're actually going to deliver on our promises.
And quickly on the business leaders, are you looking to either talk to Kathy Wild or those that she can connect you with to try to beef up, I guess, advisors or, you know, how you'll explain your economics to those people that are worried about your policies?
Absolutely. It's been a pleasure to speak with Kathy Wild over the course of this campaign, and even in moments of disagreement, always knowing that there's a conversation to be had. It's something that I'm even more committed to, because for too long we've understood politics as something that only takes place between people who are.
Hassan, stop ducking. 5 boroughs, 5 pillars of Islam. Is this it? Are we going to liberate New York? Yes. New York is the new caliphate. It will be established. The new caliphate will be established in New York.
Agree on everything. This needs to be a city where we meet, especially with those that disagree with us.
What's up with Cuomo calling and saying congratulations, but now he is considering maybe jumping in? Or, I mean, staying in through the general.
I appreciated the call from the governor. I appreciated his concession, and I told him what I've been telling New Yorkers, which is that my focus is on bringing the Democratic Party back together and on leading this city. No matter if a New Yorker voted for me or voted for Andrew Cuomo or didn't vote at all out of frustration with a broken political system, I will be their mayor.
Hochul today asked her, you know, where's the endorsement for the Democratic nominee? She said she still has to make a couple calls. There are obvious points of disagreement, but she is the de facto head of the party. Do you think that she's hesitant right now and skeptical? And what do you make of, I guess, the others like Hakeem Jeffries? I know you also spoke to Chuck Schumer. How have those conversations been going?
I've appreciated all those conversations. And frankly, one of the things
Las Canarias, thank you for the 10 gifted.
We all know about Governor Hochul is her focus on affordability. And that is what has driven this entire campaign. And that's part of the conversation I had with her, with House Minority Leader Jeffries, with Senator Chuck Schumer, is how we build on this campaign to deliver these very things. And I'm looking to earn endorsements of so many New Yorkers who weren't a part of this original coalition, but join us as we look to deliver on its promise.
So right now, do you think that they're accepting you, or like, how do you feel about that? Like, do you think you're still kind of like the outside looking in and they're a little hesitant about you?
I feel very much like we have moved from the outside firmly into the mainstream of the politics of this city, firmly because of the support of New Yorkers. I mean, we're talking about
Open Presents, thank you for the 100 gifted subs as well earlier. I forgot.
Having received more votes than Eric Adams got through the entirety of ranked choice voting in 2021, and we did it just in the first round. It's a realignment in this city that is driven by a desire for results.
Let me get to your policies. I talked to Carl Hasey, too, this morning, and he said, you know, people said I was inexperienced, too, when I first won the speakership. And he also said, look, the assembly is always wanting to tax the wealthy. Is that encouragement for you when Hochul says no, but you have at least possibly one ally in the legislature?
It absolutely is encouragement, and I've appreciated Speaker Hasey's leadership over the time that I've been in the assembly and his consistent belief in the necessity of making life across the city and state easier for working people, and his knowledge of the fact that ultimately when we want to take a cost away from a working person, we also have to fund that, and we can do so by asking the wealthiest New Yorkers, the most profitable corporations, to pay just that little bit more to make life better for everyone, including themselves.
City-run grocery stores, are you reaching out at all to the Bodega Association, to the Supermarket Association, to try to prep them for a possible, you know, city-run grocery stores?
I've been having a number of those conversations over the course of the campaign. I look forward to having more of them, and I think ultimately speaking to the fact that for many New Yorkers, they can't even find a place to have affordable groceries at their fingertips. And the pilot program that we've spoken about, 1 in 5 boroughs, is something that would cost less than half of what the city's already spending in its City Fresh program.
Donald Trump called you a 100% communist lunatic. What do you make of that and the other reaction from Republicans? I think Elise Stefanik said, listen, this is the result of Kathy Hochul and other Democrats failing and their policies failing that would elect or almost elect, I guess, a Democratic Socialist to City Hall. What's your reaction to those Republicans?
I think ultimately they are looking to take away from the fact that we won this race through a focus on affordability. And they're looking to distract from that because of the fact that they have looked to exploit that very issue time and time again without delivering on it. President Trump ran an entire campaign on the premise of cheaper groceries and better cost of living, and he has failed in the first and the second and only delivered in the third. And so it would spend more time talking about how I look and how I sound and who I am than what I'm fighting for, because to do so would bring attention to the fact that he claimed to do the same and has delivered on none of it.
Ali Najmi on election night told me that day one you guys are going to change or start a new push outreach to Jewish voters. How do you continue to, I guess, massage those fears that, again, those business leaders have, but then the Jewish community? What's your plan?
Bro, every time I go down, Las Canarias got me 20 gifted subs. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. Your $6 a month voluntary contribution or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime or a gifted sub is what maintains my editorial independence. The issue is not PC related. It is related to the ISP. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sometimes... The Piker Broadcasting Service sometimes experiences outages. There's not much we can do about that. Bye-bye. Open presents and Las Canarias with another 20 gifted subs. K. Kapwa, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Are you being sabotaged? Did the ops cut your wires? No.
I guess to either re-engage or...
It's not. It's not ops.
Welcome to a day in my life.
Unless you're talking about my main op, which would be my ISP.
In Ayatollah Mamdani's new socialist Islamic Caliphate of New York City. We, of course, wake up and the first thing we do is we must pray to Allah because we've all been converted to Islam, but we love it. No God but God. Despite Supreme Leader Donald Trump's best efforts, abortions are not...
Okay, this is how you know it's fake. This is how you know it's fake, because a cat would never disrupt prayer. There are so many, I watched so many videos on Muslim talk of cats specifically avoiding stepping on the Quran. Cats are Muslim canonically. This is true.
Not yet illegal in the socialist caliphate of New York City. And thanks to Ayatollah Mamdani's free childcare, I have carried all 8 of my pregnancies to term because the basket he gives you when you give birth has a Louis Vuitton bag in it. Thank you, taxpayers. Then I head out to my $30 an hour minimum wage job. Despite my new lucrative salary almost closing the wage gap between me and the billionaires, Ayatollah Mamdani made buses free. So now I ride them every day with the criminals he released from jail and the former homeless people who now live in affordable housing. Then I head to one of the city-run grocery stores. Gristetti's is closed for good, but this one is just as expensive. But it doesn't matter anymore because Comrade Mamdani made sure all city grocery stores can only charge the same price for everything. That's communism. So after cleaning house at the grocery store, I made sure to run down to the East River so I could watch the nightly drownings of the billionaires. Inshallah, am I right?
I can help set you up a SD-WAN to give you backup internet so that can fail over automatically. Yeah, it's true. That is what's going on. Guys, the situation is dire. You're laughing. They're drowning. They drowned Bill A. Packman and you're laughing. It's fucked up.
21 New York Democratic mayoral.
Or continue engagement.
We have to continue to speak to any New Yorker, especially New Yorkers who are concerned or disagree. And I am so excited at the support I've received from a number of Jewish New Yorkers and Jewish organizations. And just in the last few days to have the endorsements of Congressman Nadler, of State Senator Brad Hoylman Siegel, of Manhattan Borough President Mark Levine has been so meaningful to me. And also, it is by no means the end of the work that we have to do, which is introduce myself, and even more than speaking is listening and understanding how this city can live up to the promise I've made of protecting Jewish New Yorkers.
Thank you for watching our YouTube channel.
Too many New Yorkers, and Americans for that matter, are working 8 hours and then still feeling like they haven't made enough money to keep living in the city they call home. And ultimately, what I'm focused on is making the city affordable for everyone.
In our politics lead today, that's Zohran Mamdani, the likely Democratic nominee for the New York City mayor's race, on why he got into the race. But after his stunning results earlier this week over former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo.
Tapper talked about Hamas with Eric Adams. So Jake Tapper, who's supposed to be a liberal, at Clinton News Network, CNN, spent most of the fucking Brad Lanner interview shitting on Zohran for being an anti-Semite. I hope... There's just no way that he is like in the tank for Eric Adams. I'm sorry. Even Jake Tapper knows how bad of a fucking look that is.
Cuomo in the Democratic primary. Mamdani will likely face the current mayor, Eric Adams, who's now running as an independent. Let's bring in Mayor Adams. Mayor Adams, welcome back to the lead. So you're seeking a second term of mayor of New York. In March, a Quinnipiac poll found only 20% of registered voters in your city approved of your job, 67% disapproved. Now, that was taken at a time when you were still facing federal corruption charges that have since been dropped with prejudice. What is your message to New York voters and why you think you deserve another term?
Well, I think look at the numbers. When you allow New Yorkers to hear the real story of the success and the turnaround, developing more jobs. And
yeah, remember, Zohran Mamdani is being called an anti-Semite for things he hasn't said, or even people he's associated with, like myself, who is not anti-Semitic at all, and is a person who routinely fights against anti-Semitism. Eric Adams, on the other hand, hung out with a fucking Holocaust denier. Okay? Eric Adams hung out with a Holocaust denier. Will that be brought up in this conversation?
Our individual senior years in the history of the city, 3.5 years, we have ensured that we develop housing that's needed more than the previous two mayors combined. And then when you look at small business operating, the safety of the city, I ran on a public safety platform and we delivered on that. The last 6 months, we had the lowest number of shootings and homicide in the recorded history of this city. I am going to be able to tell the real story of how we...
Which Holocaust denier did he hang out with? Sneeko. He hung out. He did a fucking kick stream or whatever platform Sneeko's on. He did a stream with Sneeko and Amber Rose last week, by the way. Last week, while he's still running on the End Anti-Semitism ticket, have any of the advocacy groups brought up the fact that the guy running on the End Anti-Semitism ticket was hanging out with Kanye West's friend and also Holocaust denier Sneeko? No, of course not, because none of this has to do with real anti-Semitism. And it all has to do with motherfucking anti-Israel sentiment. Make no mistake. It's partially racism, Islamophobia specifically, okay? And it's partially just a way to try to shut people the fuck up about Israel. Adams said he didn't know. Mayor Adams claims he doesn't know how anti-Semitic influencer Sneeko got to Gracie Mansion after a baffling cigar smoking hangout. He must have snuck in. Mayor Eric Adams claimed Monday he didn't know how the hateful influencer Sneako got into Gracie Mansion, admitting the anti-Semite wasn't vetted before any chummy late-night interview that drew outrage from critics. Adams said he was smoking a cigar with his rapper and podcaster son, Jordan Coleman, on the back porch of the mayoral mansion when unspecified other people joined him, and they brought people with them, including Sneako, who wasn't vetted. I don't know the young man, Adams told reporters. I'm not familiar with his streaming at all. The mayor said he didn't know Sneako's bigoted views and cast a friendly Saturday night sit-down over cigars, an unfortunate byproduct of his willingness to chat with anyone and everyone. Sneako, whose real name is Nicholas Nico Kende Balinthazi, I did not know that, was apparently among the group of strangers leading to the bizarre spectacle Saturday, New York City mayor sitting down with the streamer who has declared down with the Jews. The interview prompted a torrent of criticism for Adams, including from prominent Israeli ally Representative Richie Torres, who posted on social media with discuss who's next on the guest list, David Duke. I can't believe this is the one moment where Richie Torres is not wrong to say this. And Richie Torres unironically thinks I am like the same as Sneako because he's a fucking psychopathic freak. But he's not wrong. Yeah. Who's next on the guest list? Hasan Piker? He loved Sneako Lamau.
Like New York is missing that you want in the city.
Outside 11?
Yeah. I'm with you with the 11 because the 11 is.
Yeah. You want to bring 11 to
Hey, we're trying to bring 11 to Miami.
Favorite club in Miami.
Come on now.
We need that here.
Wait, isn't he like supposed to be a Muslim who hates prostitution and shit? Why is he saying we need 11, the strip club in New York City, which, by the way, I am in agreement with as well, by the way. The 11 does not suck. Shut up. 11 is dope. It's a dope-ass strip club. It's crazy. It's like more than a strip club. But that's not the point here. What the fuck?
No, yeah. That's gonna talk about that. That's it. Wait, I got Donnie's gonna talk about that. We're on the same page.
Donnie's not thinking that way.
You know,
That's hilarious.
I don't know if they know that club.
He's not even
That's
kidding.
a good Miami club.
I can tell he's not kidding.
He's not kidding at all. He's dead serious.
Do you think Eric Adams would go on my stream? I'm not gonna lie, maybe. Like, possibly. Sneako was one of the people that engaged in that conversation. Adams said, I did not know his history. Controversial influencer Amber Rose, who has become a vocal supporter of President Trump, was among the people. Yeah, he was also there with Amber Rose, who is a prominent Trump supporter.
You've truly walked.
Would you imagine possibly joining a ticket with Eric Adams if it's the only way to stop this guy from winning? Absolutely. Eric, you have been the best nightlife mayor we have ever had. You party until the break of dawn. You could take over the shift at it's 12 midnight. I will get a little bit of sleep. Come back at it at 6. I will be the mayor, and you, the swagger man, can be the nightlife mayor.
Walk the walk. You've truly walked the walk. We have to go, but I get just 15 seconds. Let me ask you this. Would you imagine possibly joining a ticket with Eric Adams if it was the only way to stop this guy from winning?
Absolutely, Eric. You have been the best nightlife mayor we've ever had. You party to the break of dawn. You can take over the shift at 12 midnight. I'll get a little bit of sleep. Come back at it at 6. I'll be the mayor, and you, the swagger man, can be the nightlife mayor. How about that?
Comments, some deemed as anti-Semitic. Banned from YouTube, but welcomed by Eric Adams at Gracie Mansion. Mayor Adams did, oh my God, bro. Oh my God. Wait, hold on. I'm realizing something. If you are aligned with someone who is unconditionally pro-Israel, you can also get away with being anti-Israel and also a Holocaust denier as well. Like, the New York Times is seemingly so invested in defending people who are pro-Israel that in an effort not to hurt them too hard, they will literally turn around and be like, well, you know, this guy who is a Holocaust denier who has said every anti-Semitic thing imaginable, okay, including, as we found out just now, down with the Jews is what he said. This man also gets a protective banner because he is associated with Eric Adams now because they don't want to fucking... What? Does this guy talk about anything else? Hasan doesn't deny the Holocaust. He just wishes they'd gone further. Why is it that you have to fantasize about an opinion that I do not hold? Lol at this goofball claiming he's not anti-Semitic. Hasan only like Jews who bend the knee. Let's be real. Here, the Turk gets the police. What is and isn't anti-Semitism is insane. He's right too. Following since 2021, yeah, I mean, this is definitely a guy who fucking lost the plot after October 7, I suspect. On Saturday, Mr. Adams took things a step further. He participated in an hour-long interview with Sneeko, a conservative online content creator who's faced bans from YouTube and Twitch for spreading misinformation and comments deemed as anti-Semitic. During the interview conducted on the porch of Gracie Mansion, Mr. Adams sat on a patio sofa and smoked cigars with Amber Rose, a conservative influencer, OnlyFans model, former paramour of Ye. Mr. Adams did not say anything that seemed a departure from his most recent stances, but it was not what he said that drew criticism. It was that he said it to Sneeko. Israel is not compatible with Western civilization. Representative Richard Torres, Democrats of the Bronx, says Sneeko was one of the most virulent anti-Semites in the world of alternative media. There's no excuse for the mayor meeting him, let alone gracing him with cigars at Gracie Mansion. On Monday, Mr. Adams stressed he did not make or endorse any anti-Semitic comments during the interview and reiterated his support for Jewish New Yorkers. So you just continue to ignore that comment and continue with the stream? Yes, of course I ignore the comment. That person is hallucinating a position that I do not hold, a position that I abhor as a matter of fact. Of course I'm going to... Lol at your community inviting me to kill myself now? Ah, yes, bet. Nah, that's you, brother. Yeah, dude, you're fantasizing about a horrific thing that I find to be morally repugnant. Okay? You are so invested. Anyone who speaks against Hasan is delusional? No, but if this is the type of person that's speaking against me, you are delusional. What do you want people to do? Entertain your fucking delusions? The idea that, like, I wish the Holocaust had gone further is so fucking beyond the pale. Is so psychotic. Of course people are going to fucking push back on your delusional points. Why would I have to address your fucking delusions? You're an insane person. Yes, it completely aligns with your worldview. No, it doesn't. And you know it doesn't. That's why you have to make it up. Because if you were to genuinely entertain broken fan of poopy guy, what do you mean? Like following AOC, H3H3 Productions, Daft Punk, myself, and Sub Caitlin. Here's the issue. You can't contend with the truth. The truth does not work for you. The truth is that someone can be a person who abhors anti-Semitism and is a committed, dedicated anti-Zionist. This does not fit your purposes, which is why you try to push me into this anti-Semitism box, because that makes you feel more comfortable. Because God forbid someone who is truly progressive would also care about the humanity of Palestinians and would be an anti-Zionist from that framework, because then that would make you feel bad because you want to like AOC. You want to like all these progressive things. So in your mind, you have to fantasize that I am not those things. I'm actually secretly a vicious anti-Semite. That's it. That's it. That's the only reason why you have to hallucinate this alternative reality. That's all this is. Do you understand? Where'd the Jews go, sweetie? Israel bad? That's the depth of this. It completely aligns with your... Yes, Israel is an apartheid state. Israel is doing a genocide. Those two things are fucking completely untenable positions to defend. You can't defend that. Where do the Jews go, sweetie? They go nowhere. They just stop. The Israeli government stops doing a fucking genocide. What do you mean? Just ban and move on. They're farming. Who's looking to defend Israel? No one here? Yeah, of course it's indefensible. You fucking Nazi freak. Of course. If someone were to defend, exactly, because you're a fucking Nazi, but you don't understand it. You don't understand it at all. In your mind, you think you're a progressive person, but you're a fucking Nazi defending a Nazi state. Yes, you are. You are a Jewish Nazi. If you are Jewish and defending Israel, you're a Jewish Nazi. If you're a Christian defending Israel, you're a Christian Nazi. That's what this is. That's it. I'm not defending Israel. What does this mean then? Where do the Jews go, sweetie? A position, again, that I've never actually advocated for. I've never talked about like mass displacement of Jews. As a matter of fact, I've said the exact opposite. The reason why I advocate for a one-state solution as opposed to a two-state solution is because a two-state solution on the 67 boundaries would mean the mass expulsion of 750,000 Jews that are currently illegally living in illegally occupied East Jerusalem and illegally occupied West Bank. This is precisely the reason why I believe in the abolition of the apartheid and equal rights and equal support for all Jews and all Christians and all Muslims living on what is the currently occupied territory that Israel is fucking destroying. That's it. It is not I who should read more. It is you that should read more. And also develop a fucking conscience. And handing that power over to who? Democracy. To the people that live there, you fucking baboon. You absolute imbecile. Democracy. You hate it, though. You hate it because you want Israel not to be a democracy. You like that Israel is a fucking apartheid. That's it. What do you mean, lol? Democracy. Is that too hard for you? Baboon, bring it more. Suck my dick. There you go. Nazi piece of shit. No, how can you call me a Nazi? I'm simply defending the fucking fascist apartheid state that operates on ethno-religious supremacist values and is currently engaging in a fucking genocide. Absolute moron. Most dopamine he'll ever get in his life. I know. This will hopefully make up for the... Stephen Chung just followed you on Twitter, Haas? No, he didn't. Shut the fuck up, Hassan's dump truck. Take a week off. Jesus Christ. Not right now. So goddamn annoying. Always trying to fucking troll in the chat. Rage baiting of this sort is only conducted by people who literally have no immediate family members that actually love them. They do this because they want to feel alive for a brief moment, because there's no other way to feel alive for them, because the only interactions they ever get is most likely social media bots that they think are actually genuinely trying to fuck them on Snapchat. That's it. Okay? That's it. They have no friends. They have no immediate family members that care for them. So they have to get like some kind of gratification from being recognized as a human being. I'm not talking about Hassan's dump truck. I'm talking about the previous dipshit that I banned.
He turned this city around.
Yeah, I want to talk about affordability in a second, but just to talk about this issue, obviously a lot of people wonder about. A lot of voters in New York have the impression that you entered into some sort of private deal with President Trump. His Justice Department would drop the charges against you, and then you would be helpful to him in other ways, including with immigration. What do you say to voters who look at the whole thing that went on, both with the allegations against you and the criminal complaint, and then the deal with President Trump, and think, you know, the whole thing just stinks? What do you say to them?
Yeah, well, first, I'm out in the streets every day talking to voters at community centers, town halls, schools, and the top issue that they're talking about is public safety affordability. I have yet to hear them look at what we continue to consider a bogus charges. When you think about someone was indicted for calling one of the city agencies to do their job, that is just the reality of it. And you know what many people don't know? I never met the president prior to him running for office. Never met him in my life. He talked about the unfairness of the charges while he was on the campaign trail. And the first time we met, he also articulated the unfairness. And the Justice Department used the same system that determines if someone should be indicted. They used that system to determine that I should not have been indicted, and the charges was dropped with prejudice. And so so my goal is to really communicate with our voters and show the success of turning around the city from a city that inherited COVID, public safety issues, unemployment issues. We have been successful, and we put $30 billion back into the pockets of working class people.
Well, a lot of people in the Justice Department resigned because they didn't like the deal, but we can move on. What is your response to the possibility that you might be facing former Governor Andrew Cuomo in November? He conceded defeat in the Democratic primary, but he's staying on the ballot on what's called the fight and deliver ballot line.
Well, it's clear that the process is going to play out. You know, I always state I don't focus on what other candidates are doing. I focus on what I am doing. I came from behind when I ran in 2021. I had a 13-point deficit.
Guys, stop talking about how Eric Adams fails to communicate. He's the greatest communicator of our generation. He is the greatest communicator of a lifetime, okay? He is literally a cult leader. Come on now.
From the leading opponent in the race. And as you see, we were successful. I know how to campaign. I know how to speak to voters. I'm a working class mayor. I'm a blue collar mayor, and I will resonate. The residents of this city, they see I'm one of them. My life came from living in poverty.
Not even a resident of the city, by the way. And he will not live in New York City the moment that his time is up in Gracie Mansion. He will not be living in New York. He was not living in New York when he ran, and he does not like living in New York. Perhaps the greatest, most severe violation of New York rules is that he lives in New Jersey, brother.
Poverty, went into law enforcement, had become a captain in the police department, a state senator, a borough president, and now the mayor. I know how to communicate to the voters and understand the success of this city.
So I want to turn to your likely Democratic challenger.
By the way, this is also a really interesting, before he turns to the Democratic challenger, what's also interesting about this is, like, you ask Eric Adams, like, what will you do for New York? And he just gives you fucking platitudes, okay? Vague generalizations, and a total dismissal of his failure of a record, right? You ask Mamdani what he wants to do, and he gives you like 11-point plans, ranging from immediately, it's not a task that he can immediately complete, all the way to like more consequential things like increasing taxes on the super wealthy in New York. That requires like some support from Albany. Like, the difference is noticeable for average people, especially when you got good policies and you keep hammering them on over and over and over again. Okay? That's huge.
Mamdani, because you said recently that the Jewish community in New York should be concerned about him, you've accused him of using anti-Semitic rhetoric. What specifically has Mamdani said that you think is anti-Semitic?
Pro-Hamas. Hamas is a dangerous
pro-Hamas
terrorist organization that should be destroyed.
Bro, you're the mayor of New York. What are you talking about? You are the current mayor of New York. Now, I know the NYPD has offices in Tel Aviv. Okay, this is true. Fun fact for those of you who don't know. But like, what do you mean? Hamas is a dangerous terrorist organization that needs to be destroyed. You are the mayor of New York. Okay? What are you going to do? What are you going to do about it? Also, yes, that's not a fun fact. I was joking. It's not a fun fact that the NYPD has offices in Tel Aviv at all.
You embrace the philosophies of Hamas, not only what they do to their own.
The philosophies of Hamas. Yeah, I mean, you could say that about fucking Ehud Olmert, former Likud prime minister of Israel. Like, that's a broad range, okay? Like, if you think Zoran is embracing the philosophies of Hamas, then virtually 80% of the Democratic Party's base of voters is also embracing the philosophies of Hamas, because it's basically just anti-genocide and anti-apartheid. Okay? That's it. It's anti-genocide It's anti-Palestinian genocide. It's anti-apartheid against the Palestinians and an end to the occupation. Like, that's what it is. I know he means, oh, well, you know, Hamas is actually anti-Semitic, wants to kill all Jews, blah, 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 all this bullshit. But it doesn't matter because Zoran has never said anything like that. Okay? He is not. And neither is Hamas, ironically, but it doesn't matter. Zoran's position on this is that he is pro-Palestinian and he wants wants the Israeli apartheid to end, and he wants the Israeli genocide of the Palestinians to end. This position is so unimaginably popular. Okay? That's it. You can't just like slap on he's pro-Hamas to make it seem like Hamas is trying to do free buses in the Gaza Strip. Okay? It doesn't work that way.
Own people, but what they did in Gaza to lift them up and praise them, I think that's a clear indicator that something is wrong with that. But he has to
when did he praise Hamas? I don't recall him ever praising Hamas.
There's several videos, even during his days of being a rap artist, of praising Hamas and other terrorist groups. And so a little research, you'll be able to find it. But I'm not competing against him only for what he's done and praising Hamas. I'm competing against him because this is not a socialist city. And that much of what he's promising to people, which I think is really deplorable, people that are struggling, like my family did, living without the means that we needed, when you promise them that you're going to give everything away free and you don't have the authority as the mayor to do so, he doesn't have the authority to raise income tax on the top 1% of New Yorkers. Assemblymen have that authority, and that's who he is. He couldn't do it in the assembly. How are you going to deliver it as the mayor of the city?
Well, he has. I mean, he obviously caught the imagination of a lot of Democratic voters. His victory was pretty handy. You're talking about rent freezes, which he does have the power to do. Free bus service, universal child care, creating city-run grocery stores. Do you disagree with those programs, or just he doesn't have the authority to do it on his own?
Let's go back. You said rent freeze. He has the authority to do so. No, he does not.
Wait, what? Yes, he does. Open presses. Thank you for the 100 gifted subs. What? Dog, you're the mayor. I heard Jake push back on the Hamas thing. As I said, Jake Tapper hates Muslims. But Jake Tapper also is a liberal. And as a liberal, they've cut far too much anti-Adams messaging since Eric Adams was, one, indicted on corruption charges, and then especially after the Trump administration used Eric Adams' corruption charges to basically use him like a flesh puppet, okay, and do their bidding on New York City, which is the crown jewel of liberalism in this country, okay? It is ground zero for liberalism, and Donald Trump basically infiltrated New York through Eric Adams because Eric Adams was very corrupt and got by the Department of Justice. Remember, under the Joe Biden administration, as a matter of fact. So for that reason, there's 0% chance that Jake Tapper would be in the tank. I thought maybe his like Islamophobia would cause him to be in the tank for Adams, and maybe if Cuomo wasn't entertaining running still, he would be. But
things that we needed, when you promise them that you're going to give everything away,
which he does have the power to do, free bus service, universal child care, creating city-run grocery stores. Do you disagree with those programs, or just he doesn't have the authority to do it on his own?
Let's go back. You said rent freeze. He has the authority to do so. No, he does not.
The mayor appoints the 9-person board that has the power to institute rent freezes. So indirectly, but not directly, the mayor does control the rent freezes. Adams is doing semantics. Yes, the New York City mayor absolutely has the capacity to do rent freezes. Unless Eric Adams doesn't know that the New York City mayor has the capacity to do rent freezes, maybe he just didn't know. That's why he didn't know that.
It's the independent rent guideline boards that independently make that decision. So he does not have the authority to do that. He had the authority to do free buses. I gave him a pilot project to do when he was in the assembly. He failed to carry out on it. 4 years in the assembly, he has not passed one bill. He's making promises to people who are really struggling that he can't deliver on. The foundation of all the things he wants to do for free is coming from an income tax increase on 1%. He does not have the authority as the mayor to do that. He has the authority as an assemblyman, and he did not accomplish everything he's talking about doing now. He could have done in the state, but he failed to do so.
All right, New York City Mayor Eric Adams, thank you. Please come back. It's going to be a long campaign. We want to be on top of it.
Another 100.
President Trump's deadline for Congress.
All right, let's get back to Iran. Iranian officials weigh nuclear damage as ceasefire holds. Okay. Why are there no ads on the stream? Great question, my friend. The Piker Broadcasting Service runs 0 ads because the Piker Broadcasting Service is funded by only you, the viewers. The Piker Broadcasting Service is also for you, the viewers. The Piker Broadcasting Service is funded by the glorious nation of Turkey. The Turkish Republic will rise again. We've lost our man. We lost our inside man, Eric Adams. But we will find an inside man in Zohran Mamdani. Pro-Israel politics is bad politics, and the Dem primary is Israel's reputation cratered with Democratic voters who, unlike the party establishment, still believe in things like human rights and oppose genocide. Yep. I like that people have basically resigned at this point. They can't defend Israel, so now they hit this line. All you talk about is Jews in Israel. Without us, you wouldn't exist. Your pathetic life would even be more pathetic. We own your pathetic ass. This is when you've lost the argument, okay? And not only have you lost the argument, but you've also recognized that you lost the argument and brought appeal. So now you're just like, oh, why do you care about Israel? Please stop talking about Israel, please. Come on. All you do is talk about Israel, dude. Come on. Just let us do a genocide in peace. Your audio desynced the video. The liberal Joe Rogan experience. Checking in on the Democratic Party. Yeah. Reminder that when an actual anti-Semite sneako approached Mamdani and Adams with positive sentiment, Mamdani's people kicked him out of their event while Adams smoked cigars with him in Gracie Mansion. Yep. There's an Eric Adams mayor, Eric Adams war room, which is awesome. Oh, speaking of defending Zoran, Hakeem Jeffries finally came out in defense of Zoran. Following Representative Andy Ogles' call to strip Zoran Mamdani of his citizenship, Hakeem Jeffries issues a response. Let's hear what he had to say. This man, as you guys know, is far too charismatic. Now, I want to issue a trigger warning. Hakeem Jeffries is Riz, okay? He is charisma personified. So I don't want you guys, if you can't handle it, if you're in a loving relationship, if you're in a committed relationship with a wife, a husband, a partner, boyfriend, girlfriend, themper, whatever, you are going to want to probably tune out, because when you watch this 21-second video, by the end of this video, you are going to be pregnant. Man or woman, you will be impreg, okay? He is going to impregnate you with how charismatic he is. You're going to never see your partner the same way ever again. You're going to constantly go to bed thinking, why are you not Hakeem Jeffries? Why are you not Hakeem Jeffries? Okay? I'm just letting you guys know. I've issued the warning. You can probably already tell from his bedroom eyes that he is about to fuck this camera. Okay, let's see.
Andy Ogles is running his mouth again. I just don't know what's wrong with this complete and total fraud. This guy's whole life is fake. Your whole life is fake, bro. You lied about being an economist. You lied about being in law enforcement. I don't know how you got elected to the United States Congress. Andy Ogles.
Damn. Yo, you didn't need to go there, bro. Damn. Damn, dude. Yo, that the block is hot. Wow. Dude, that was sick. Yeah. Still waiting on the time and place of his choosing to attack the Trump administration, by the way. I can't wait to see what he's got cooked up for Trump, dude. He's lost it. He's obviously lost his dang mind. He is angry.
He wants his, quote, big, beautiful spending bill by July 4th. And today will be an important day at the Supreme Court as well, with a ruling that has major implications for President Trump's agenda nationwide.
But we start in Iran, where some officials there admit the U.S. military strikes caused serious damage to nuclear sites. Imtiaz Tayyab is inside Iran, where he's been talking to Iranians about their reaction to the attacks by the U.S. and Israel. It should be noted Imtiaz's movements and reporting are being followed closely by the Iranian government. Imtiaz, good morning. What are people telling you?
Good morning. Well, here in Iran, the deadly 12-day war with Israel has triggered a rare surge in national unity amongst Iranians who are so often deeply divided over how their nation is run, as the country's supreme leader downplayed any damage caused to its nuclear facilities.
In a taped address, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei lashed out at Israel and the U.S., saying Iran had, quote, delivered a slap to America's face. We met Iranian government spokeswoman Fatima Mohajerani here in Tehran. She told us her country would continue to pursue its nuclear program.
We had no intention to move towards a nuclear bomb. It's Israel that has 90 nuclear warheads, but we did not want to go that way.
The only man who can outdo Hakeem Jeffries in charisma. Ayatollah Khamenei. Damn, dude. Back-to-back panty droppers on the fucking broadcast, dude. What am I going to do? I know it's hard. It's hard to keep up. It's hard to keep up with the with the news of the day with this many sex icons.
Nonetheless, we will obtain the scientific knowledge to do what we want with our program.
Since we arrived in Iran, what struck us is how Iranians from across the political spectrum, and who often agree on very little, were united against what they saw as unprovoked attacks by Israel and the U.S. that killed over 600 Iranians.
What do you mean what they see as? That is what it is. What the fuck do you mean what the Iranian people see as unprovoked attacks by Israel and the U.S.? That's what happened. That's so stupid.
Even those who had open grievances came together to support the Iranian state.
The official line from Iran's leadership is its nuclear program is far from obliterated.
These facilities have been seriously damaged. Any further reports should come from technical experts in the field.
So there is a possibility that these sites have been completely destroyed.
I want to stress that these facilities have been seriously damaged. However, we must wait for the report.
Now, in all of our trips here to Iran, it's clear this is a nation that deeply reveres its nearly 3,000 years of history and culture. And it's been explained to us that the Iranian leadership's concept of time may somewhat differ from how we might understand it, meaning that if Iran's nuclear program has indeed been set back by months or even years, for them, they seem to believe time is ultimately on their side. For CBS Mornings, I'm Imtiaz Tayyab in Tehran.
To the fragile ceasefire between Israel and Iran.
The Iranian is a mysterious figure who has a different understanding of time and place. The Persian concept of time is not the same as the Westerner. The mind of a Persian is a mystery. Mysteriously, they feel galvanized and emboldened and angry and resentful toward
Today, Iran's supreme leader spoke for the very first time since the conflict. He is claiming victory over Israel and says the U.S. failed to destroy Iran's nuclear facilities. MTS Tayyab and a CBS News crew traveled inside the country to see how this is playing out on the ground. It was a revealing journey. MTS joins us from the Iranian capital of Tehran. MTS, good morning.
Good morning. Well, after days of silence, Iran's supreme leader, the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, congratulated his country's, quote, victory over Israel. But after nearly 2 weeks of intense fighting, Iran's airspace had been closed, and the only way we could get here was by road.
We started our journey from the Turkish-Iranian border at night, a nearly 600-mile trip to Tehran made longer by checkpoints and bad roads. As day broke, we traveled past vast countryside, arid, rocky, and seemingly endless.
We've already been driving for 10 hours and have another 4 hours ahead of us.
The reason we had to drive was because up until that afternoon, Iran's airspace had been completely...
Bro, who the fuck is open presents to donate 2,800 subs? Is that not odd? I don't ask these sorts of questions. But I assume Euler from Qatar or Euler from Iran, or most likely someone from a country where the currency exchange favors this kind of purchase. I don't know. But usually it's like that. It's usually like we used to have a Turkish gifter as well who gifted like 5,000 gifted subs. And I don't know if they're in America or not, but sometimes people will just like gift from Turkey and they'll gift like 5,000 gifted subs and it's like $5. Didn't Twitch normalize all sub prices by nation so you can't really do it like that anymore? I don't think so. I think there's still a currency exchange, no? Open Hamas. No, there are a lot of countries whose localized prices are adjusted to be around $2 USD.
Closed. Even with the ceasefire in place, we saw fuel still being limited at gas stations. As we arrived in Tehran, we found it slowly coming back to life. After 12 days of near constant Israeli airstrikes and drone attacks, which killed at least 600, according to the Iranian government. Last week, President Trump urged the entire city, roughly the same population of New York City, to evacuate. Most remained, and with the ceasefire appearing to hold, some have started to venture out. At Firdaus Park, a historic meeting spot for Iranian thinkers and writers, a few of the cafes and restaurants had reopened.
Chicken son, fried chicken sandwich. Oh, there's been a back and forth, by the way, because the Ayatollah said like he won, and then Trump obviously got very mad at that. Let me see if I can fucking find it. But he basically was like, he wrote this effort post, which I can't be the only one who gets annoyed by this. Like, I don't like when Trump writes these long effort posts. I feel like he's trying too hard, and it's not like him. You know what I mean? Another 100, Jesus Christ. Crazy. Like, Trump is at his best when he's just like doing short, concise attacks. Piffy. You know? He's undressing for subs confirmed? No. Why would the so-called Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei of the war-torn country of Iran say so blatantly and foolishly that he won the war with Israel when he knows his statement is a lie? It is not so. As a man of great faith, he is not supposed to lie. His country was decimated. His 3 evil nuclear sites were obliterated. His three evil nuclear sites were obliterated. And I knew exactly where he was sheltered, and I would not let Israel or the U.S. Armed Forces, by far the greatest and most powerful army in the world, terminate his life. I saved him from a very ugly and ignominious... Okay, he didn't write this. Trump does not know the word ignominious. No, he did not write this. This is Stephen Chung, or because this is not even the fucking golf caddy of Donald Trump that wrote this. Like, he did not write that word. And he does not have to say, thank you, President Trump. In fact, in the final act of the war, I demanded that Israel bring back a very large group of planes which were heading directly to Tehran, looking for a big day, perhaps the final knockout. Tremendous damage would have ensued, and many Iranians would have been killed. It was going to be the biggest attack of the war by far. During the last few days, I was working on possible removal of sanctions and other things, which would have given a much better chance to Iran at full, fast, and complete recovery. I told you, he's like dangling sanctions relief as well as allowing Iran to continue doing its civil nuclear plan. It is pretty funny, though, that Iran's nuclear sites are evil, anti-Semitic. Iran's anti-Semitic nuclear sites. I was working on the possible removal of sanctions. The sanctions are biting, but no, instead I get hit with a statement of anger, hatred, and disgust, and immediately dropped all work on sanctions relief and more. Iran has to get back into the world order flow, or things will only get worse for them. Dog, you blew them up. Like, you can't honestly say, why won't you say thank you after you fucking blew them up? It's also additionally funny that he's acting as though he dropped the negotiations because he's personally upset. He's personally upset that the Ayatollah stated that he won instead of groveling at Trump's feet. A burned out, they're always so angry, hostile, and unhappy, and look at what it has gotten them. A burned out, blown up country with no future, a decimated military, a horrible economy, and death all around them. They have no hope and will only get worse. I wish the leadership of Iran would realize that you often get more with honey than you do with vinegar. Peace. I mean, if Iran had killed like 600 plus Americans, including like scientists, okay, I don't think Americans would be like, thank you for stopping your murder campaign. Like, I'm pretty sure we would nuke Iran if Iran had struck America in the way that like Israel and America struck Iran. So I don't know why like this kind of statement comes after ridiculous war crimes took place amidst negotiations. Of course, Iran responded to this as well. He said, Sayed Abbas Arakshi said, the complexity and tenacity of Iranians is famously known in our magnificent carpets, woven through our countless hours of hard work and patience. But as a people, our basic premise is very simple and straightforward. We know our worth, value our independence, and never allow anyone else to decide our destiny. If President Trump is genuine about wanting a deal, he should put aside the disrespectful and unacceptable tone towards Iran's supreme leader, Grand Ayatollah Khamenei, and stop hurting his millions of heartfelt followers. The great and powerful people of Iran, who showed the world that the Israeli regime had no choice but to run to daddy to avoid being flattened by our missiles, do not take kindly to threats and insults. If illusions lead to worse mistakes, Iran will not hesitate to unveil its real capabilities, which certainly will end any delusion about the power of Iran. Goodwill begets goodwill, and respect begets respect. I mean, they ain't wrong about the run the daddy shit. I like that this is just like the tit for tat, the back and forth that happened between Iran and Israel and in America as well, where Iran basically was like, yeah, we don't, sure, we'll do like a symbolic strike on the base in Qatar, but our real smoke is with Israel. And then they just, even in this process, they're still shitting on Israel. They're like, America, respect us, but also fuck Israel, and we will slap them again as they run to daddy one more time. This is yet another instance where they are unleashing on Israel in a conversation that's supposed to be taking place between the United States of America and Iran. which respect, deserved. Israel deserves all of that, all of that resentment, to be fair. Yeah, talk to him, Syed. Anyway.
It's where we met math teacher Azita.
Do you feel confident that the ceasefire between Israel and Iran will hold?
This is a war, she says. We Iranians have no choice but to endure the situation in any way we can. For so many in Tehran, life remains far from normal.
This metropolis is home to over 9 million people and is the seat of power of the supreme leader.
Unfortunately, Trump got some big wins this week. Like what? None of those wins for Trump is a win for the American people. Like, if Trump got a win, if Trump got a W, like if Trump was able to facilitate a meaningful ceasefire, like a real one, a long-lasting peace between Israel and an attempt to offer restitution to the Palestinians, I would be the first person on board to say, this is obviously coming after months and months of endless, unlimited ethnic cleansing, but respect. But if you're considering like the SCOTUS victory to be a victory for Trump, yeah, it's a victory for his ambitions, but it's not exactly a victory for the world. It's not exactly a victory for any of us. So if any of these like dumb fuck Republicans, for example, consider that to be a victory for them, they're stupid. They don't understand that it's not necessarily a victory at all. Yeah, it's a big week for the unitary executive theory, but how the fuck's that going to help the average American? It's turning America, it's making America closer and closer to being like a full-blown monarchy.
The Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who still looms large.
Including at these near daily rallies by
It's a victory. Iran is 100% shook. Dude, it's Iran. What are you talking about? If anything, if you're thinking about it from the perspective of like the Islamic Republic, this isn't exactly bad for the Islamic Republic, because now having an outside infiltrator, an outside enemy kill your civilians unironically hardens your position. People looking at this from the outside look at this and think, oh no, this is, destabilization is imminent. But if anything, this kind of stuff actually unites the country, regardless of how much resentment even secular forces within the country feel.
Supporters, but Khamenei has continued to remain out.
Like, what is the victory here? Iran pulled out of the International Atomic Energy Agency cooperation. Trump seemingly is signaling that he wants to do sanctions relief and allow them to have a fucking civilian nuclear program once again. If anything, this is a ginormous L for Israel, because if America's ambitions with Iran is to normalize relations with Iran, but Israel's ambitions with Iran is to destabilize Iran and destroy Iran, Israel was completely incapable of achieving that military objective. Like, it didn't work at all. So a Trump W then? I don't think Trump wants to serve Israel an L.
Out of sight, and Iranians we've spoken to tell us they feel uncertain about what might come next.
Now, the last time I was here in Tehran was around 5 years ago, and the difference now couldn't be more stark. Despite being globally isolated and under heavy sanctions, this remains a vibrant and cosmopolitan city. But this morning, most businesses still remain shut, and the sense of nervousness is palpable. Adriana.
MTS, thank you so much. In Tehran.
Sir, are you concerned at all about secret nuclear sites in Iran? You talk about maybe just
secret nuclear sites?
Yes, that there might be some that
Not really. Can I tell you? They're exhausted. And Israel's exhausted too. And I dealt with both of them. And they both wanted it settled, both of them. And we did a great job, but they're exhausted. The last thing they're thinking about right now is nuclear. You know what they're thinking of? They're thinking about tomorrow, trying to live at such a...
I'm not kidding when I say this. this confirms, I guess, my prior biases, but it does feel like Israel wasn't necessarily exhausted, but wanted more cooperation from Trump, like a more meaningful entry into the battle, to shift Iran's priorities away from striking Israel. But because I think he wasn't ready for it, partially because I think Israel overpromised and underdelivered in terms of regime change and how swift it would be. This is, again, I'm just like looking at what I'm seeing and making this, this is speculation, right? But it does feel like Israel had ambitious military objectives. The number one being destabilization of the Iranian leadership and, full-blown rebellion, right? They thought that they could probably get a couple IRGC leaders to evacuate and shoot blackmail footage or whatever that they could play over and over again to tell the Iranians, like, it's time for revolution, it's time for revolt, these people are fucking you over, even the IRGC knows this. None of that happened. And they did the most Israel thing they always do, which is blow up a bunch of fucking residential buildings. And that, of course, pissed off the Iranian people even further. So then, even though there were a shit ton of people who are, anti-Islamic Republic, they were like, yeah, this is crazy. Like, what are you doing? So they weren't able to achieve that major objective. The other objective, I guess, like the one objective that they did achieve seemingly is like the other objective that they seemingly did achieve is maybe like maintaining air superiority over certain Iranian positions. Right? They obviously did do that. That much is clear. But that still did not stop the Iranian ballistic missile launchers from successfully sending ballistic missiles into Tel Aviv. And in the process, they showed the world that they are not, that they're not impossible to fucking harm.
A mess. It's such a mess. The place was bombed to hell. And no, I'm not worried about it at all. And I'm putting out a little statement. I'm going to respond to the Ayatollah's statement yesterday that we won the war. Oh, God, we won the war. And I said, look, you're a man of great faith, a man who's highly respected in his country. You have to tell the truth. You got beat to hell. And Israel was beat up too. They were both beat up. And it was a great time to end it. It was quick. They got the hate out. There was a lot of hate, a lot of hate. It would be great if they didn't have that hate. But the last thing they're thinking about is nuclear weapons right now.
See, you were asking, like, does he not show respect to the Ayatollah? He is a revered man. And when he speaks, his people listen to him. Your answer is clear. He does. He loves all authoritarians, with the exception of Maduro, I think. Like, he does not care. Adversary, ally, doesn't matter. If someone commands great power and great respect over a big chunk of the population, and I will never know why he just has like personal smoke for Maduro. He hates Maduro. But that's it. Like, Maduro is a strong man as well. But for some reason, he just has never glazed them, and he always hates Maduro. He always shits on Maduro.
Iran wants to meet. As you know, their sites were obliterated. They're very evil nuclear sites. They were, now has been proven. We had some fake news for a little while. The same people that covered the Hunter Biden laptop was from Russia. The same people that did 3 or 4 other Russia hoax.
What about Ibrahim Traore? Dude, if Trump knew who Ibrahim Traore is, he would love the guy. Are you kidding me? He'd be like, he's so handsome. Have you seen his beret? He wears a beret just like that Sankara. He's such a handsome guy. Looks like he came right out of Central Casting. Ibrahim. I could totally see him saying some shit like that. His people like him. He's a hot guy.
But on their no, wait, just listen. They came up with something that delayed the credit that our great pilots and these great what talent that was, and they hit it right down in the spot. 52,000 feet. Think of this dark, no moon, you couldn't see a thing. And they hit the refrigerator door, as they say. That's the size of a target, and overwhelmingly. And it's amazing what was done. We're the only.
Guys, because Maduro's not a strongman. He's been freely elected and reelected over the years. Come on, dog. You can be elected and still be a fucking strongman. What are you talking about? Recep Tayyip Erdogan has been freely elected and reelected for years as well. And that still doesn't change the reality that he's an authoritarian strongman too. What?
The ones that could have done it, and we took out the two of the other sites also. In addition to that, we finished them off. That was a very evil intention. I believe that, and again, time will tell, but I don't believe that they're going to go back into nuclear anytime soon. They spent over $1 trillion on nuclear, and they never got it together. And nothing was moved from the site, by the way. To do that is very dangerous. It's very, very heavy material. Those cars were most likely the cars of masons because they were pouring concrete at the top, at the hatch, as you know, the hatch going into the nuclear site. They wanted to reinforce it, and they had some masons there pouring concrete. By the way, that concrete was obliterated. It hit exactly at the concrete. It was, I don't think it had a chance to dry, but everything's down there. It's under millions of tons of rock.
As you go into negotiations and talks with Iran, are you demanding not only that there would be no uranium production inside of Iran, but also that Iran would turn over all existing stockpiles of uranium?
Well, you know, we're a little early for that, but something like that, yeah, we'll do something like that. Let me say that I've been saying for 25 years, even as a civilian, you cannot let them have a nuclear weapon, and that's what happened. It's been obliterated. It would be years before they could ever get going, and I really think it's probably the last thing. They have to recover from a hell of a tough war.
Would you also be demanding that the IAEA have full rights to inspect in Iran?
Or somebody, yeah, or somebody that we respect, including ourselves.
But if the intelligence reports conclude that Iran can enrich uranium to a level that concerns you, would you consider bombing the country again?
Without question, absolutely.
And have you had any conversations?
Turned out to be unbelievable.
Why Americans should support Iran and not Israel by North Star Radio. Okay, I'm not going to watch this. One Stop Shop. Oh, Alligator Alcatraz. The Iranian people are fighting against the same exact force keeping them from affording groceries. Why the hell not? Because I've literally described this so many times at this point. I feel like we're going to go over the same shit over and over again. And there's Ethan Klein mentions in it. But North Star Radio always makes bangers. So I recommend you go watch it on your own time. Tehran is getting bombed? What? Question, why do you not use the add-on that shows dislikes? Because they're not real. And I know that from my own personal experience, people will constantly say, explosions right now? What? Yeah, they're not, the add-on doesn't actually show anything real. People will constantly talk about how my videos get like a fuck ton of dislikes. And then sometimes if one of those posts go viral, I will check the video and it's not even remotely accurate. I'll have like a video with like 14,000 likes and like maximum 1K dislikes. And if you look at the add-on, it's like 14,000 likes, 70,000 dislikes. There's a couple different videos that I've been meaning to watch. What's actually happening in North Korea sounds like a good one from a friend of the show, CIA Johnny Harris. God, Curtis Lewa. How Brad Lander's office has served as a training ground for anti-Zionist politicians. Lander's alliance with Mamdani, who is now the poster child for progressive anti-Zionism and conquest of the mainstream Democratic Party, is the culmination of years of Lander's efforts to kosherize anti-Semitism by serving as blocking backup and coming anti-Zionists as they rise within the party. As comptroller, Lander's communications director and senior advisor was Naomi Dan, an anti-Israel activist in BDS circles who worked for the anti-Zionist organization Jewish Voice for Peace before joining Lander. Dan is a proponent of the blood libel colonialist critique of Israel, animating the current wave of Hamas advocacy on campus and elsewhere. I know this is supposed to be a hit piece for Brad Lander, but this literally reads as a fucking puff piece. Lander has long been a supporter of one of the most prominent anti-Semitic activists around New York City, Linda Sarsour. When Sarsour said that a person cannot be both Zionist and a feminist, Lander defended her. She has since been a fixture of the same progressive anti-Zionist circles in which Lander travels and campaigns. Another former staffer of Lander's is Shahana Hanif. When she left Lander's employ to join city council, she immediately amplified a social media post with the phrase, "Globalize the Intifada." Soon after Hamas' October 7th massacre, Hanif was arrested at a Democratic Socialists of America anti-Israel protest and accused Israel before it had commenced its counteroffensive in Gaza of genocide. She has joined the pro-Hamas encampment at Columbia for a photo op. You know what's funny about this? Wait, why are more people saying check Twitter, explosions in Tehran? Now more people are saying. Explosions were reportedly heard in Eslamshar, southwest of Tehran, as air defense systems were activated in the area. Air defense activity also observed in Bidganeh and Shahryar, west of Tehran, according to Iran International. Huh. Does Israel even have the capacity to fucking launch something like this early? I feel like they would need to re-up and rearm before they get here, right? Anyway. This year, Hanif ran for her council seat against a Jewish challenger. In May, Lander joyfully gave Hanif his full endorsement in the race. It has been a joy to watch her grow from a staffer and organizer in my office to a passionate elected official. Of course, there is no such intent to protect all New Yorkers, but Lander receives little pushback from the Jewish political world of city politics. Indeed, Senator Chuck Schumer tweeted this morning how proud he was of Mamdani. When Cuomo criticized progressive anti-Semitism during the campaign, the head of the Jewish Council for Public Affairs criticized Cuomo for it. Dude, it's awesome. Yes, Seth Mandel's wife wrote an article. Bethany Mandel, Seth Mandel, and Beth Mandel, which I didn't even realize until this moment. But Beth Mandel famously is some of her most viral moments are one when she wrote a article for. I think also, was it commentary or I think it might have been forward about befriending Nazis, like literally said, we must befriend Nazis. But also she's most famous for the disgusting mask. A big anti-masker A new video shared on social media purportedly shows the activity of Iranian air defenses in an area close to Shahryar in western Tehran early Saturday. I mean, this is probably like internal shit. This is probably like someone launching a drone or something internally. Yep. That was Beth. I don't know what to do with this. What is this? That congresspersons do a loyalty pledge to Israel? Yeah, it's called going to an AIPAC luncheon, dude. What are you talking about?
Become a member of Congress since 2021. We have voted on 22 resolutions for Israel. 22 of them. All kinds of resolutions, denouncing anti-Semitism, supporting Israel. We voted on 22 of those. We never vote on resolutions proclaiming great things about America or defending.
Oh, she's so stupid. Oh, that's awesome. That's the funniest way to be like a pro-America, anti-Israel person. Like, she just genuinely is stupid. Like, at least Thomas Massie has like a coherent worldview, right? As a Republican who's like anti-Israel or anti-war in general. He's like a non-interventionist. Whereas for Marjorie Taylor Greene, like, she's too stupid to put like a decent statement together. So she's like, yeah, why don't we write proclamations about how good America is? like, what do you mean? Who cares? Like, what is this? This is the Why No Straight Pride Month, but repackaged as Why No Pro-America statements. Have you heard of 4th of July?
Certain Americans or defending Americans in general. But we have voted on 22 resolutions in the House defending Israel.
How many of you voted yes on?
I don't know my exact record. The last one I voted no on, and then the one before that I voted present because I just started getting sick of it.
Well, that's kind of it. I mean, I've always noticed this. Certainly.
Oh, so all of them. Until recently. Got it.
In the last, I don't know how many years it's been, a while, where Republicans in the Congress are, always talking about Israel. I'm not against Israel. I've always liked Israel, so haven't really noticed it. Okay, fine. Love Israel, love any country, whatever. But it feels like something has changed. Like, why? And clearly it has for you. What is that thing?
Well, I think here's the situation. It's coming to a point where it's so obvious all the time in everyone's language, the social media posts they put out, the statements that they make. They have to proclaim Israel. They have to proclaim their faith and loyalty in Israel and how they, Israel is our greatest ally. And it's a statement that has to be made over and over and over again, to the point it's becoming like, wait a minute, what about our own country? What about our own people? And we have so many problems here in America. And we talk about this all the time. $37 trillion in debt. Just like you and I were speaking before, our kids' generations. My kids are 22, 25, and 27. And our children's generation, they can't afford rent. They can't afford to buy a house. They can't afford insurance. They can't buy a new car. They can't find a good paying job. They're living month to month, paycheck to paycheck, credit card bills stacked up. And they literally look to the future going, how am I ever going to realize the American dream? And it seems hopeless for them. But then in Congress, everyone is chasing and pursuing and proclaiming their loyalty to a foreign country.
Okay, the tweet implied that she was saying, dropped a bombshell. According to her, lawmakers are expected to constantly declare Israel as our greatest ally and publicly show their support. She didn't say any of that. How is this person even dumber than Marjorie Taylor Greene? That's like shocking. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Yeah, she just basically described the way Congress is like super pro-Israel. That's it. And she also unironically does a better way, like she communicates this shit. Oh, I hate that right-wing reactionary grifters are able to communicate this in a more clear and coherent way than fucking pussy-ass Democrats are. Once again, the same exact dynamic existed within the campaign for Kamala Harris and how she kept positioning herself as fucking pro-war, and Trump was able to take advantage of that and position himself as anti-war. It's awful.
His words, he said, something terrible.
Here, this is the CIA officer who exposed America's torture program. If I don't watch this, Jay Mershon is going to fucking explode as though he's in a CIA torture facility himself.
Is going to happen.
I feel like this, I get bad vibes from this guy, by the way. I don't know why. I see him on TikTok all the time. First of all, I don't think anyone's ever a former CIA officer. There's no such thing. But I guess this is it.
We're hearing camp commanders on the phone with their students, and they're crying and saying, I'll see you in paradise. And he said, I'm begging you, if you have any sources inside Al-Qaeda, please help us. I was recruited by the CIA beginning in the late 1980s, but in a very odd way that is no longer legal. I was in graduate school at George Washington University in Washington, D.C., and I was taking a class called The Psychology of Leadership that was taught by an eminent psychiatrist by the name of Dr. Gerald Post. Dr. Post gave us an assignment one day where we had to shadow our bosses and write a psychological evaluation of our bosses. And I was shadowing my boss, and he was a very difficult, mean, unpleasant, strong, brutish kind of person. And I went back to my apartment and I wrote my paper. And I said that he was a sociopath with psychopathic and possibly violent tendencies. I gave Dr. Post the paper, and a week later, he gives it back to me, and he gave me an A, and underneath the A, he wrote, please see me after class. So I went to see him, and I said, Dr. Post, you wanted to see me? He said, come to my office. So we went downstairs in the building into his little academic's office. He closed the door, and he said, look, I'm not really a professor here. I'm a CIA officer undercover as a professor here. And I'm looking for people who would fit into the CIA's culture. I think you would fit in. Do you want to be a CIA officer? And I said, yes. And so he made some calls. It was up to me to pass all the tests, and there were a lot of tests. But that's how I got into the CIA.
And I guess when you first joined the CIA, what was the global political landscape like, and what was the US's stance with their foreign policy?
When I joined the CIA, the Soviet Union was literally in the process of collapsing. And so all eyes were on Eastern Europe. My expertise was in the Middle East. I had a bachelor's degree in Middle Eastern studies. I had studied Islamic theology with one of the leading Muslim scholars in the West. And my master's degree was...
That's crazy, bro. This dude learned all about Islam just to fucking torture people. Former CIA is a thing. What would you call Jonathan Pollard? Okay. Yeah, that's because he switched teams, but not really, but still kind of. He didn't torture anyone. He quit because of it and went to federal prison. Just watched the video. Okay.
Was focused in foreign policy analysis. So I was very specific about the Middle East. And so I was assigned to Iraq. And I immediately became Saddam Hussein's classified biographer in the intelligence community. So while the Soviet Union is falling apart and those analysts are becoming big stars, I focused on Iraq, and then much to my shock and the world's shock, 9 months later, Iraq invaded Kuwait, and overthrew the Kuwaiti royal family and seized Kuwait's oil fields. This was a naked act of aggression and war. And so I walked in that morning. I got up early because we knew that.
This is how they still recruited CIA. A lot of Georgetown and George Washington University. This guy lies sometimes, for sure. He also did a video with Chris Hedges and did serve 2 years or so in federal prison for blowing the whistle on Abu Ghraib. Wait, this is the guy? Okay, never mind. If he actually went to prison, then that's a little bit more respectful.
That the invasion was coming. We predicted 30 days before that Saddam would invade Kuwait. But I got into the office early and my boss sort of intercepted me and said, "Don't take your jacket off, we're going to the White House." And I had never been to the White House before. So we got in a car, we drove to the White House, and we were escorted into the Oval Office. And keep in mind, I was 25 years old at the time. And you walk into the Oval Office, and here's the president, the vice president, the national security advisor, the CIA.
Should have got a life sentence. I mean, listen. If he actually is a whistleblower, then that's fine. You know, it's the best you're gonna expect from someone who worked in the most evil agency on the planet.
CIA director, my boss, and me. And the mood is very heavy. So everybody sits down and the president says, "Well, now what do we do?" And then everybody turns and looks at me. And it took me a second to get my bearings. And I said, "Well, the Kuwaiti government's been overthrown. The Iraqi government announced this morning that they had installed Ahmed al-Khatib as the occupation governor of Kuwait." I said, "Unfortunately, we happen to know a lot about Ahmed Khatib. He got a medical degree at the American University of Beirut, and his college roommate was George Habash. And together, they created the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine." And the vice president says, "Jesus Christ." And I thought, wow, this is bad. We finished the briefing, got up and walked out, and two things happened. My boss said to me, "There's something you need to understand." He said, "I'm not sure that you're appreciating the importance of what's happening. It's not unusual for a country that we cover to go to war. It's highly unusual for a country that we cover to go to war with us." And then later that afternoon, Margaret Thatcher, who at the time was the British Prime Minister, called the president. It was George H.W. Bush, and famously told him, these were her words, "Now's not the time to go wobbly, George." And that call was like a wake-up call for George H.W. Bush. And so we sent the largest army deployed since the end of the Vietnam War. We invaded Kuwait, we liberated it, and then the rest is history.
You were then stationed in the Middle East. What was your role out there?
I served first in Saudi Arabia, then in Kuwait, and then I went back to headquarters for a while and decided that I so loved serving overseas that I wanted to do it on a longer-term basis. So I applied for what's called a rotation at the State Department. And I mean, this was an honest-to-God State Department job where I left the CIA and I went to the State Department. I was sworn in as a foreign.
Very, very different function. Very different function from the CIA.
Foreign service officer, and I became the economic officer at the American Embassy in Bahrain for 2 years, and then back to headquarters to work on Iraq again. But I did get bored. After 7.5 years of Iraq, every single day Iraq. And so I made a very unusual transition from intelligence to operations, and specifically to counter-terrorist operations.
And what does that mean?
So as an analyst, Your job is to sit in a cubicle, read all source intelligence that's coming in from all over the world, think the big thoughts, write papers that probably nobody will ever read. Once or twice a week, you write something for the president, if it's important enough to merit his attention. And then you go home at the end of the day. Counterterrorism operations was what you see in the movies.
Is the Foreign Service actually that close to the CIA? Yes. The State Department is basically like, it's the same thing. It's so the same thing that they literally, even in movies, they basically admit that it's the same thing. Like, it's a cover.
Straight into weapons. And then after weapons, I went into explosives. After explosives, I went into counter-terrorist driving, and then advanced counter-terrorist driving, which was out in the desert out west. And then you learn how to spot, assess, develop, and recruit spies to steal secrets.
And what year was this?
That was 1997.
And was there any other time in these years that you were questioning the ethics of the agency and the work you were doing?
No, I didn't question the ethics of the agency at the time for a very specific reason. When Bill Clinton was elected president, he issued an order that the CIA had to, what they called, cull their recruited assets. Anybody who had what the White House described as a human rights problem was to be fired, right? So we didn't want to do business anymore in the 1990s with death squad leaders or assassins.
Okay, this is why I'm saying that, like, this is why I say that, like, a couple things that he said so far are, like, not entirely correct. Like, he's still, this is why he's just like, once you're a fucking agent, you just still have that agent mindset. This is exactly the type of shit that I hear, even from a guy who's a fucking whistleblower. There's a lot of stuff that he's saying that still does kind of reputation laundering for the CIA. Like saying, oh, I switched teams, I went to the State Department as a Foreign Service officer. Like, that's not as though that is like separate from his activities as a part of the CIA, or even when he says stuff like oh, we called our assets after the directive from Bill Clinton. We called through our assets, like recruited assets, and we weren't working with like death squad leaders and things like that. That's fucking bullshit. There's never been a moment in CIA history that they have not worked with death squads in general. That's fucking bullshit. The CIA will work with everybody. The CIA will work with communists, okay? It is the most agnostic agency on the planet. Make no mistake. They will literally work with straight up communists. I mean, and I'm not even talking about Rojava, which is a great example of this, right? As long as it suits their purpose, they will literally work with anyone and everyone. There is no ideological enemy for the CIA. It is an agnostic agency that is in it for the love of the game, is in it for evil, that's in it to advance America's interests, that is in it to advance the empire's interests, and they will absolutely even work and back both sides of a conflict. They will absolutely work and back communist groups as well as Nazis and death squad leaders and whatnot. Obviously, more often than not, the ones whose ambitions are closely aligned with Americans will be the Nazi ones, but
and Clinton was serious about that. And I remember saying to a colleague at the time, I I can't believe they're actually serious about human rights. This is really a very pleasant surprise for me. But Bill Clinton wasn't president forever. He was only president for 8 years. And then 9/11 happened, and literally everything changed in the blink of an eye.
Like, I am to assume that Bill Clinton, who was also responsible for significant portions, if not probably one of the most responsible parties for like the #1 anti-terror initiative that has been from the start to finish one of the most significant like Middle Eastern terrorism operations in the American State Department as far as American foreign policy is Palestinians. Okay, the Palestinian Liberation Organization, any kind of pro-Palestinian org around the world has in perpetuity been considered terrorist organizations. As I've talked before, Palestinian liberation organizations broadly were the first orgs that were ever called terrorist in legal language. Like the definition, the terrorism definition, the terrorism designation unironically comes from Palestinian ones. And that is directly Israeli influence in American foreign policy, specifically around the Middle East. The idea that Jeffrey Epstein affiliate, Jeffrey Epstein associate Bill Clinton, who also played a formative role in the so-called peace process, was refusing to work with, these sorts of figures is ridiculous.
So in 2001, where were you working? What was your role at that time?
In 2001, I had just returned from my first overseas operational tour in Athens. And I was working in headquarters, and my job was to train Middle Eastern intelligence services in how to carry out counterterrorism operations. And so I had to go to the White House on the morning of September 11th, 2001, with the director of the CIA's Counterterrorism Center, Ambassador Cofer Black. And I walked over to...
You know what I see this as? I see this as like a CIA declassified document. You know what I mean? 20 years after the fact, 30 years after the fact, 40 years after the fact, the CIA will just like openly declassify something that everybody pretty much knew and offer you a deeper insight into things that you already had suspected or things that you already had pieced together through looking at the impact, right? And this guy kind of feels that way when he reveals certain information or recounts certain things that happen, where it's very careful. His language is very careful. There's like a bunch of whitewashing taking place. And it's just like confirmations for stuff that you knew already.
To his office to tell him that our car was ready to take us to the White House. And when I got there, his secretary had a small TV on her desk because you couldn't watch TV on your computers back then. And the news was on, and one of the towers of the World Trade Center was burning. And I said, "What happened to the World Trade Center?" She said, "A plane had flown into it." And I said, "Well, you know, that happened once before. In 1932, a plane flew into the Empire State Building, but it was really raining and very foggy that day."
Yeah, right. CIA agent said, "What happened on 9/11? And then responded with, "Oh, just that? It's happened before." Wait, one of our boys finally did it. Damn. That's what he said. He said, "Shit. Not Atta. Not him." And then the secretary said, "Wait, how do you know the name of the architect?" And he was like, "What? I meant Atta boy." That's what I meant. Yeah, he said, "Wait, did it hit the first or the second tower?"
It's so clear today. How can you not see that you're flying into the World Trade Center? And as soon as I said it, the second plane hit. And she turned to me and she said, "Did you see that? or did I imagine it? And I ran back to my office and I said, guys, 2 planes just hit both towers of the World Trade Center. I think we're under attack. And then everybody ran up to the director's office, TVs all over the place. And we're all just standing there. And then the 3rd plane hits the Pentagon. There was an officer from the...
And at that point, I was like, all right, we did that one.
CIA police force. We have our own internal police force. And he came in and he said, everybody evacuate right now. Everybody evacuate. Nobody budged. We just stood there. And then finally somebody shouted behind me, will someone please lead? And Kofor said, yeah, you go to the director's office and tell him this. You go to security and tell him that. You go up to operations. And so everybody started to scramble. The rest of us are just standing there. And then finally, a guy said to me, a guy I was standing next to, he said, there's still a plane in the air. And I think we should probably assume that it's coming here. So.
Nah, they wouldn't. Why would they? Why would they team kill? That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make any sense.
So my girlfriend, who later became my wife, she was also a senior CIA officer. She met me at my apartment, and we went to the roof and we watched the Pentagon burn for an hour. And then she said, we should try to donate blood. So we went, there were blood mobiles all over the place, but the lines were so long, they told us it'll be 24 hours before they could clear the line. And I said to her, this is ridiculous. We have to go back to work. So I walked back to my car, drove across the grassy median, drove back to the CIA, and then I didn't leave for 4 days. I just balled up my jacket and I slept under my desk.
And I guess from that point, it changed everything.
It changed literally everything. I remember saying to a colleague, do they realize what they've done? I mean, I get that this group wants to strike a blow to US hegemony and the empire. I get it. But do they know nothing from history? Do they not know that our response is going to be 1,000 times what they did to us? And certainly, we spent altogether in the so-called war on terror, we spent $23 trillion. And we killed as many as 2 million people. Did they not see that coming? Osama bin Laden said later that he wanted to damage the US economy. He failed. And he was responsible then for, the deaths of an untold number of people. What did he think he was really going to accomplish? So it was a failure all around and changed the world permanently.
And who was Osama bin Laden and what was his intention?
The bin Laden family is a very honorable, very highly respected family. Dozens of them live permanently in the United States. They have billions and billions of dollars, and they have made that money through bin Laden Industries. So Osama bin Laden, who had vacationed as a teenager in the United States and all over Western Europe and was very Americanized, self-radicalized after the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan in 1979. He went to Afghanistan.
They just self-radicalized. No involvement here whatsoever. You know what I'm saying? It's like, this is the type of shit that that you can find out through the voluntary contributions to the media by people like Brzezinski, Mika Brzezinski's dad. Like, it's not, like, this isn't even a secret any longer. You know what I mean? This isn't even like declassified information. This is already out there, like readily available for people to find on their own.
And in the late 1980s, to fight the Soviets.
Like, it's kind of funny that he's saying that, because you would just say they radicalized. The very fact that you inserted self-radicalized there only invites suspicion. Like, he had to be like, oh, they self-radicalized. They did it. They just, they got angry on their own.
He was the only member of his family that self-radicalized. Everybody else, lived the good life in France, in the UK, and in the United States. And so he came up on our radar as somebody who was potentially dangerous. I sat next to a guy when I first got hired. And in the summer of 1990, he wrote a paper saying that he believed Osama bin Laden was the most dangerous man in the world. And I remember saying, who? I never heard of this guy. And he said, buddy, this is one bad guy. Watch and see. Watch and see. Well, 5 years later, I'm living in Bahrain. I'm at lunch in the embassy cafeteria, and the TV is on. And here there's a terrorist attack in Dhahran, Saudi Arabia, at a facility called OPM Sang. This was a joint facility of the US military and the Saudi Arabian National Guard. And terrorists had gotten onto the base and had killed something like 5 people. And I think they were all third country nationals. I think they were Indians. So this group called Al-Qaeda took responsibility for this attack. Nobody had ever heard of Al-Qaeda.
Dude's a CIA agent, seemingly gets all his information from cafeteria TVs.
Qaeda.
Yeah, it's normal.
So the Saudis did what the Saudis do, and they rounded up 12.5 people. They all confessed using the identical language on national TV, and they were all immediately beheaded. Some of them may have had something to do with the attack. Some of them probably didn't have anything to do with the attack, but certainly the masterminds of this attack got away, bin Laden being the one. And he went to Afghanistan. Well, in Afghanistan, with the fall of the pro-Soviet communist government and the advent of a Taliban government, he was free to do anything he wanted. And so he ordered that his underlings...
Guys, I want people to know the Saudi Arabian, the kingdom and the royal family did not know about what Osama bin Laden, famous anti-Soviet, anti-communist figure, son of oil and development magnate of the bin Laden family, who literally was getting funding from the royal family. They did not know what he was up to. I want you to know I'm former CIA, and I'm here to tell you that Osama bin Laden was up to no good, and no one in the fucking Saudi family knew what he was up to. Make no mistake. They did not know, okay? I am no longer in the CIA, and I'm telling you with all earnesty.
Create 2 training camps in southern Afghanistan, one in Kandahar province and one in Helmand province. By 2001, Al-Qaeda had carried out several large-scale attacks. And we said, well, we've got to get on the stick, and we have to find this guy, and we have to stop him. So the FBI began investigating so that he could be charged with a crime. The CIA began looking for him. We knew that he was somewhere in Afghanistan, probably in Kandahar, but it was impossible to really find him. And then on July the 6th, 2001, I was at CIA headquarters, and I was entertaining a delegation from a Middle Eastern intelligence service. We did this literally every single day. I had arranged a briefing on Al-Qaeda with a young, like 23-year-old analyst. So I said, well, we're going to start off today with a briefing on Al-Qaeda. The door opens and Ambassador Black walks in with the chief of operations for the Osama bin Laden group. And I was so shocked, I stood up and I said, gentlemen, this is Ambassador Cofer Black. He is the CIA's director of counterterrorism, and this is the director of operations for our Osama bin Laden group. And he sat down, and I'll never forget his words. He said, something terrible.
Remember when the Taliban offered bin Laden to Bush almost right after? Or, well, that is one of the interesting parts about this. But also, do you remember the Mujahideen, another faction that was against Osama bin Laden, unironically tried to hand Osama bin Laden to the CIA before 9/11, and then on September 10th, the I forget his name now, but the dude who tried to do that, who was in hiding, was assassinated with information on his whereabouts that were given to Shah Massoud, that were basically given to Al-Qaeda, where he was assassinated by two people that were portraying themselves as journalists that were interviewing him, that actually were not interested in interviewing him at all, and they were interviewed September 10th, I think, or 9th. On the 9th of September 2001, 2 days before 9/11, Ahmad Shah Massoud was assassinated by two Al-Qaeda operatives posing as journalists in the Khawaja Bahauddin district in Takhar province. Massoud, a pivotal guerrilla fighter nicknamed the Lion of Panjshir, had insurgent forces against the governments of Daoud Khan, communist government under the People Democratic Party of Afghanistan, invading Soviet forces, and the 1990s Taliban de facto regime. At the time of his assassination, Massoud commanded the forces of the Northern Alliance, backed by the United States, India, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, and Iran, fighting against Taliban forces backed by Pakistan, also the United States of America, by way of Pakistan. Massoud remained a vocal critic of the Pakistani interference in Afghanistan through the Taliban and Osama bin Laden's Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan, including publicly warning U.S. President George W. Bush 5 months prior to 9/11 that the situation in Afghanistan, if unresolved, will also affect the United States and a lot of other countries. Shortly after a press conference in the European Parliament in which Massoud denounced Pakistani interference, the Taliban, and Al-Qaeda, Osama bin Laden called for volunteers to deal with Ahmad Shah Massoud. From their training camp in Taliban-controlled Afghanistan, Al-Qaeda's Ayman al-Zawahiri and Abu Hani al-Masri planned and prepared the operation. Two Tunisian... Don't ever talk about Pakistan again, buddy. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Two Tunisian Arabic attackers in Europe, Abdes Sattar Dahmani and Rashid Baori al-Awer, were brought to Afghanistan, where they provided a stolen television camera and a battery belt packed with explosives. With an interview fraudulently arranged by Zawahiri and al-Masri, the two assassins were escorted by Taliban to the Panjshir Valley, flying by helicopter to join Massoud at his rear headquarters in Khawaja Bahauddin. After weeks of failed attempts, Massoud agreed to sit with the Arabs and conduct the interview. After peppering Massoud with questions about his condemnation of bin Laden, Al-Awar detonated his bomb, mortally wounding Massoud. Despite a timely medical evacuation by helicopter to a military clinic in Tajikistan, Massoud was pronounced dead on arrival. The timing of Ahmad Shah Massoud's assassination has drawn significant attention, taking place only 2 days before the September 11th attacks in the United States. Though the attackers lacked any control over the exact date, waiting weeks for Massoud to make time for the purported interview, many still debate whether Osama bin Laden and Ayman Zawahiri had planned Massoud's assassination with the intention of disabling the Northern Alliance before 9/11, after which the United States would join them in a campaign to topple the Taliban regime. A partially declassified U.S. intelligence report on November 2001 revealed that Massoud's intelligence apparatus had gained limited knowledge regarding the intentions of Osama bin Laden and his terrorist organization Al-Qaeda to perform a terrorist attack against the U.S. on a scale larger than the 1998 bombing of U.S. embassies in Kenya and Tanzania. Though Al-Qaeda claimed responsibility for the attack, debates continue over the allegations of Pakistani inter-services intelligence, covert support to, or complicity in the assassination of Ahmed Shah Massoud. Kapat. Tanzania. Anyway, your pronunciation is just as good as any Fox host. Okay, calm down. All right, it's hard. I try to do my best. Yeah. How good of a source is Wikipedia on things like this? I mean, shit like this is only going to be in magazines like Counterpunch. The very fact that this has made its way to Wikipedia is unique in and of itself. I believe Counterpunch magazine actually wrote extensively on this. What is this? It seems that our new rulers here in the liberal West have homed in on a new way of turning a person into a non-person. Here's a man, Hüseyin Doğru, a German journalist of Turkish origins, but not a dual citizen, whom the EU authorities have found a novel, immensely cruel way of punishing for his coverage and his views on Palestine. German authorities learned a lesson from my case, not wishing to be answerable in a court for any ban on pro-Palestinian voices similar to court case I'm dragging them through currently. They found another way, a direct sanction by the EU utilizing some hitherto unused directive, one introduced at the beginning of the Ukraine war, that allows Brussels to sanction any citizen of the EU it deems to be working for Russian interests. Clinging to the argument that Hussein's website podcast used to be shown also on Ruptly, among many other platforms, they're using this directive aimed at an anti-Russian asset to destroy a journalist dared to oppose the Palestinian genocide. In practice, this means that Hussein's bank account is frozen, that if you or I were to give him cash to buy groceries or make rent, we would be considered his accomplices and subject to similar sanctions. It also means that if he were a civil servant, he would be fired. If he were a student, he would be expelled from his university. If he received a pension, it would be suspended. If he received any social benefit, it would be frozen. It also, astonishingly, means he cannot leave Germany. Last but definitely not least, it means that Hussein cannot sue his government for turning him into a non-person, but only challenge the European Commission in Brussels, where he's not even allowed to go. Yeah, this is fucked up. This is the guy who is in charge of Red, right? I think that's what it was, right? The German dude of Turkish origin. Isn't that it? If it makes me safer, I'm okay with it. Dog, you don't even live in Germany or the European Union. You live in America. Like, what do you mean if it makes me safer? Yeah, this guy's the editor of Red. You've probably seen them on Red Media. This thing. How does this not terrify people, dude? That's crazy. Or not Red Media. Wait, did they delete the account entirely? Isn't it Red? Was it not Red? Red Letter Media? No, dude. Is it Red Letter Media? I don't think it's Red Letter Media. No, it's not. That's a totally separate thing. That's like a Star Trek thing. No, Redfish. Is it Redfish? No, it's not Redfish either. Redstream. Oh. Yeah, this is it. 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 Fuck. All of you guys are so dumb sometimes. I swear to God. This is it. Yeah. Proudly sanctioned by the EU for exposing their complicity in a genocide. This is the dude. Hüseyin Doğru. APAC tracker posted her Gillibrand rant.
Alarmed.
What? I found one Chinese government's worst policy decisions. Red pandas banned. Red Letter Media was supposed to fix my VCR. I'm still waiting. It's been years. Yeah, time to justify the unjustifiable sanctions. I like that I said red and like a million chatters chimed in. Just FYI, saying Red Letter Media is Star Trek is saying you do drama. I don't know anything about them. I just Googled Red Letter Media and Star Trek is the first thing that fucking popped up. Give me a goddamn break. Calm down. Y'all are annoying. I apologize to Red Letter Media fandom.
Is going to happen. We don't know when and we don't know where, but we know it's going to be an attack on a massive scale. We're hearing code words for a huge attack. The honey salesman is coming with vast quantities of honey. There's going to be a great wedding. There's going to be a great football match. These are all code words for an attack. He said, we're hearing camp commanders on the phone with their students, and they're crying and saying, I'll see you in paradise. And he said, I'm begging you, if you have any sources inside Al-Qaeda, please help us. They were just as shocked by this briefing as I was. They didn't say anything. He got up, he shook their hands, they walked out. At the end of the day, I sent these guys back to their hotel. It was going to be a few hours before dinner. So I went to Cofer's office to thank him for spending the time. I said, Cofer, I have to ask you, I'm not working on Al-Qaeda. Did you say that just for their benefit, or were you serious? And he said, oh, I was deadly serious. Something terrible is going to happen. And then sure enough, 2 months later, there it was.
From that
Being a libcoded CIA agent is S-tier strat for normies? Yeah.
moment after September
They're like,
11th.
wow, he's CIA, but woke.
You were very involved in tracking down senior members of Al-Qaeda. How did that work?
Well, like everybody in the building, I volunteered to go to Afghanistan on September 12th. And I volunteered again and again and again, 4 times. And they kept putting me off.
Damn, this guy couldn't get enough. He was like, I want the smoke. I want all the smoke.
Well, I was one of only 16 fluent Arabic speakers at the CIA at the time.
What? Wait, I'm sorry. Before the war on terror, there were only 16 fluent Arabic speakers of the CIA. I don't believe that even a little bit. What is this man saying? Yes, they lost all their assets in 9/11. Why is that not believable? Ain't no fucking way, dude. Are you kidding me? Does the CIA employ? First of all, you have the State Department right there. The CIA has 21,575 agents, employees, estimated. Now, you might say, that's now, okay? Let's say back then they had 10,000 agents. Ali Soufan said he was the only Arabic-speaking FBI agent in New York City. Also, they don't even speak Arabic in Afghanistan, but that's besides the point. I'm not even understanding why he brought that up as a important point. But But like the fact that the CIA has fucking 16 agents that speak, like, what? The U.S. carried out at least 13 major military operations or interventions in the Middle East before 9/11. This includes covert CIA operations, direct military strikes, and large-scale deployments between 1940s and 2001. Like, what do you mean? They were doing that with a fucking 16 guys in a dream? Really? 16 guys in a dream. They were targeting assets in the region, and they were like, "You better speak American, boy." Like they would go to dudes who speak Pashtun in the fucking valley, and they were like, "Do you speak American? I'm here with a proposal, sir." White boy speaks perfect fluent Arabic, shocks everyone. When are we gonna get Jelani on Vlad TV? Jelani on Vlad TV. He's like, yeah, man. Yes, this Diddy case is unbearable to witness. Listen. When I was the Grand Vizier of Al Qaeda in Syria, I saw some heinous shit, but I never thought this Diddy oil controversy is something that human beings would be capable of doing. On Vlad TV, he's gonna offer his takes on the Diddy case. Okay, let's keep going.
I had worked years earlier for the deputy director of the Counterterrorism Center, so I considered him to be a friend. I went into his office and I made a bold and completely empty threat. And I said, if you don't send me to Afghanistan right now, I am going straight to Exxon with my Arabic and I'm not looking back. And he says, take it easy, take it easy. Can you go to Pakistan? And I said, yes. When? He said, tomorrow. I said, yes. What do you want me to do there? He said, I want you to be the chief of counterterrorism operations. I said, fine. And so I left the next day. I arrived in Islamabad at 4 o'clock in the morning. And then the driver said, oh, I'll pick you up at 7 to take you in the office. And I said, oh my God, please. I can't sleep on planes. I haven't slept since I left Washington. It's been...
What is this? FBI situation was even worse. The source says through most of the 1990s, only 2 translators at FBI headquarters spoke the language. As recently as last year, the General Accounting Office and investigative arm of Congress found that the FBI, State Department, and Army all continue to have trouble finding language specialists. The report did not look at intelligence agencies. I don't believe this for the CIA, dude. I'm sorry. That's just there's no fucking way. Like, sure, they expeditiously needed more than they had, but the idea that the number was 16 is fucking insane. Agency, less than a dozen CIA field agents could speak the language spoken by the groups that were consensus favorites to mount attacks on America. Particularly damning for intelligence agencies after 9/11 were reports that only a handful of agents throughout the CIA spoke fluent Arabic. I don't believe that. I don't believe that at all. This is I love talking shit about the American intelligence apparatus being far, far, far more diminished than we think it is, okay? But if you think that the fucking CIA, the fucking CIA did not have enough, like more than a handful, more than a dozen agents that spoke fluent Arabic is crazy. If you put Pashto in your LinkedIn, I'd get a contractor position that I'm pretty sure was for the State Department, and that recruiter would constantly hit me up. Those numbers do not include the people at think tanks funded by defense contractors like the Institute for the Study of War. I don't know what it was like that back then, but people could get their college loans paid off by defense contractors. I mean, there's a lot of outsourcing. I guess that makes sense. Maybe it's the outsourcing that they're not factoring into this number, but even then, 16 is just so fucking 16 is a severe undercount, I don't think. Even if there was like 10,000 agents at the time, 0% shot that only a handful knew how to speak fluent Arabic. Like, that sounds crazy. Because, like, how did they pull off any of the fucking operations that they did? Like, this is far before 9/11, okay? America's interventions in the region far precede the war on terror. There has never been a moment where we haven't been involved in the Middle East. And even to hire local contractors and to be able to keep up with local contractors, because once again, you go, oh, well, they have local contractors. Okay, sure, of course they do. But you think that fucking agency doesn't have to have like enough fluent people that can, at the very least, check in with the local contractors? They're not just like handing off piles of fucking money to be like, all right, go do your thing, king. Someone has to speak to them. Someone has to check in. It's not just one guy. They were just communicating with shapes and colors the whole time. Importantly, Curacao usually clarifies that he means full-time field officers, case officers, people expected to live undercover overseas. Most CIA Arabic linguists work in analysis, translation, decision support, or as staff instructors at the language school in Virginia.
"24 hours. Let me have another hour, pick me up at 8. So he picked me up at 8. I was like a zombie. And I went in and introduced myself to the chief. And I said, I'm your new chief of counterterrorism. And he said, okay, have a seat. So he said, here's what I want.
Do you think that many people are needed to destabilize a region? Yes. Also, the CIA doesn't just work as one agency. The CIA does routinely rely on think tanks that we know and love, like Foundations for Defending Democracy, for example. They rely heavily on think tanks, and they even rely heavily on the media. They rely heavily on the universities. And also, they rely heavily on. They also rely heavily on what do you call it? Fucking NGOs as well.
I want you to do today. I want you to come up with a standard operating procedure to take down a terrorist safe house. And I said, okay. So I went back to my office and I sat with a legal pad and a pen. And I thought, okay, if I were going to take down a terrorist safe house, how would I do that? And then I thought, I would want it to be dark. I wouldn't want anybody to see me. So I wrote 0200 at the top of the paper. And then I thought, I need weapons, like lots of weapons. I bought guns, ammunition, night vision goggles, battering rams, bulletproof vests, knives, walkie-talkies. From scratch, we started this thing. And I thought, well, 9/11 is an open criminal investigation, so I have to invite the FBI. And this is Pakistan. It is their country, after all, so I have to invite the Pakistanis. So I wrote, joint team, CIA, FBI, ISI, with the list of weapons. I ordered the weapons. They were there, in days. So a week later, we did our first test raid. We caught 2 al-Qaeda fighters. Another few days later, we caught an actual mid-level guy from Egyptian Islamic Jihad. It worked. And then finally, 6 weeks later, we get word from a sister agency in the Washington suburbs that Abu Zubaydah, who we believed at the time was the number 3 in al-Qaeda, was somewhere in Pakistan, and we had to catch him. That was all we knew. He was somewhere in Pakistan. And I said, in our morning meeting, I said, this country is the size of Texas. It has 220 million people in it. What do you mean he's in Pakistan? Go catch him. But we came up with a plan, and we caught him. He was shot 3 times and severely wounded. So I sat with Abu Zubaydah for 56 hours after we shot him. The Pakistani doctors there saved his life, pumping blood into him as quickly as they could. It was just oozing out of him, pooling underneath the bed. He was soaked in blood. We were soaked in blood. It was like a scene out of a horror movie. But he lived. And then finally he asked me, what's going to happen to me? And I said, honestly, I don't know. But I'm going to give you some advice. I said, I am the nicest guy that you're going to meet in this experience. My colleagues, they're not nice like I am. So if you do one thing, it's that you have to cooperate. And he said, you seem like a nice man, but you're the enemy, and I'll never cooperate. Finally, a CIA jet flew in, and 3 FBI agents and I picked up his gurney and carried him out to the plane. He was crying. He asked if I would hold his hand, which I did. We had to maneuver him. We had to stand him up on the gurney. He was strapped down to maneuver him onto the plane. We laid him on the luggage rack at the back of the plane and tied him down. And he squeezed my hand, and I said, remember, you have to cooperate. And then he flew off. Well, a few weeks later, I flew back to headquarters. And I was in the cafeteria one day, just standing in the sandwich line. And a senior officer walked up to me and said, very casually, hey, I'm so glad I ran into you. Do you want to be certified in the use of enhanced interrogation techniques? And I had never heard that term before. This was May of 2002. I said, what's that mean? And he says, we're going to start getting rough with these guys. And I said, well, what does that mean? And he described these 10 techniques. And I said, that sounds like a torture program. And he said, it's not torture. The Justice Department approved it and the president signed it. We're going to start soon. You want to be in? And I said, let me think about it. I consulted a very senior officer, went back downstairs, and I said, this is a torture program. I have an ethical and moral problem with it. I think it's illegal, and I'm not interested. Well, of the 14 people that they approached, I was the only one who said no. And on August the 2nd, 2002, CIA began to torture Abu Zubaydah, and they tortured him mercilessly.
And what method of torture were they?
Well, they were supposed to start off with the least dangerous and least offensive technique, which was called the attention grab, where you grab him by the shirt and give him a shake and say, answer my questions. And it gets gradually worse from there. But they didn't do that. They started with the worst technique, waterboarding. They strapped him down to a board. His feet were elevated compared to his head. They put some material cloth around his face and in his mouth, and then started pouring water on his face. They did this 87 times. And he actually drowned at one point. His heart stopped. And then they revived him just so that they could torture him more.
Was Abu Zubaydah the first?
Abu Zubaydah was the first. He was the test case. And in a very rapid succession, we caught some of the most important leaders of Al-Qaeda. We caught Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, who was the mastermind of the 9/11 attacks. He was waterboarded 100. Abu Zubaydah was 83 times up, and Khalid Sheikh Mohammed was waterboarded 187 times. We used other techniques that I even believed were worse than waterboarding. We used one called the cold cell, where we stripped the prisoner naked and then chain him to an eye bolt in the ceiling so he can't sit or lay or get comfortable in any way. And
we know from reporting out of Guantanamo, the least offensive techniques included, wall slam. That's why I thought it was funny when he was talking about the t-shirt thing. But yeah, that's another one of the least offensive techniques, is like slamming someone into a wall. It's crazy. Sleep deprivation, music, having a sensory deprivation. I mean, we've done some of them with the boys, with the Aussie boys, if you remember. I waterboarded. I did a thing, if you guys remember. Stress positions. Israel has perfected it. Like, Israel's torture methods are insane. There's a banana hold, where they just like put you on a chair backwards, tie your hands to your feet. A lot of these techniques are still being used by the Israeli occupying forces in Israeli prisons. Find out more by reading Adamir, the Palestinian prisoner rights group, that of course I believe Israel considers a terrorist group as well.
We chill the cell to 50 degrees Fahrenheit, and then every hour a CIA officer throws a bucket of ice water on him. We murdered 2 prisoners with that technique. They died of hypothermia and then were just buried there on the grounds, unmarked. There was another technique called sleep deprivation, right? We all know what sleep deprivation is. But what they did in this case was they strip you naked, chain you to that eye bolt in the ceiling again, and then have these industrial strength lights on you and loud acid rock, death metal music 24 hours a day. We know from the American Psychological Association that people begin to lose their minds at day 7. And they begin to die at day 9. Your organs shut down. The CIA kept people awake as long as 12 days, and people did lose their minds. So it just got worse.
This is a good opportunity to remind people that they knew that this method, torture, enhanced interrogation, whatever you want to call it, was approved by the Supreme Court of the United States. And also, it led to 0 actionable intelligence, because it turns out when you get tortured, unlike in the movies, you just lie to stop the torture. You just say whatever you want them to hear, because you just want the pain to stop. You're like, yes, I am the mastermind of 9/11 and 9/12 if you want that to be the case. Information received under duress and torturous conditions like this have never led to actionable intelligence. Okay? Yes, Supreme Court Justice Antonin Scalia, in his opinion justifying torture, used the show 24 as a reason as to why. Where he said, in a hypothetical situation like in the show with Jack Bauer in the show 24, what if there was a nuclear first strike that was imminent, that was going to happen in Washington, D.C., and torture was the necessary method to get this information out? That is a real thing that has happened, coming from the brilliant mind of Antonin Scalia. A real former Supreme Court of the United States justice who died in a in like a hunting lodge, I think.
And worse and worse. And I kept waiting for somebody to say something.
These techniques were successful in gathering intelligence?
Well, see, that's the thing, is all of these techniques were unsuccessful in gathering intelligence. The intelligence that we gathered successfully was intelligence gathered by the FBI in the person of Ali Soufan, who was an FBI agent who used the tried and true FBI technique of establishing a rapport with the prisoner, a relationship. You offer him a cup of tea, a cigarette, an orange, a piece of paper to write a letter to his mother. You don't beat him and torture him and kill him. And so under Ali's, guidance, Abu Zubaydah gave us actionable intelligence that saved American lives. And the CIA would start torturing him and he would go completely silent. So it was not just wrong ethically and legally, but it didn't work. If anything, it just made the situation worse.
What was the turning point that made you decide to go public about this torture program?
This program was so clearly wrong to me that I anticipated someone going public, and no one went public. Well, I resigned from the CIA effective spring of 2005 and went into the private sector. In December of 2007, I got a call from a reporter from ABC News, which is one of the major news major networks in the United States, the American Broadcasting Corporation. And this journalist said that he had a source who said that I had tortured Abu Zubaydah. I said that was absolutely not true. I was the only person who was kind to Abu Zubaydah. And he said, well, you're welcome to come on the show and defend yourself. I didn't know that was a reporter's trick. I'd never spoken to a reporter before. I said, yeah, I'll think about it.
So this guy was doing this guy was in the CIA at this point for 25, 30 fucking years. And he had never spoken to a reporter before and got tricked by a reporter. I don't believe a single damn thing that is coming out of his mouth, dude. That is crazy, okay? You got baited by a journalist.
Well, 2 days later, President Bush gives a press conference in which he looks in the camera and he says, "We do not torture," like that. And I said to my wife, he is a bald-faced liar. He's
his CIA wife. His wife is also in the CIA.
Looking the American people in the eye and he's lying. And then 2 days later, he was walking to the helicopter to fly to Camp David. And reporters always shout questions at the president when he's walking in a helicopter. And usually he just goes like this, like he can't hear, and waves. They can always hear. So a reporter shouts a question about torture, and he turns and he says, well, if there is torture, it's because of a rogue CIA officer. And I said to my wife, Brian Ross's source is at the White House, and they're going to try to pin this on me because they were angry that I was the only one that declined. So I called the reporter, Brian Ross, and I said, I'll give you your interview. And I decided in the days leading up to it that I was simply going to tell the truth. No matter what he asked me, I was just going to tell the truth. And that's what I did.
And what truth was that?
The truth was the CIA was torturing its prisoners. Torture was official U.S. government policy. It was not the result of a rogue. And the policy had been personally approved by the president. So the FBI began investigating me at the CIA's behest. They investigated me for an entire year, from December of 2007 to December of 2008. And they determined that I had not committed a crime, that torture was illegal, and it is illegal to classify an illegality. And so they said, oh, you're free to go. So my wife and I actually went out that night to celebrate.
Yeah, famously, when the government is doing illegal stuff and you blow the whistle on it, they go, oh no, we were doing something illegal and now everybody knows. It's obviously illegal to openly to prosecute someone for revealing illegal information that the government is doing. They go, damn. Yeah, famously, that's usually what happens.
3 weeks later, Barack Obama became president, and he named John Brennan as the Deputy National Security Advisor for Counterterrorism. John and I always hated each other. And I didn't know that John asked the Justice Department to secretly reopen the case against me. So for the next 3 years, my phones were tapped, my emails were intercepted, and teams of FBI agents followed me everywhere I went. Finally, in January of 2012, I was arrested and charged with 5 felonies, including 3 counts of espionage. Espionage can be a death penalty offense. And so I had to fight. I was confident in my heart that I had done nothing wrong. The espionage charges were thrown out. I hadn't committed espionage. But I had 5 children at home. And I had gone bankrupt because of the legal fees. I actually still owe my attorneys $1,150,000 that they'll never see. I'll never have that money to pay them. And so the judge.
Do you think there's any truth in what he's saying? I mean, yeah, everything he's saying is correct as far as like all the broad strokes of what he's talked about is 100% correct. Yes, the CIA had a torture campaign. It was made legal after, and he is the whistleblower on the torture campaign. And he did go to he did go to a prison for this. I just still don't trust him as far as some of the ways that he talks about the CIA's operations, even now.
Justice Department does what it does, and they offered me a deal. I was facing 45 years. They offered me 23 months, and I actually turned it down. And my lead attorney got right in my face, and he said, "You know what your problem is? Your problem is you think this is about justice, and it's not about justice. It's about mitigating damage. Take the deal." Well, I had done some research, and I found a study by ProPublica that found that the government wins 98.2% of its cases. And he said, "Do you really want to roll the dice?" So I took the deal.
And you served those 23 months?
I served every single day of those 23 months. Every day. Well, first of all, I should say, I have 0 regrets. Somebody had to say something. 0 regrets because I wanted to be able to sleep at night. I wanted my children to be proud of me. And I didn't want future generations to say, you know, that Kiriakou guy, he could have stopped this. And he didn't. You know, what kind of person is that? I wanted to be on the right side of this. I knew what was right and wrong. It was clear. It was obvious. There were a lot of bad guys in very senior, important roles at the CIA. I had to counter that. And, you know, I said also that these CIA people, if they thought that prison was going to cow me, was going to silence me, they didn't know me at all. So in my view, I won.
And you think it's had an impact on the way the CIA operates now?
It has absolutely, definitely had an impact. In fact, when Gina Haspel became the CIA director during the first Trump administration, we used to call her Bloody Gina because she was the godmother.
This part is also true.
Of the torture program. In her confirmation hearings before the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, she said that the torture program was wrong and that she wished she had nothing to do with it. And I said, I call that a victory.
And any intelligence officer or anyone that kind of witnesses wrongdoing and they want to speak out, what advice would you give to someone?
You have to go with your conscience. The CIA likes for its officers to believe that everything in life is a shade of gray. And that's just simply not true. Some things in life are black and white, right and wrong. And deep down, we know what's right and what's wrong. So trust yourself, trust your judgment, even if you know there's going to be fallout.
we knew that we were being hunted by the secret special branch.
I mean, he's an interesting dude. No, I mean he's better than the current working CIA officers. I'll always respect whistleblowers. He is a whistleblower. Make no mistake. I'm just saying that I don't completely trust him, if that makes sense. But that'll be all for today. I'm going to go spend time with my family. And I will see you tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen.
Starting off the day. All the shadows trickling in.
Peace to the Middle East. And bye-bye.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uyghur's face. Sudden discord at your prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riots.